Lord of Mystery, the undead don't die from passing fire. Chapter 1 to 50. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 1. Summer is here, and it is time to pass on fire. Chapter 1. Summer is here, and it's time for transferring fire again. The fire has faded, and the thrones are empty. Now, only ashes remain. Northern Ruined Kingdom, Winter County. Another full moon. A pointed Gothic black church stands tall on the snow-capped peaks, the blood-red moonlight obliquely illuminating the cold stone coffins in the cemetery behind the church. The stone coffins were not buried, just exposed to the air like that. And in the center of the cemetery was a bonfire constructed from bones. The blood-red full red moon brazenly illuminated everything on the earth, and also illuminated a half-open stone coffin in the cemetery. Suddenly, the lid of the stone coffin was slightly moved. Clang! A hand wearing a gauntlet broke out of the coffin. Having been burned by the first fire for a long time, the gauntlet was already broken and deformed, with crimson sparks faintly flowing from within. The undead Ember, who had spent long years in darkness, finally woke up again from his sleeping stone coffin. He looked around blankly, his eyes filled with deep exhaustion and confusion. It's time for transferring fire again. But, he looked up at the sky, the blood-red red moon above his head made him feel inexplicably mystic, and he muttered softly, "Why is it a red moon?" A new story setting. Dark Souls 4. Or Yarnum. Forget it, none of that matters. He shook his head, his gaze slowly falling upon the bonfire constructed from bones in front of him. Anyway, let's light the bonfire first. Thud. Ember left the stone coffin where he had slept for 10,000 years, leaving distinct footprints on the snow-covered earth. Finally, he successfully arrived before the bonfire. There was no gravekeeper, no hungry hounds, and no crystal lizards. Everything was so smooth that Ember felt a little doubtful about life, his eyes full of confusion. But no matter what, he still took out his spiral sword. It was a great spiral sword with obvious star fire marks from forging on its blade, and it did not cool down at all due to the ice and snow. Then, he plunged it into the bonfire. Whoosh! A weak flame rose from the bones, making small crackling sounds. Lit. Ember muttered to himself, so it really is a bonfire. Is this the Firelink Shrine? Right in the cemetery. Then where is my fire keeper? As Ember thought, he was about to look around for traces of the fire keeper. He looked up and found that a figure had appeared before him at some point. The figure was wearing a simple linen robe with mending marks, and a belt twisted like tree bark was tied around her waist. Long black hair fell down freely, her feet were bare and covered in dust and scars. Without a doubt, this was a lady. "Are you my fire keeper?" Ember walked forward and asked calmly. He was waiting for the fire keeper to give him guidance, waiting for her to explain the background. Only then could he know where to go to find fuel. No. The lady seemed to have expected his question and said softly, "My name is Ariana, servant of the mystic." Then, where is my fire keeper? Ember frowned, looking at the NPC in front of him and pressing the question. The other party was not the fire keeper, but she did not question the term fire keeper, indicating that she should know some clues. She's probably this generation's crestfallen knight, or crestfallen lady. I don't know. Ariana gently shook her head, speaking neither quickly nor slowly. I am only responsible for giving you some guidance, Ember. She knows Ember, but doesn't know where the fire keeper is. Ember was a bit confused. What was this? A new setting for Dark Souls 4. What guidance? Ember quickly adjusted his mindset and asked. Backland. Ariana tapped her chest 4 times clockwise, saying in a devout posture, "There is the first Lord of Cinder you were looking for." Understood. Ember nodded understandingly. Since he knew where the Lord of Cinder was, everything would be easy. So, where is Backland? The capital of Ruined Kingdom. Ruined Kingdom. Ember muttered the unfamiliar country name with some confusion, hesitating. Is this Rodland? Where is Anorlando? I've never heard of this place. Ariana thought for a moment and gently shook her head. Never heard of it. Ember frowned and asked, then where is this? Northern Ruined Kingdom, Winter County. Ariana slightly lowered her eyebrows. Then how do I get to Backland? Ember nodded, then asked again. As soon as he asked, he saw the lady in front of him extend her hand. Thud. Ember subconsciously extended his left hand to slap away the hand the lady extended, and an ice-blue Irithyll straight sword instantly appeared in his right hand. But seeing that the other party did not seem to be staggered, he did not take the next step, but prepared to parry again after the other party attacked. Until he further reduced her poise and made her completely staggered. I have no ill will. Ariana, whose hand was slapped away, did not take further action, but merely tapped her chest 4 times clockwise again, saying softly, "This is just a way to teleport." Teleport. A hint of understanding appeared in Ember's confused eyes. Bonfires contain the power of the first fire, and while bonfires, or crude imitations of bonfires, they also carry a trace of the first fire's aura. Therefore, he could use the power of the first fire to move quickly between bonfires, provided that the bonfires have been lit by the power of the first fire. But currently, with only one initial bonfire, he clearly couldn't teleport. If he could quickly teleport to Backland, it would undoubtedly save a lot of time. Since this crestfallen lady in front of him could talk and showed no signs of hollowing, she should be trustworthy, right? Sorry. Ember sincerely apologized to the crestfallen lady and simultaneously extended his hand, signaling her to continue. Actually, whether the other party had ill will or not didn't matter to him. At most, it was just death. But he was an undead. Ariana hesitated for a moment, then still grabbed Ember's arm. Then, the figures of the two seemed to be erased by something, disappearing into the shadows out of thin air. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the prayer hall of St. Samuel Cathedral in Backland, a male figure wearing a full set of broken knight armor quickly appeared. Ariana. Ember looked at the unfamiliar environment and the disappeared lady before him, calling out hesitantly, "Benefactor." An old voice sounded beside Ember's ear. Ember came back to his senses and saw an old man with no beard, deep eyes, and wearing a black and red archbishop robe smiling at him. "Benefactor. Me." Ember looked around and found no one else, so he couldn't help but point at himself blankly. "Yes, benefactor." The old man's eyes held a hint of respect and humility. "Lady Ariana has left. My name is Archbishop Anthony Stevenson, the Archbishop of St. Samuel Cathedral. I will be responsible for guiding Benefactor in the following tasks. Why do you call me Benefactor?" Ember slightly frowned, seemingly a little displeased with the address. The old man did not reply, but instead cast his gaze towards Ember's left hand. Ember subconsciously lowered his head, raised his left arm, and spread his palm. An emblem lay quietly in his palm, crystal clear throughout, deep and brilliant as if cast from black gems. When Ember looked at it, it was indeed there. But when he moved his gaze away, it seemed to disappear. In Ember's line of sight, he could see more things. Open black lens bracket emblem of the night. An emblem bestowed upon the benefactor by the goddess of the night. The holder gains mystic protection. Legend has it that when the holder displays the emblem, followers of the night will regard him as a benefactor of the goddess. Close black lens bracket. Quote. Ember was silent for a long time, a hint of recollection and hesitation in his eyes. Backland, Ruined Kingdom, Goddess of the Night, Ariana, St. Samuel Cathedral, Pathway, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson. Lord of the Mysteries. Ember seemed to realize something, but his expression became even more confused. Wasn't I here to transferring fire? Peas. Speaking with one fan value is to prevent spam. It happens several times a day, and muting can't finish it. Sometimes I miss it, which is annoying. I can only cut it off at the source. Readers who want to speak can tip 2 points for a paragraph, which is 2 cents. This will give you 2 fan value, and you will be able to speak. Please forgive any inconvenience caused. Chapter 2. If you are God, that's okay. Chapter 2. If you are a god, that's fine too. Benefactor. Archbishop Anthony saw Ember lower his head and fall silent while looking at the emblem. His voice was gentle. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Perhaps you can also choose to rest first and ask tomorrow. Quote. Ember lowered his head in silence, not answering him. Archbishop Anthony wasn't impatient about this and just waited quietly by the side. At this moment, Ember was already lost in his memories. Undoubtedly, the moment Ember tried to search his memories, he found them exceptionally messy and fragmented. This was natural. He remembered that he was Ember, remembered that he was an undead. As an undead, repeated deaths would gradually turn him into a hollow, leading to gradual memory loss. This also resulted in him having quite limited memories in his mind now. He remembered that he was Ember, remembered the Fire Keeper, Patch, Crestfallen Knight, Solaire, Onion Knight. He also remembered his mission, to find the Lord of Cinder and rekindle the first fire. He even remembered that he was once a transmigrator. But regarding the memories before transmigration, only some vague fragments remained. It was as if he remembered reading Lord of the Mysteries, even reading it no less than 5 times during a book drought. But now, his memory of the book's plot was already blurry. Even though some impressions of the main characters remained, allowing him to recall that he had read Lord of the Mysteries based on these. Beyond that, he could only remember a small number of fragmented plot points. But he didn't know if these plot fragments were coherent or if they had any temporal connection. If a person's memory was compared to a library, his current state was. He still remembered the titles of most of the books in the library. He even remembered the introductions and tables of contents for a few, but the content of almost all the books was already unclear. So, although he tried hard to search the memories in his mind, he could never connect the scene before him with his memories. Ember opened his mouth somewhat dryly. Where am I now? Beckland North District, St. Samuel Cathedral. Archbishop Anthony made 4 clockwise points on his chest and said in a low voice. Where is the Lord of Cinder? Ember pressed on with his question. For him, who had lost most of his memories, the Lord of Cinder was the only important thing. I don't know what a Lord of Cinder is. Archbishop Anthony shook his head, but according to the goddess's will, I can give you a hint. Open black lens bracket Black Emperor close black lens bracket. Black Emperor. Ember muttered the term softly, his brows furrowing under his helmet. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere, but he couldn't remember the specific details no matter how hard he tried. Compared to this unknown Black Emperor, he felt that the goddess of the night mentioned by the other party might be clearer. Since she is a god, surely she can be used as kindling to burn. Although hunting a god must be difficult, he didn't care. It wasn't as if he hadn't killed one before. Strange. Ember suddenly felt a bit startled and confused. When did I kill a god? Are there real gods in Dark Souls 3? Forget it, none of this is important. Ember, who had lost most of his memories, quickly stopped thinking because he knew thinking wouldn't yield any results. Anyway, first find a way to find this Black Emperor. If I can't find him, then find a way to find the goddess of the night. One of these two must be usable as fuel. And to find the Black Emperor. Ember looked up at the old man in front of him. Since the other party gave a hint, it meant he would provide some help in this matter. So, currently, finding the Black Emperor should be relatively simple. Benefactor. Seeing Ember look at him, Archbishop Anthony spoke gently. Do you have any other questions? No. Ember shook his head. He didn't even know what to ask, so how could he know if he had anything else to ask? In short, end the conversation quickly and leave this church to explore the outside first. Then, Anthony made 4 clockwise points on his chest and said apologetically, Benefactor, please forgive my rudeness for pulling you into a dream without permission. Please allow me to temporarily lift the dream. As soon as the words fell, everything around them suddenly shattered like a mirror, as if revealing the true nature of this world. However, after the surrounding space shattered, Ember was still in the same church as before. The old man who called himself Anthony was still standing in front of him. Everything seemed unchanged, until he saw the old man in front of him speak. Asterisk and an at. Ember quietly watched the old man who was speaking some incomprehensible language. The old man also seemed to realize that Ember didn't understand but didn't try to pull Ember into a dream again. Instead, he handed him a brown eyeball. If one didn't look closely, they might even mistake it for a dark brown gem. Ember took the eyeball and subconsciously glanced at it. Open black lens bracket Eye of Wisdom 30999. A magical item made by a Sequence 9 reader who was expelled from the Knowledge Church, who prayed to a hidden existence to understand various languages, paying the price of his life. Allows ordinary people to understand the common language. The holder will continuously receive whispers from the hidden entity. For safety, the holder's intelligence must not be lower than 9 close black lens bracket. Ember's expression under his mask twitched slightly. This reminded him of the scene when he was mocked by his magic teacher in Farronwoods when his intelligence was only 9. Benefactor. Archbishop Anthony looked at Ember with concern. Do you feel uncomfortable? Ember raised his head. He understood what the other party said this time, and the corresponding term appeared in his mind. Ruin language. No. Ember listened in silence for a while, then shook his head. He didn't hear the whispers mentioned in the equipment description. Perhaps this was because his intelligence was extremely high. At least not lower than 9. That's good. Anthony nodded silently and continued, Benefactor, do you need to rest first? Where is the bonfire? Ember nodded slightly and asked politely. Considering the other party gave him the Eye of Wisdom, his attitude could be slightly better. I don't know what a bonfire is. Anthony seemed to have been prepared for the strange term, Ember said. He just said gently, however, I have prepared a room for Benefactor upstairs. You can go and rest. No bonfire. Ember frowned tightly but didn't say much. He just silently followed Anthony upstairs. He silently followed him into the room and silently watched him respectfully leave the room. Silently, he fell into silence in the room with only one person. Ember looked at the bed but didn't lie down to rest. Because he couldn't rest without a bonfire. So he walked towards the mirror hanging on the wall and slowly took off his knight's helmet. Under the helmet was a face that felt familiar and kind to him. It was the face of a normal person, handsome and attractive, even a little young. But the overall expression gave a feeling of seriousness and lifelessness. But no matter what, he hadn't hollowed. Open black lens bracket curse. 0 close black lens bracket. Ember looked at his stats panel and saw that he hadn't accumulated any curses either. This was natural. Because he had to transferring fire, he had to have the fire keeper cleanse the dark sigil before transferring fire. Without the curse of the dark sigil, he was just a mass of ember with undead characteristics, so he naturally wouldn't hollow anymore. Clearly, his memory loss was not due to the curse of hollowing. That could only mean that he had been completely burned out after transferring fire, with only remnants left. But if that were the case, then he must have had memories before transferring fire. If that were the case, then why would he choose to transferring fire instead of extinguishing the fire, taking the fire, or usurping the fire? Ember had no related memories. But he was certain. With memories, he would never choose to transferring fire, no matter what he chose. But he also clearly remembered that his final choice was to transferring fire. Then, why would he, with memories, choose to transferring fire, and be willing to be completely burned out? Could it be that before transferring fire, he had already lost his memories due to continuous deaths caused by the unremoved curse? P.S. Transferring fire is equivalent to Ember's obsession. Even if they clearly realize they don't want to transferring fire, their obsession will eventually drive them to transferring fire. It's like you can clearly realize that staying up late is wrong, and self-stimulation is wrong, but you still succumb to staying up late and self-stimulation. Chapter 3 Tonight, the undead joined the hunt. Chapter 3 Tonight, the undead joined the hunt. I fell asleep. Ember sat on the edge of the bed, a look of doubt in his eyes. As Mr. Ember, he shouldn't be able to sleep peacefully anywhere except near a bonfire, but now. Bang bang bang. 3 knocks on the door outside interrupted Mr. Ember's thoughts. Opening the door, Archbishop Anthony's figure appeared before him. Good morning, benefactor. Archbishop Anthony made 4 clockwise points on his chest and said with a smile, would you like to have breakfast? Mr. Ember nodded, then said, you can call me. Mr. Ember paused. He remembered that he was Ember, but suddenly found that he had forgotten his real name. After a moment of silence, Mr. Ember slowly said, Ember. All right, Mr. Ember. Archbishop Anthony nodded slightly. He saw that Mr. Ember didn't want him to continue using the address, benefactor. Just like the other party hadn't shown the emblem of the knight. Please follow me, Mr. Ember. Archbishop Anthony made a gesture of invitation and led Mr. Ember downstairs to the refectory at the back of the church. A hearty breakfast was already prepared for the two of them on the refectory table. Archbishop Anthony smiled and invited Mr. Ember to sit down, saying, I prepared this according to Ruin's dietary habits. I hope you like it. If there's anything you'd like to eat, you can also let me know. Mr. Ember nodded slightly and sat down at the table without any suspicion. Then, the Archbishop saw Mr. Ember take off his helmet, revealing a handsome but slightly lifeless face. Mr. Ember didn't pay attention to the Archbishop's gaze, he just picked up the white bread on the table and took a bite. Although as Ember, he didn't need to eat, Mr. Ember's memory told him that he needed to maintain eating. If possible, it would be best to have 3 regular meals a day. This would make him more like a person. Thank you for the meal. Mr. Ember finished breakfast quickly, thanked Archbishop Anthony, and put his helmet back on. At the same time, an ice-blue longsword radiating coldness appeared in his hand out of thin air. Then, he silently returned to the church hall along the same path. Now, he was going to set out to find the Black Emperor. Clang, clatter, the sound of armor plates colliding mixed with heavy footsteps, and a man in full knight armor appeared in the hall. Then, he stopped. The reason he stopped was that the hall, which was empty last night, was now full of people. The morning sun pierced through the church's stained glass, illuminating the neat rows of seats on either side of the crimson carpet. They were filled with men and women of various appearances, who were bowing their heads and closing their eyes, whispering devoutly to the goddess. Even the arrival of Mr. Ember couldn't interrupt their prayers. Mr. Ember. Archbishop Anthony appeared beside Mr. Ember at some point. He whispered, the goddess told me to tell you that the world is now completely different from before. You may need some time to adapt to all these changes. Mr. Ember didn't reply, his gaze sweeping over the people bowing their heads in prayer one by one. Then, he silently nodded again. He turned around and walked back to the refectory. Mr. Ember. Archbishop Anthony slowly began to speak, but was quickly interrupted by Mr. Ember. Ember. All right, Ember. Archbishop Anthony wasn't annoyed, just smiled and nodded. To help you adapt to this world better, I have prepared a set of identities for you. One of them is a night watcher of the Church of the Night. Next, you can first go report to the headquarters of the Backland Night Watchers. The address is the Backland Detective Agency behind the church. Look for a man named Air Hansen. After reporting, you don't need to rush back to the church. You can look around. By the way, your current identity is Ash Black. After a pause, Archbishop Anthony added, you can use this identity to collect clues about the Black Emperor. Also, this is your operational fund, a total of 100 gold pounds. With that, Archbishop Anthony handed Mr. Ember 10 banknotes with a face value of 10 gold pounds. Mr. Ember suddenly asked, currency. Can't I buy with Black Soul? All transactions in Backland are conducted using gold pounds. Archbishop Anthony shook his head, his meaning was already very clear. He didn't know what Black Soul was. Finally, Archbishop Anthony looked at the armor Mr. Ember was wearing and advised, if possible, you'd better change your clothes. Well, something like what the believers in the hall are wearing. Mr. Ember thought for a moment and decided to follow Archbishop Anthony's suggestion. After just a moment's pause, his night set instantly disappeared. In its place was a set of dark brown Undead Legion armor. Although it was still leather armor, Mr. Ember felt it was at least more low-key. You can take off the helmet. Archbishop Anthony's eyes were a little surprised. He hadn't noticed at all how Mr. Ember had done all of this. But after all, as a demigod, he quickly reacted, looked at the pointed triangular iron helmet on Mr. Ember's head, and gave another suggestion. Like this. Mr. Ember took off his face covering, revealing his handsome face again, and asked. Yes. Archbishop Anthony smiled and nodded, you are free to act. If you have any questions, you are welcome to consult me at any time. Mr. Ember nodded slightly and silently turned around and walked towards the hall again. At this time, the believers in the hall had also finished their prayers. Their gaze fell on the strangely dressed Mr. Ember, but they didn't pay too much attention, only thinking he was a noble youth who liked to be different. Then, they all lined up and walked towards the altar, putting their gold pounds into the contribution box next to the altar. Mr. Ember averted his gaze and turned to walk out of the church door. The moment he stepped out of the door, bright and warm sunlight shone on him. Mr. Ember subconsciously raised his head and looked up at the sun. It really is completely different. Mr. Ember looked at the bustling crowds on the street and murmured in a low voice. In the world of Black Soul, there weren't so many living people, nor such a bright the sun. Rather, this made Mr. Ember have a doubt. Is there really still a need for transferring fire in this world? Mr. Ember didn't know, but he decided to complete the task first. Find the Backland Detective Agency. Is it in the back? Mr. Ember turned back to look at St. Samuel Cathedral, and then identified the direction. He followed the crowd to the right. Soon, he easily found a small path turning right and passed through it without any obstruction. 3 minutes later, when Mr. Ember stood in front of the Backland Detective Agency door, his expression was full of doubt. As if he had encountered something that broke his understanding. I don't have to go around or find a shortcut. What's wrong with this world? Chapter 4. Going out on field work on the first day of work. Are you oppressing the surplus labor force? Chapter 4. First day on the job and I'm already in the field. Are you trying to oppress the surplus labor force? Creak. Standing at the door of the detective agency, Ember walked straight up and pushed open the slightly ajar door. The first thing that met his eyes was a spacious and bright hall, furnished with soft classical sofas, cushioned armchairs, and log-colored coffee tables. There was also a reception desk similar to a bar counter. At this moment, 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, were sitting on the sofas or armchairs, seemingly waiting for something. One of the men, wearing a gray double-breasted trench coat, was holding a page of documents with a livid face. His gritted teeth made it look as if he wanted to tear the paper to shreds. I'm looking for Al Hansen. Ember's gaze swept over the 3 of them, and he spoke slowly. You're the newcomer this time. Hearing this, the 3 instantly looked at Ember, and the man in the gray double-breasted trench coat even cast a hostile glare directly at him. Even the expressions of the other 2 individuals beside him seemed extremely strange at this moment. I am Al Hansen. The middle-aged man in the gray double-breasted trench coat stood up, walked directly in front of Ember, and said impolitely, You're the worst newcomer I've ever seen. Ember calmly watched Al Hansen. He didn't know why the other party had such great hostility towards him. But since he was just an NPC, a slightly bad attitude could be tolerated for now. He could just take him out after the mission was over. Except for Patch. Have you had any similar work experience before? Al Hansen saw that Ember didn't talk back, feeling as if his punch landed on cotton, and changed the subject somewhat unhappily. No. Ember shook his head gently. He didn't even know what a night watcher was. None. Al Hansen's voice rose by another decibel. His furious look made one suspect he would erupt and hit someone in the next second. The black-haired lady, who was around 30, dressed in men's clothing, and had a beautiful appearance, shouted a warning. I know. Al Hansen took a deep breath and said somewhat unhappily, newcomer, come with me. You're lucky, you get to go on a field mission as soon as you arrive. Hearing this, both the lady and the indifferent gentleman with a scar on the side of his face were somewhat surprised. But they didn't speak up to refute, instead slowly stood up and followed behind Al Hansen, walking towards the back. Ember silently followed behind them. Only when passing the sofa, he glanced at the page of documents that Al Hansen had placed on the table. Name: Ash Black. Given this member's special abilities, his initial weekly salary can be slightly higher than ordinary members, tentatively set at £100 per week. Furthermore, during special periods, the denomination can assign his mission content depending on the situation, but if this member has a legitimate reason, he can refuse, and no one is allowed to force him. Ember withdrew his gaze. He seemed to suddenly understand why Al Hansen had such great hostility upon their first meeting. Al Hansen led the group through the corridor all the way to an office at the inner end. Pushing open the door, they found that there were no items in the office, only a grayish-white stone staircase extending downwards. Elegant gas lamps were lit on the walls on both sides of the staircase. Their steady light dispelled the darkness and brought peace. Following the staircase all the way down, they reached a flat area paved with stone slabs. Gas lamps enclosed by metal grids were also embedded in the walls on both sides. Their light shone down, casting long shadows of the group. And on the walls, at intervals, there was an emblem. Its style was similar to the night emblem that Ember possessed, but also seemed completely different. Traveling all the way, finally, a pair of black iron double doors engraved with 7 holy emblems appeared before the group. Walking all the way to the black iron doors, Al Hansen knocked. The door was slowly opened from the inside, and an old man wearing a black robe appeared in their line of sight. We're here to retrieve sealed artifact, 2049. Al Hansen said in a slightly respectful low voice. The old man silently glanced at him, nodded slightly, and then turned and entered the darkness at the doorway. Not long after, they got what they wanted. A black iron-colored box. Engraved on the box were brilliant stars and a crimson full moon, surrounded by an invisible sense of sealing. Grade 2 sealed artifact, dangerous, must be used cautiously and with restraint. The old man handed the black box to Al Hansen and reminded him with a dry voice, once it leaves Channy's gate, you'll have to find a way to suppress its influence yourselves. I understand. Al Hansen nodded solemnly, took the black box, and placed it on the ground. The moment the black box left the doorway, the expressions of Al Hansen and the other two instantly became extremely vigilant. They are afraid. Ember thought silently, afraid of that box. What's in the box? The next second, Ember saw them simultaneously perform the same action. Bending their arms, then extending them, then bending them again, repeating this cycle continuously without interruption. Suddenly, violent knocking sounds came from inside the iron black box. So much so that its surface bulged out again and again. Thump, thump thump, thump thump thump. As the pounding sounds became more frequent, it seemed like something inside was waking up. For some reason, Ember almost subconsciously had a thought. There was a puppet inside. It was Ember's scattered memory fragments reminding him. The next instant, Al Hansen's arm bending and extending action suddenly became stiff, like gears lacking lubrication or joints covered in rust. The lady beside him was quick-witted and quickly pushed him. Then, Al Hansen's movements returned to normal, and he quickly picked up the box from the ground and walked outside. And the other two continued to maintain the arm bending and extending action, following behind him, preparing to leave. What are you standing there for? Keep up. Al Hansen barked, walked a couple of steps, then turned back and continued, one more thing, if you don't want to die, do the action with them. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ember silently followed behind the group and tentatively performed the same arm bending and extending action. However, they hadn't walked far when the black-haired lady's movements suddenly became stiff. The scar-faced man was quick-witted and quickly pushed her. And Al Hansen also quickly completed the handover with the lady, passing the box to her. This was repeated in turn. Whenever someone's movements became stiff, the box would change hands, until they returned to the detective agency. At this moment, 3 unfamiliar extraordinaries appeared in the hall of the detective agency, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men looked quite mature, and his status was clearly the highest among the 3. And the girl with long chestnut hair stood obediently beside Simon. Her delicate face wore a faint smile, revealing 2 small dimples. Simon, Eve, I'll leave this place to you now. Al Hansen nodded slightly towards the 3 in the living room. Don't worry, Simon said with a smile, but you guys remember to be careful, otherwise you won't make it to Eve's and my wedding next month. Bad omen. Lolota rolled her eyes, I really don't know what Eve sees in you. Lolota, have a safe trip. Eve stuck out her tongue and didn't retort, just smiled and waved gently at the group. To prevent the influence of the sealed artifact from leaking further, the group didn't waste much time either. And boarded the carriage that had been waiting at the door for a long time. Phew. The lady holding the box placed it in the carriage, and while sighing in relief, she also climbed out of the carriage. She took the driver's seat without hesitation. After all, she had just been influenced and wouldn't be affected again in a short time. It's just that she didn't know if it was because she'd been too unlucky recently, but that was already the 3rd time she'd been hit. But the thing inside the box seemed tireless, still pounding hard on the iron box. Not long after, the indifferent man who had been pushed by Al Hansen immediately got up and took over from the lady in the driver's seat. What is this? After the carriage slowly started moving, Ember suddenly asked. Sealed artifact, 2049. Al Hansen glanced at him and said indifferently, it can make people around it slow down. If not discovered in time, those who air slowed down, will gradually be controlled by it. However, under normal circumstances, it will prioritize affecting humanoid creatures within 5 meters around it. The closer you are, the easier it is to be chosen by it. But it can only affect one person at a time and will not continuously affect the same person. So as long as at least 3 people stay around it, people further away won't be affected. Ember understood. So that's why they took turns carrying the box. However, a box containing a puppet that can affect people around it. Ember frowned. No, the memory is too blurry, I can't remember clearly. He just didn't know why he seemed to have never been affected. Just as he was thinking, Ember's 6th sense suddenly warned him. He was doing the arm-bending action and quickly put down his arm. Al Hansen, who was beside him, slightly changed color and immediately wanted to scold him. And at the same time, Ember felt an invisible pressure that seemed about to descend upon him. Then, Ember raised his left arm. Clang, parry, bang. The puppet that was pounding on the box suddenly quieted down, as if it had been stunned. You were affected. You broke free from the influence. Al Hansen and the lady spoke almost simultaneously. After exchanging a glance, their expressions became extremely shocked. P.S. Cuttlefish has played the Souls series, or at least Bloodborne. The most direct evidence is Gehrman Sparrow, and Yarnum. Gehrman is the hunter in Bloodborne, and Sparrow is undoubtedly taken from Jack Sparrow in Pirates of the Caribbean. And Yarnum is even more obvious, directly stated. Furthermore, tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt. Murgo's wet nurse and Megos, Sharon and the doll, etc., all give a strong sense of déjà vu. Chapter 5. Isn't the role-playing method very common? Chapter 5. Isn't the acting method common? You can break free from the control of 2049 on your own. Are you a mid-sequence Beander? Sequence 6 or Sequence 5? The cold man with the scar reacted faster than the other 2 and asked in a deep voice. In his opinion, even someone like Al Hansen, a Sequence 7, couldn't resist the influence of 2049. So, someone who could break free from the influence of 2049 should be at least a Sequence 6. Neither. Ember shook his head lightly. He had some impression of the sequences in his mind and knew what the other party was talking about. But he had never consumed a potion, wasn't even a Beander, let alone a mid-sequence Beander. That's true. The scarred man nodded silently, believing Ember's words. Because if he were truly a Sequence 6, how could he have joined their team? He should have joined the Red Gloves instead. So, it's for other reasons. For example, the influence of other sealed artifacts. Al Hansen also thought of this possibility at the same time, and the look in his eyes towards Ember became increasingly complex. He had thought the other party was a noble young master here to freeload, but now it seemed he wasn't just any young master. A sealed artifact that could resist the influence of 2049 would be at least of the same level or even higher. And since he could carry it long-term, it meant its side effects should not be too high. Someone with a sealed artifact of this level must also have a high status. Let's reintroduce ourselves. The black-haired lady with a beautiful face revealed a friendly smile and extended her hand to Ember, Lolota, a Sequence 8 gravekeeper. Ember was silent for a moment, then extended his hand and shook hers. Although she was a lady with a good figure and appearance, her clothing was no different from a man's. Black jacket, white shirt, black tight-fitting trousers, and matching leather boots. If she wore a hat and tucked her long black hair into it, she might be mistaken for a pretty boy. Al Hansen. Al Hansen, wearing a gray double-breasted trench coat, still had a sullen face and said somewhat unhappily, Sequence 7, Nightmare. Borgia. The voice of the cold man with the scar, who was driving, came from outside the carriage, Sequence 8, Midnight Poet. Ember. Ember glanced at a few people and said concisely, Tisk. Al Hansen glared at him unhappily. Everyone was being open and honest, even telling you their sequence, and you just gave a fake name that doesn't match your file. Did you think they hadn't seen your file or something? Your name is clearly Ash Black, okay. Ember glanced at Al Hansen. He knew the other party was hostile towards him and where this hostility came from. However, although he didn't care, it was still better to do something to ease the relationship. This made Ember fall into thought. If he were in the world of Black Soul, what would he do? In Black Soul, his way of bringing people closer was usually to help them kill others. For example, helping Ceres kill her grandfather, or helping Yorshka kill her brother. But even though Ember's memory was incomplete, he knew he definitely couldn't use the same method now. So, the simplest and most direct method was to give gifts. Giving souls, giving weapons, giving rings. None of these were suitable. Give information. Ember's eyes showed hesitation. His memory of Lord of the Mysteries was extremely limited. But his memory of certain things within it was quite deep. Perhaps, information in this area could be exchanged. Do you know about the acting method? In the silent carriage, Ember suddenly asked. Acting method. Al Hansen and the other two exchanged glances, a hint of confusion in their eyes. Yes. Ember nodded slightly. In his impression, the acting method should be quite important, so he began to ponder the memories in his mind. The key to potions is not mastery, but digestion. Not excavation, but acting. And the name of the potion is not just a symbol, but an image, and even more, the key to digestion. Ember said, paused, and began to silently observe the expressions of the others. Digestion, acting. The three were struck by lightning, muttering softly over and over again. Even during this process, the puppet in the black iron box that Ember had previously parried recovered and started hitting again, but they couldn't snap out of it. And Ember also watched as Al Hansen's body suddenly became stiff and awkward, and his speech speed was infinitely slowed down. Slap. Ember pushed Al Hansen hard, finally bringing the other party back to their senses. And the moment he came back to his senses, Al Hansen couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. If no one had pushed him in that situation just now, he would have been assimilated into a puppet by now. Thank you. Al Hansen's expression towards Ember became incredibly complex, and he spoke somewhat dryly. They had been too careless just now. First, because Ember had broken free from the restraint on his own, they momentarily forgot to take over for Borgia. Then, because of the news about the acting method, they simply forgot about the existence of 2049. If Ember hadn't pushed him just now, he would have probably become a puppet of 2049 by now. And his gratitude was not just because the other party had saved his life. It was also because he had told him about the invaluable acting method. Regardless of the other party's identity or how he knew about the acting method. But for Al Hansen, he could imagine that without Ember, he would probably never have known about the acting method in his entire life. Without the acting method, he could only be like everyone else. Practicing control over spirituality and power through meditation every day to truly master the power of the potion, excavate its symbolic meaning and more mysteries. But now, suddenly enlightened by someone, he realized that he had been on the wrong path before. Without understanding the acting method, he might never be able to advance beyond Sequence 7 in his entire life. He would either die in a mission or die from losing control. But now with the help of the acting method, he might be able to advance to Sequence 6 within half a year or even shorter. Suddenly receiving such a great favor from a rich young master he looked down on, Al Hansen's complex feelings were understandable. No need. Ember shook his head and said slowly, just don't leak this matter. Although in his impression, the acting method should be something common. But looking at the appearance of these three people in front of him, it seemed that not many people knew about this thing. Don't worry. Lolota immediately said, I won't say a word even if you kill me. Borgia, who was still driving, also nodded solemnly, silently remembering this favor. How embarrassing. Al Hansen showed a bitter smile and awkwardly climbed out of the carriage to take Borgia's place. Ember, a newcomer, so generously told them about the acting method, while he, an old-timer, seemed petty. This time, he had truly lost face completely. Where are we going? Seeing that the atmosphere had suddenly become a bit strange, Ember changed the subject and asked. To the station. Al Hansen turned back and explained to the inside of the carriage, then added, our mission is to take the train to escort 2049, to Tingan and assist the Night Watcher team there with their mission. Evidently, with the revelation of the acting method, the relationship between Ember and this team was quickly brought closer. Just like before, the few people took turns driving the carriage to the station. And when they arrived at the station, the platform was empty, and the train had already been waiting for a long time. It wasn't until the four of them entered an empty carriage that the train finally departed again after stopping for nearly half an hour longer. Chapter 6, Hello, Transmigrator. July 12, Thursday. Approaching noon, the train carrying the four people arrived at Tingan. Just like before, they waited until everyone had left the station and it was completely empty before they departed. This was to maximally avoid involving innocent ordinary people. Outside the station was a carriage that had been waiting for a long time, and beside the carriage was a gray-eyed man in a black trench coat. This made Ember subconsciously glance at Air. He was also wearing a gray trench coat. Aside from the color difference, the two men's attire was almost identical. Air. Seeing Al Hansen, the gray-eyed man couldn't help but smile. Phew. Al Hansen also smiled and pointed at the gray-eyed man, introducing, Dun Smith, an old man just like me. These are my team members, Lolota, I think you've met her, right? This is Bor, G.I. Seeing his movements become sluggish, Ember pushed him again. Sorry. Al Hansen sighed, took the box from Lolota's hand, and continued introducing, where were we? Borgia, and Ember. Let's get in the carriage first. Dun nodded slightly at the group and immediately spoke. Al Hansen nodded, wasted no words, and immediately led the group into the carriage. Just as he placed the box on the ground and was about to take the reins, he saw Dun's movements become incredibly sluggish. Looks like you should drive for me. Al Hansen pushed Dun and said with a smile. Dun glanced at him, said nothing, and climbed out of the carriage to drive it towards the Night Watcher headquarters in Tingan City. It was less than a 10-minute ride before the carriage arrived at their destination. St. Selena Church. Tingan, St. Selena Church. Ember frowned slightly, his memory fragments reminding him that these two places seemed very important. Could it be that this Tingan is an area with frequent plot developments? Were you affected? Al Hansen saw Ember looking somewhat dazed and thought he had been affected by 2049. His expression changing slightly, he immediately pushed Ember and asked in a low voice. No. Ember shook his head and explained, just thinking about something. That's good. Al Hansen breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since 2049 attempted to influence Ember in Backland and was counterattacked into a daze, it hadn't tried to influence Ember again the entire way. This made Al Hansen and the others regard Ember as their last resort. And if Ember had really been affected just now, then this insurance of his would be useless. The group quickly passed through the St. Selena Church Hall. Perhaps because it was noon, there weren't many people inside the church. This made things much easier for them. They escorted 2049 through the St. Selena Church Hall and slipped through a hidden door into it. Afterward, they proceeded along the dark, narrow corridor until they reached a stone staircase. You go directly to Channy's gate. After descending the stairs and reaching a crossroads, Dun spoke, I'll go call my team members. Okay. Air nodded, and the two parties walked in different directions at the crossroads. And even without Dun leading the way, Air could still clearly find which direction Channy's gate was in. Because no matter which city it was, the underground layout was actually similar. This made it convenient for night watchers from other regions to seek help from local night watchers when they encountered difficulties. Soon, Al Hansen and the others arrived before Channy's gate. But they didn't attempt to enter, instead, they walked into a small room nearby. That seemed to be the guard room for observing Channy's gate from the outside. And inside the guard room, someone was already waiting for them. That was a young night watcher wearing a white shirt and tight trousers, possessing a touch of a poet's romantic temperament. He stood up and nodded slightly at the group. Leonard Mitchell, Sequence 8 Midnight Poet. Acting method. Seeing the poet's temperament on the other party, Al Hansen and the other two almost simultaneously had the same thought. Before knowing the acting method, they might have just thought this was a Chunabu teenager. But now they didn't think so. The other party was clearly acting as a midnight poet. Have a seat first. Al Hansen nodded at Leonard, then placed the box on the ground and asked, we might go directly on a mission later. Ember, do you need to rest? He and Borgia are both from the Insomniac pathway and basically don't need rest. And Lolota is from the Corpse Collector pathway, also not needing much rest. So only Ember needed attention. No need. Ember gently shook his head. Although he didn't know why, even without a bonfire, he could still sleep soundly. But this didn't mean he needed long periods of rest. That's good then. Al Hansen nodded and didn't ask further. But deep down, he was actually a little curious. Ember had never revealed his sequence to them, and because Ember had told them about the acting method, they hadn't dwelled on this too much, only assuming Ember had some unspeakable secret. But not asking didn't mean they weren't curious, they actually had some secret guesses in their hearts. Who is he? Leonard, who was doing somewhat awkward arm-flexing exercises, looked at Ember with a hint of scrutiny and surprise. Because everyone present knew more or less about the characteristics of 2049, the arm-flexing exercise was to avoid being controlled. But Ember was the only one not doing it, and Al Hansen and the others clearly had no intention of correcting Ember. Why was that? Could it be that the other party is a high sequence? Old man. Leonard's eyes flickered, and he whispered inwardly. Don't ask, he's not a high sequence, he's not even an extraordinary. An old voice sounded from within Leonard, instantly making the young poet whiten his eyes. Not an extraordinary. Not an extraordinary and daring to be so arrogant. Aren't Al Hansen and the others going to manage him? Not long after, Dunsmith returned to the guard room. Only this time, he also brought a young man with black hair, brown eyes, and a clear scholarly air. The young man's eyes held some curiosity, clearly observing everyone in the room. Finally, his gaze fell upon Ember, seemingly finding his attire somewhat familiar. Klein Moretti has a strange connection with the Antigonus family's notes. Dunn pointed at the young man and gave a brief introduction, then pointed at Ember and the others, saying, These ladies and Mr. are colleagues from the Beckland Diocese, escorting the sealed artifact, 2049, here. This is Ms. Lolota, Sequence 8 Gravekeeper, and also a sharpshooter. Al Hansen, an old man just like me. These two are Borgia, and Ember. Ember. Klein's pupils contracted slightly, then he quickly and abruptly lowered his head, not letting anyone see his changing eyes. He had heard that name, in his previous life. Chapter 7, Pick the Soft Persimmon. 4 night watchers who came from Backland for support, plus 3 local night watchers from Tingan. A total of 7 people squeezed into the same carriage. This undoubtedly made the space inside the carriage very crowded. Even evasive movements were restricted due to the limited space. But despite this, almost no one relaxed there, monitoring, of others. If anyone's movements became stiff, the person next to them would remind them immediately. But even in this situation, Klein still couldn't help but get distracted. Ember, is he really the Ember I remember? But how is that possible? That was just a game, and although I've transmigrated to a strange world, it's a real world, not a virtual reality game. How could someone from a game appear right before my eyes? So is this really just a coincidence? But, Klein. Dunn pushed the suddenly stiff Klein and said in a deep voice, Concentrate. Sorry. Klein shook his head with a wry smile and lowered his gaze. It's a pity there are too many people here, otherwise he could return to the fool for a divination. Divining whether he was the person he remembered. Think positively. Klein took a deep breath and consoled himself silently in his heart. Rosal the Great might have also played this game. Maybe the other party is just cosplaying this character. Well, maybe it's because his potion requires him to act as Ember. Yes, maybe that's it, there's a high possibility. Klein's spirit lifted. Having figured it all out, he no longer got distracted and began to concentrate on dealing with the influence of 2049. Klein. Leonard said with a chuckle, teasing, You're not scared, are you? If you are, I think you can start thinking about your epitaph now. That's not impossible. Klein raised an eyebrow slightly but didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Then right, priest, please revive me, thank you. Leonard was stumped by him and just muttered, Priests can't revive, you idiot. Klein wasn't annoyed at all. Instead, he winked at him. Not long after, the carriage slowly stopped in front of a building with a Tingan City Police Department sign on the door. This was Riel Bieber's home, and their target for this trip. The group got out of the carriage one by one, not daring to relax there, monitoring, of others during the process. Al Hansen, carrying the box, was the first to enter the house. At the same time, the box in his hand suddenly started slamming violently, even more so than before anyone else. This even made people wonder if the box would be smashed through directly. The next moment, Klein and Dunn were affected almost simultaneously. Both of them reached out and pointed at each other, seemingly wanting to push the other. But unfortunately, both of them were affected at the same time. However, they weren't the only ones who came. Lolota and Ember, who were prepared, pushed them both. Sealed artifact, 2049, has entered a berserk state. It can be confirmed that Riel Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family. Al Hansen described in a mechanical manner. Once, 2049, encounters a descendant of the Antigonus family, even with just a slight residual aura, it will quickly enter a berserk state, and the number of people affected each time will rise to 2. Ember, who had just pushed Klein, explained calmly. So, it's alive. Klein turned his head to look at Ember's face and couldn't help but ask. If it were in the past, he would definitely be very concerned about what was in this box. But now, he was more concerned about Ember's identity. Is he really acting? Phew. Al Hansen's tone became much lighter. As long as this real Bieber hasn't left Tingan, 2049, can lead us to him. As he spoke, the group went downstairs one by one and returned to the carriage. After confirming that there weren't many pedestrians around, Al Hansen twisted the mechanical switch on the box, unlocking the spiritual shackles. The fierce slamming suddenly stopped, and the entire carriage was silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The iron black box slowly opened, making a creaking, ear-piercing sound. Clang! Suddenly the box tipped over, and a thin, brownish arm reached out, only the length of a child's finger. Two arms pushed forward alternately, and a strange puppet appeared before everyone's eyes. It was brownish-brown, with obvious elbow, finger, and knee joints, wrapped in brownish-brown oily rags, and its face painted with red and yellow clown makeup. This is 2049. Klein subconsciously thought, how can there be such an ugly puppet? 2049 raised its head, its pure black, pupil-less eyes looking at Klein. He slowly cracked his stiff mouth into a clown-like smile. As its mouth opened, revealing a black and deep cavity inside, Klein, who was looking into its eyes, felt every hair on his body stand on end, and a strong, inexplicable fear suddenly surged in his heart. Until, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Ember beside him. Ember raised his hand. Counterattack. Bang! The puppet suddenly fell to the ground, as if it had hit something and bounced itself back. Undoubtedly. It seemed to like Klein very much, so much so that it wanted to eat him, so much so that it forgot there was still an Ember next to it. And while influencing Klein, it also influenced Ember. Thank you. Klein stared at the somewhat comical puppet sitting slumped on the carriage floor in a duck-sitting position, feeling somewhat scared. Just this little thing almost took his life just now. You're welcome. Ember shook his head. It's not time to fight the boss yet, can't let the NPC die at the hands of small monsters. Otherwise, no one will help him tank the damage then. Click, click, click. It took the puppet a while to recover. It propped itself up on the carriage floor with alternating hands, moving away from Ember. Like a frog with its limbs reversed, it was comically ridiculous. But combined with its bizarre ability and nightmare-inducing appearance, no one would want to laugh. Click, click, click. The puppet got up using both hands and feet, and then forcibly turned its hands and feet 180 degrees. Only its head remained fixed on Ember, and finally even its head turned. It leapt forcefully using both hands and feet. It tried to jump out of the carriage and run into the distance. Then, it was grabbed back by a large hand covered in leather armor. Follow. Dunn pointed in the direction the puppet was trying to escape and ordered in a deep voice. Leonard, who was driving, immediately urged the horses to move in the direction the puppet was trying to escape. Meanwhile, Ember inside the carriage had released the puppet, and the puppet adjusted its direction. It tried to jump out of the carriage at a faster speed than before. But at the very last step, it would be mercilessly grabbed back. And according to the direction the puppet was trying to escape, Leonard adjusted the direction of the carriage again and again. The carriage galloped quickly and soon entered the dock area, all the way to the area where the warehouses were gathered. After circling around the area several times, the direction the puppet was trying to escape remained the same. It wanted to go to the innermost gray-white warehouse. This is it. Al Hansen's expression became serious. He nodded to Ember, who was holding the puppet, and helped him stuff the puppet back into the iron black box. Violent impacts were heard from inside the iron box again. Afterwards, he struggled to fasten the mechanical switch, and then poured in spirituality, activating the star and red moon symbols on the iron box. Although this couldn't completely isolate its influence, at least it could prevent it from escaping and harming others. Let's get off. Witnessing them finish all this, Dunn's low, mellow voice followed, be careful, real Bieber is most likely in this vicinity. Also, remember not to take your eyes off the people around you. No. Al Hansen shook his head, and under Dunn's puzzled gaze, looked at Ember. Ember, how do you feel? No problem. Ember nodded slightly and said calmly, I am certain I can 100% isolate the influence of 2049. Good. Al Hansen breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, Ember carries the box and walks in front. Everyone else must ensure they stay within 5 meters of him. Huh. Leonard's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously looked at Dunn. In his opinion, holding 2049 alone was no different from courting death. Do as he says. Dunn was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. He believed Al Hansen's judgment and also believed that the young man named Ember wouldn't joke with his own life. Furthermore, on one hand, without the interference of 2049, they could indeed fight more boldly. On the other hand, even if an accident did happen, a distance of 5 meters was enough for them to initiate a rescue. P.S. 2049 shows certain characteristics of being alive. And from some details in the original work, it can be seen that it also knows to pick the soft persimmon. So little Klein, who is only sequence 9 and a diviner, was affected significantly more often than others. Of course, it could also be survivor bias. But there is a clear description in the original work. Just on the way from underground to near the carriage, the sealed artifact, 2049, caused 6 instances of slowing down, 2 of which I experienced myself. There were a total of 6 people, and they couldn't be affected consecutively, meaning one person could be affected a maximum of 3 times in 6 instances. As a result, Klein was affected twice, and he was the only one among everyone who was sequence 9. Besides picking the soft persimmon, I can't think of any other possibility. Well, of course, it could also be due to the mutual appreciation between diviners. Chapter 8, and so the clown stopped thinking. He's actually completely unaffected. How did he do it? Leonard watched Ember, who was 5 meters away, holding the box alone and completely unaffected, feeling somewhat incredulous. No, this isn't a big deal. After all, that's just a sequence 2 sealed artifact. Leonard took a deep breath. Since he could have a grandpa, it wasn't strange for others to have some special qualities. Moreover, the other party might also be benefiting from the effect of a certain special sealed artifact. Thinking this, Leonard's gaze fell upon Ember's hands. On his 10 fingers, he wore 10 rings that looked completely different. Leonard didn't think they were just simple decorations, they could also be disguises. Perhaps there were 1 or 2 sealed artifacts among them, and the others were just cover-ups. Dangerous, very dangerous. Klein opened his eyes, watching the citrine pendant in his hand spin clockwise, and reminded them in a deep voice. He had just performed a divination, and the result told him there was a great danger hidden in the warehouse. Snap! Ember suddenly stopped. Ember! Al Hansen's expression changed slightly, and he called out in a low voice. If Ember hadn't responded, he would have immediately stepped forward. Nothing. Ember shook his head and cast his gaze towards the layers of large wooden boxes near the warehouse ahead. Besides the warehouse itself, these wooden boxes were the only obstacles in this area. And once one rashly approached these obstacles, they would be ambushed by the small monsters hidden inside. He had been caught out by this more than once. So, Ember narrowed his eyes slightly, and an ancient crystal staff replaced the ice-blue Irithyll straight sword in his palm. Under everyone's gaze, he raised the staff high. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound effect, 5 eerie blue magic orbs floated behind Ember in a 5-point formation. And the moment these magic orbs appeared, it was as if they sensed something. They rapidly shot towards the stacked large wooden boxes ahead. Tracking soul mass. Klein was completely flustered. How could he not know about the famous, hanging orbs, in Black Soul? Fortunately, everyone else's attention was focused on Ember, who had suddenly attacked, so Klein's expression was not seen by anyone. Suddenly, bang! The stacked wooden boxes suddenly turned into a sea of fire with a violent explosion. Several fireballs the size of fists met the 5 incoming soul masses in the same manner. However, during this time, one ball of fire went against the direction of the other fireballs and shot towards Klein on the far edge. Missed. This thought subconsciously appeared in Klein's mind, being the closest, but he instinctively dodged anyway. Bang! The surging fireball collided head-on with the soul mass, but was shattered by the soul mass the moment they made contact, leaving behind only scattered sparks. And just as everyone's attention was drawn to it, a man in a black tailcoat and a semi-tall silk top hat suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Klein. The distance between them was less than a meter. He just appeared out of thin air along with the fireball, so close that Klein could clearly see the clown-like face painted with red, yellow, and white oil paint, with the bright red paint outlining the corners of his mouth curving upwards. The tailcoat clown split open the mouth outlined by bright red oil paint, revealing a comical yet terrifying smile. He held his semi-tall top hat with one hand and raised the other, pointing it at Klein and making a snapping gesture. Then, as if sensing danger, he suddenly turned his head. The next moment, the originally comical smile came to an abrupt halt, and the expression on his oil-painted face instantly turned to astonishment. Because 5 eerie blue soul masses were now flying rapidly towards him. Moreover, the distance between the soul masses and him was far closer than the distance between him and Klein. Bang! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the tailcoat clown was hit by the soul masses without surprise and was instantly engulfed by the surging explosion, almost affecting Klein nearby. If he hadn't rolled away in time. However, the moment the tailcoat clown was hit, his figure instantly faded, turning into a seemingly illusory shadow. Klein was close enough, so he immediately realized that it was just a paper figure very similar to the tailcoat clown. Clearly, it was not the tailcoat clown himself who was hit. Then where was his main body? Just as Klein was about to shout a warning, the next second he saw the soul masses turn direction again and fly towards the burning fire. Just like how only a paper figure was hit just now, not the tailcoat clown. Only one of the soul masses had hit the paper figure. Within the burning flames, a faint figure suddenly appeared and then quickly flickered and disappeared, appearing in the distance accompanied by a flying orange flame. This again caused the soul masses to miss, crashing head-on and exploding the fiercely burning wooden box into fragments. Subsequently, the fragments of the wooden box impacted by the explosion quickly scattered around carrying flames. The tailcoat clown's figure also appeared on one of the flames that had moved away from the crowd. The comical smile on his face was still high, as if mocking them for their futile efforts. However, there was more than just Ember here. As early as the tailcoat clown's 2 movements, the others had already noticed some clues. The other party could move quickly between the flames. So the moment his figure appeared, the black-haired Lady Lolota, who had been waiting composedly for a long time, stepped diagonally with a boxing stance, raised her arm, and swung her fist towards the tailcoat clown's face. Bang! The tailcoat clown became illusory again, turning into a paper figure burning in the flames. And at the same time, his figure also appeared on another flame. Ping 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 ping. Dunn and Air reacted quickly, each raising their guns and pulling the trigger in the direction of the tailcoat clown. However, the tailcoat clown's figure appeared on another flame even faster, causing all their shots to miss. Klein's heart sank. Just now, the soul masses had scattered the burning wooden box fragments, although it deprived the other party of hiding places. But this actually made his movements easier. By moving quickly between countless flames, even if he was alone, he was still more than capable of dealing with the Night Watcher's attacks. He even had the leisure to show them a mocking smile during the gaps when he was jumping between the flames. His behavior at this time was very much like a Yasuo charging forward into a pile of soldiers while flashing his icon. Ember. After realizing that shooting was useless, Dunn's expression sank, and he shouted loudly, "Throw the box over." Ember, who was holding the crystal staff high and was about to cast open black lens bracket instant freeze close black lens bracket, abandoned the action and casually made a motion to throw the box in his hand towards the center of the fiery area ahead. Good chance. Klein's heart immediately filled with joy. Although the wooden box fragments scattered by the soul masses were spread over a wide area, the diameter was only a little over 10 meters. This meant that unless the clown appeared at the edge of the fire area and escaped the influence range of 2049. Otherwise, no matter where he appeared next, he would undoubtedly be captured by 2049. And after confirming that the other party could move quickly within the flames, everyone, including Klein, quickly spread out. They formed a fan-shaped formation, completely surrounding the fire area, so no matter where the other party appeared on the edge of the fire area, he would be attacked by the Night Watchers the moment he appeared. This was an open strategy. As expected. And the moment he realized Ember was going to throw the box towards the center of the fire area, the tailcoat clown instantly chose to abandon the fire area and flee towards its edge. Although this would mean losing the joy of moving like the wind, at least it would preserve his life. And inevitably, the direction he chose was still Klein. Because the tailcoat clown knew very well. Klein, who was only sequence 9 and a seer, was definitely the weakest among this group of people. As long as he killed him, he could successfully escape from the Night Watcher's encirclement. But before that, he had to avoid the strange man releasing those tracking magic orbs again. So before acting, the clown shot a fireball at Ember without hesitation. He didn't expect to injure the other party, only to delay him for a while. Snap. At the same time, the flames in front of Klein instantly surged up, transforming into the tailcoat clown's figure. And the moment the other party appeared, his right hand had already made a snapping gesture aimed at Klein. And at the same time, Klein had already held his revolver with both hands, pointing the muzzle at his head. "I've been waiting for you." The corner of Klein's mouth curved slightly. He knew the other party would definitely choose to break through from him again. After all, who else but him was the weakest here? But he was weak, but the gun was not. At such a close distance, even with random marksmanship, it would hit 100% of the time. The comical and mocking smile on the tailcoat clown's face suddenly froze. Not because of Klein's gun barrel, but because of his gradually stiffening thoughts. How could it be? I clearly was already 5 meters away. The tailcoat clown's thoughts instantly became incredibly stiff, and his snapping gesture became incredibly slow. His 2 fingers had already touched, but the sound never came out. Bang! Klein pulled the trigger without hesitation, making the broad-minded clown completely stop thinking. Chapter 9. How Kind I Am. The silver bullet traveled a few meters and accurately burrowed into the clown in a tailcoat's forehead, helping him open his mind. Scarlet blood gushed out from the hideous hole, dimming the light in his eyes. The clown in a tailcoat couldn't scream, his throat making gurgling sounds. He wanted to raise his hand to move away from the fatal injury. But his shoulder and elbow joints felt as if they were filled with glue, his movements stiff and slow. And Klein was completely unmoved, even though the bright red blood and even brain matter had splashed onto his face. He just kept pulling the trigger again and again, as if to confirm whether the other party was completely dead. Until all 6 bullets were fired, until the clown's body twitched and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Bright red blood slowly flowed from beneath him, staining the ground. Other than that, there was no other sound. Then, Klein, dressed in a black suit and wearing a semi-tall silk top hat, coolly shook open the cylinder, letting the empty casings fall one by one. He took out the last silver demon hunting bullet from his pocket and slowly inserted the slender bullet into the chamber. The clown in a tailcoat met his death without surprise. With his head blown open, it was impossible for him to survive. However, this was far from over. It's not over yet, everyone be careful. Dunn withdrew his gaze from the dead clown and vigilantly looked towards the warehouse ahead. He had thought their target was only Riel Bieber, but the appearance of the clown in a tailcoat clearly indicated that the other party had accomplices. Although he didn't know why Riel Bieber hadn't appeared until the clown in a tailcoat died, this didn't mean they could relax their vigilance. Clatter. Ember walked straight through the fire and once again lifted the violently shaking box in his hand. Afterwards, as before, everyone approached the warehouse in a fan shape. Until they were close enough to clearly hear the heavy breathing from the warehouse. For some reason, Dunn and the others stopped. The heavy breathing made their spirit sense quite uneasy. Bang! The warehouse door suddenly burst open, splattering in all directions. Immediately after, something wrapped in rags flew out and landed not far in front of Klein. It was an arm. One thing after another flew out. Klein was already feeling a bit nauseous. If he hadn't seen a more stimulating scene earlier, he would probably have been unable to help but retch at this moment. Bang! Without any hesitation, everyone raised their pistols and aimed at the warehouse hidden in the darkness ahead. However, their bullets were like mud entering the sea, without any response. Until, a grayish-white color filled the open doorway, occupying their vision. It was a humanoid creature over 2 meters tall, with all its limb joints unnaturally twisted in reverse. One after another, white broken bones protruded from beneath its skin, and the overall grayish-white surface was full of grooves. This monster was covered in flowing grayish-white rotten viscous liquid, while its head was relatively normal, with deep nasolabial folds and pale skin. And this, normal, head also allowed them to recognize the true identity of this monster. Riel Bieber. Bang! Leonard's demon-hunting bullet hit Riel Bieber's forehead, passing directly through and leaving a deep hole. Grayish-white liquid flowed out, fell to the ground, wriggled with a sizzling sound, and turned into milky white and fat maggots. But the monster itself was completely unaffected and lunged straight at Ember. Or rather, it lunged at 2049 in his hand. Be careful. Dunn and Air's expressions changed drastically. Because Ember was holding 2049 alone, they were all standing far away to avoid being affected and couldn't help him immediately at this moment. At that moment, Air and Leonard immediately began to chant poems at the same time. Trying to slow down Riel Bieber's movements with a power that could make people fall asleep. Just then, Riel Bieber opened his mouth and let out a shriek that ordinary people couldn't hear. Ah! Bang! Klein's head ached. He instinctively touched his nose, and his hand was covered in blood. Looking at the others around him, Air and Leonard instantly bled from their 7 orifices and fell backwards to the ground without any resistance. While Borgia, Dunn, and Lolota were in slightly better condition, their faces still turned pale. Just one shriek caused 6 extraordinary to lose their combat ability. Riel Bieber's strength far exceeded their expectations. And in this short time, the monster had already rushed close to Ember, but now no one could help Ember. Bang! Riel Bieber's twisted joint suddenly swung towards Ember. The swinging joint brought up a terrifying gust of wind that could tear eardrums, making one not doubt that it could completely smash a person into meat paste with just one blow. However, facing the approaching monster, in Klein's blurred vision filled with blood, Ember merely raised his left arm. Slap. Ember's arm, which was clearly several times smaller than the monster's, was raised. He easily blocked the monster's swinging arm as if swatting a fly, and even had enough strength to throw that arm into the air. Along with that, the monster's body became stiff under an irresistible force. At some point, the staff in Ember's hand had seamlessly switched to an ice blue straight sword, and at the same time, it pierced into the monster's body. Parry, then execute. This thought subconsciously popped into Klein's mind. Everything was exactly the same as in his memory. What is that? Ember pulled out the ice blue straight sword that had pierced into the monster's body, frowning slightly. Just now, the erythil straight sword seemed to have hit something. Something completely different from soft internal organs, something that blocked his attack. Otherwise, that execution just now could have directly killed the opponent, instead of only executing half of its health like this. After all, although this monster was the initial boss, it was too weak compared to Gouda. Ah! The monster, which had finally recovered, shrieked again. The result was that Klein, who had just managed to crawl up from the ground and stand straight, felt his head ache again. This time, even his ears started to seep blood, and he almost completely lost consciousness. Although it was also due to his low sequence, the situation of the others was not much better. Even the strongest Dun had completely lost his combat power and was lying on the ground, his life unknown. And that monster, once again taking advantage of everyone's stiffness, swung its joint down towards Ember. Ember, however, seemed to have been waiting for this moment and raised his left arm again. Slap. The monster's arm was once again parried away, but the ice blue straight sword in Ember's hand also disappeared. He just reached into the monster's body with his bare hand, and then, as if looking for something, he frantically stirred inside the monster's body. Mixing its intestines and internal organs together, and a pungent yellowish-brown blood and filth flowed out from the wound. Found it. Ember squeezed his palm forcefully, and the next second he pulled it out abruptly. Clutched in his palm was an ancient, old notebook wrapped in yellowish-brown blood and filth. Just as Ember had anticipated, it was this thing that had blocked his attack just now. Ah! The monster suddenly let out a painful, shrill scream, its body suddenly glowing as if melting. Ember frowned, and a faint light flickered in his left palm. Finally, it transformed into a massive molten iron great shield in front of him. Boom! The monster's body suddenly expanded and exploded, turning into countless disgusting, rotten pieces of flesh that spread outwards, wriggled madly on the ground a few times, and finally returned to stillness. Ember put away the Dragon Slayer great shield, looked at the ground full of blood, filth, and pieces of flesh, and then looked at the 6 people who had fallen unconscious dozens of meters away. He first walked to the monster's corpse and picked up the shining light spots on the ground. Then he subconsciously took out the fruit orange, hesitated for a moment, and then put it back. Before finding a bonfire, each use of the fruit orange was one less, so he had to conserve it. So, he took out the Yorshka's chime and prepared to cast a miracle. But after hesitating for a moment, Ember glanced at the few people lying on the ground unconscious. Although they were heavily injured, judging by the length of their health bars, they shouldn't die. Therefore, casting a miracle or something like that would be a bit extravagant. Doing a combat skill to show some effort would be enough. Although Ember always carried the fool's weapon with him, which could slowly restore his concentration value. Before finding a bonfire, it was better to save as much as possible. Ding-a-ling. Ember gently shook the Saint Bell, and a small golden magic circle also appeared at his feet. At the same time, the health bars of Klein and the others began to rise at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 10. You're awake. The surgery was a success. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, supporting himself with his hands on the ground and instinctively backing away slightly. This was because in front of him, Ember, holding the black notebook, was staring intently at him. You're awake. Ember glanced at Klein and nodded slightly at him. The surgery was a success. Klein subconsciously anticipated the next sentence. However, Ember did not say what he expected, and he didn't even seem to have any intention of continuing the conversation. You don't. Klein looked at Ember, almost instinctively wanting to ask some questions. For example, Ember's identity, and the origin of his name. But before he could speak, the next second he suddenly saw Ember, completely ignoring him, preparing to open that black notebook right in front of him. This instantly made him exclaim. Don't what? Ember turned his head, looking at him in confusion. That's the Antigonus family's notebook. Seeing Ember's confused look, Klein could only try to explain, it might contain great danger. It's best not to open it casually. Actually, he didn't know exactly what danger was inside. But he knew that he, or rather, Klein, had already died once because of this notebook. Oh, thank you. Ember showed a thoughtful expression and politely said thank you. Seeing that Ember had listened to him, Klein breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say, "You're welcome." Then he saw Ember open the notebook. "You." Klein hesitated to speak, then wanted to speak again. He even gripped his revolver, ready to shoot if the other party showed any abnormality. "What?" Ember looked at him in confusion once more. "No, nothing." Klein took a deep breath, forcing himself to relax. Perhaps he was too nervous, and the notebook might not be that dangerous after all. The previous, Klein died only because he was just an ordinary person at that time. Since the other party is an extraordinary and unaffected by 2049, there shouldn't be any problems. If you feel uneasy. Ember looked at Klein with some suspicion, pointed at the others nearby who were still unconscious, and slowly said, "You can try to wake them up as soon as possible, for example, by slapping their faces." "I'll wait a bit." Klein's expression became awkward, and he said sheepishly. "Why would he feel uneasy? Isn't it because you're reading, as if no one else is here? Moreover, slapping faces. Slap who? Those 3 night watchers from Backland are done." "Wait." A flash of light flickered in Klein's eyes. "Isn't there one more person?" Klein got up from the ground and slowly walked towards Leonard, who was not far away, with a strange light flickering in his eyes. Actually, he had wanted to do this for a long time. Klein quickly walked to Leonard's side on the ground and just raised his palm. However, the next second, Leonard suddenly opened his eyes, startling him. "What do you want to do?" Leonard asked irritably. "Nothing." Klein's movement stiffened, but then he casually put down his hand. "I wanted to check your condition." "I'm fine, thank you." Leonard slowly sat up, his tone still unfriendly, as if he knew what Klein was going to do. "That's good." Klein chuckled and changed the subject. "I'll go check on Captain and the others." Without waiting for Leonard's response, Klein immediately turned and left. And in fact, it wasn't long before Dunn and the others woke up one after another. That's right, they are extraordinary after all. Since I'm awake, there's no reason for them to remain unconscious. Klein thought to himself, and for some reason, he subconsciously glanced at Ember again. The other party was still flipping through the notebook, seemingly unaffected. And Dunn and the others who had already woken up also noticed this situation. After a slight hesitation, Dunn turned his gaze to Air. The meaning was clear. The person you brought should be handled by you. Well, using handled isn't quite right either. After all, anyone who isn't an idiot can guess who dealt with Riel Bieber and who treated their injuries during the time they were unconscious. This. Air opened his mouth, gave a bitter smile, and walked towards Ember. Seeing that the other party didn't show any abnormalities, he organized his thoughts and said, "Ember, that notebook is a very dangerous sealed artifact." Ember looked up at Air and casually closed the notebook. "I was just curious about what was written inside." Ember casually handed the notebook to the other party and said slowly. He had actually come into contact with similar things. For example, the 4 holy books. But those 4 were all in Braille, and he couldn't read them. As for this one, thanks to the effect of the Eye of Wisdom, he could temporarily understand the language on it. That's very normal. Actually, I'm also very curious. Air carefully took the notebook with his gloved hand and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although it was heavy, at least it didn't show any abnormalities for now. On the other side, Dunn and the others also began the wrapping up work. After confirming that nothing was missed, the few of them boarded the carriage and went all the way to the Blackthorn Security Company on Zudaland Street. "Klein," Dunn instructed, "you go and notify the clerical staff to leave first." "Okay." Klein nodded slightly upon hearing this and turned to get off the carriage. Soon, he returned to report that all the clerical staff of the company had gone to the 3rd floor for refuge. After that, the few of them got off the carriage one by one. However, fortunately, this time they didn't need to keep doing stretching exercises. Because after confirming that Ember would not be affected, Ember naturally walked in front carrying the box alone, escorting it all the way to Channy's gate. "Go to the armory and find old Neil. We need his ritual magic for healing." Dunn instructed Klein while motioning for the remaining insomniac, Cohenry, to open Channy's gate. "Okay." Klein nodded slightly, but he was still a little confused. Because he felt that Ember's healing effect was excellent, there should be no need for additional treatment. "What we drank just now was Goddess's Gaze." Dunn saw his confusion and explained proactively, "It doesn't have much healing effect. It mainly stimulates our spirit and squeezes our body's potential, allowing us to maintain a good state in a short period. But afterwards, treatment is still needed." Klein suddenly understood and turned to find old Neil. But speaking of which, Air asked somewhat strangely, does Goddess's gaze have such a long-lasting effect? How much potion did you give us, Ember? Goddess's gaze, what is that? Air looked at Ember somewhat strangely, and then saw Ember beside him looking bewildered. He only had Goddess's blessing, but he himself was reluctant to use that casually. How could he possibly give it to them? Quote. Air's expression instantly froze, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became awkward. Then how did you treat us just now? Dunn organized his thoughts and asked hesitantly. Ember thought for a moment and said seriously, ritual magic. Quote. Dunn's expression also became awkward. Should I go call Klein back? Leonard said leisurely. Dunn's expression was still awkward, and he didn't speak. Because an old man with white hair wearing a classical black robe had already appeared at the door. I heard someone needs treatment. Old Neil looked at the few people with a smile. I don't think you look like you're injured. Chapter 11 Old Neil. Chapter 11, Old Neil. No need for now. Dunn waved his hand and calmly said, Ember has already treated us, it was just a misunderstanding. Leonard looked at his captain, somewhat speechless. So you don't need treatment. Old Neil spread his hands, his expression a bit speechless. Is there a possibility? Dunn was just about to nod, but the next second he heard Ember suddenly say, you need treatment yourself. Me? Old Neil looked at Ember in surprise, he hadn't met this young man before. Ember, what do you mean by this? Al Hansen asked in a deep voice. He didn't think Ember was someone who spoke carelessly, he could even be described as a bit taciturn. For him to suddenly say something like this, it's highly likely that something has happened to Old Neil. I smell the scent of human pus. Ember said as concisely as possible. He didn't know if human pus still existed in this world. But just as he said, he did smell something similar. As for how he recognized it. Anyone who's been tormented by human pus multiple times would be extremely familiar with it. Even if it were burned to ash, it would be remembered as firmly as combat instincts like parrying and rolling. Human pus. What's that? A hint of confusion appeared in the eyes of Dunn and the others, but there was more wariness towards Old Neil and Ember. Among them, one must have a problem. Either Old Neil genuinely has a problem that Ember happened to discover. Or the seemingly normal Ember has actually been corrupted in the process of reading the Antigonus family notebook. And whichever it is, it's definitely not good news. Of course, there's also the possibility that this is just a misunderstanding. But everyone knows that possibility is minuscule. Old Neil opened his mouth, but his expression suddenly became flustered, as if desperately trying to hide something. And this expression of his immediately made Dunn's face sink. Without a doubt, the one with the problem is Old Neil. Old Neil, what exactly happened? Dunn took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Air and the other two exchanged glances and subtly blocked Old Neil's path. They weren't Tingan's night watchers and didn't have deep feelings for Old Neil. If he had a problem and Tingan's night watchers couldn't bring themselves to act, they could do it for them. Old Neil looked at the other's subtle actions, a bitter expression appearing on his aged face. I just gained some knowledge, it's nothing major. What kind of knowledge? Where did you get this knowledge? Dunn's expression became increasingly serious, pressuring Old Neil as if he were interrogating him. Old Neil opened his mouth but couldn't speak, as if he had something difficult to say or something was preventing him from saying it. Hidden Sage. Leonard suddenly spoke, hitting the nail on the head. Dunn glanced at Leonard, then subconsciously looked at Old Neil again. The latter's expression had become flustered once more. Clearly, Leonard had guessed correctly. But this also made everyone present look incredibly solemn. Hidden Sage. That was a true evil god. Don't pray to any gods other than the 7 orthodox gods, have you forgotten? Dunn's voice became a bit dry and hoarse, and a deep sadness appeared in his eyes. And Old Neil's expression also changed from flustered to showing a hint of shame. Of course he knew. As a night watcher of the Church of the Night, how could he not know this? But, what exactly did he teach you? Dunn gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, tell me, Old Neil. Tell me. He taught me life alchemy, he can let me resurrect Salais. Old Neil's voice carried a hint of a sob. You know, Dunn, I can't give her up again. Dunn's heart sank to the bottom. Of course he knew. He hadn't witnessed it firsthand, but he had seen Old Neil's file. Although he often lost his memory, he never forgot important things. When Old Neil was young, he actually had a fiancée, but she suddenly fell gravely ill and was difficult to treat. Old Neil risked exposing the secrets of the extraordinary by trying to save her using ritual magic, but he still didn't succeed. And at that time, Old Neil was just a beginner in the field of mysticism. The night watchers at that time were all wary that old Neil might lose control because of this. Fortunately, he eventually regained his rationality and didn't show any abnormalities. Until he became the person in charge of Tingan and had been working with old Neil until now, he showed no abnormalities. Looking back now, perhaps they just hadn't been able to discover it. Dunn closed his eyes in pain. Old Neil had undoubtedly been corrupted, the only question was the degree of his corruption. Everyone knew the hidden sage was an evil god, and everyone knew you must never pray to an evil god. But how many people could overcome the desires in their hearts? Old Neil. Dunn said hoarsely, "Go into Channy's gate, go in yourself, I don't want to force you." Besides being used to store sealed artifacts, Channy's gate was also temporarily used to imprison heretics, mutants, cultists, and members of secret organizations. The power belonging to the night within Channy's gate would suppress the power of all evil gods. And now, old Neil had reached the point where Channy's gate had to be used. Old Neil forced out a bitter smile. He nodded and turned to walk towards the passage, towards Channy's gate. And during this process, the others did not relax their vigilance towards him. Until Channy's gate opened, until they personally escorted him inside. Leonard, what happened? Klein, who had originally stayed in the armory to replace old Neil, walked out and couldn't help but ask as he watched the few people escort old Neil into Channy's gate. Old Neil was corrupted. Leonard said concisely, if he's not dealt with soon, he could lose control at any moment, so we can only temporarily use the power of Channy's gate to prevent him from losing control. How could he suddenly lose control? Klein was clearly in disbelief, saying somewhat dejectedly. Old Neil had seemed completely normal. To resurrect his deceased wife, he received whispers from the hidden sage. Leonard explained, then suddenly gave a self-deprecating laugh, even I didn't notice. If it weren't for Ember, perhaps we wouldn't have discovered any of this until old Neil lost control. What is the hidden sage? Klein was full of questions, and couldn't help but subconsciously look at Ember. How did you discover it? Just a coincidence, Ember said calmly. He said it was human pus. Leonard said somewhat garrulously, although I don't know what that means, the result is that he revealed old Neil was corrupted in a single sentence. Human pus. Klein's pupils contracted slightly. Ember, tracking the soul crystal, human pus, was this really just a coincidence? How could this be a coincidence? Chapter 12, Klein courting death scene. Affected by the incidents of Ember and old Neil being contaminated, Klein's mind was extremely dazed. Even the minor matter of the tuxedo clown, playing dead, seemed insignificant. Due to old Neil's change, the four people including Ember, who were supposed to return to Backland, stayed. Dunn would be responsible for hosting them. Klein really wanted to inquire about Ember's identity, but he didn't stay. He just quickly completed his task, then took a public carriage back to the house on Daffodil Street. After confirming that both Benson and Melissa had not yet returned home, he breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately returned to his bedroom and locked the door. Then, without even having time to take off his damaged formal wear, he first went above the gray fog. Although he really wanted to ask Ember in person, that was the most direct and fastest method. But this was clearly not wise. Not to mention whether the other party would talk even if he asked. Besides, he couldn't find time to be alone with Ember. Asking those questions in front of Captain and the others would only make himself seem problematic. Therefore, he chose another method. Going above the gray fog to perform divination. Above the boundless and hazy gray-white mist, within the majestic and grand ancient palace. Klein's figure sat at the head of the long bronze table, with a piece of parchment that had just been manifested, placed in front of him. Who? Klein took a deep breath. Before coming, he had already envisioned many possibilities. He also thought about how to perform the divination and what to divine about. Therefore, without much hesitation, he wrote down the divination statement on the paper. The origin of Ember. After writing the divination statement, Klein suddenly felt a little hesitant. He didn't know if just the two words, Ember, could point to the person, but he indeed had no clearer pointer at the moment. So he could only make bold assumptions and carefully seek proof. If it didn't work, he would think of other ways. The origin of Ember. After silently reciting the divination statement 7 times, Klein held the paper, leaned back against a chair, and entered slumber above the gray fog. Soon, he saw a boundless, illusory, gray-white mist. Within a few seconds, Klein's eyes deepened, changing from brown to black, and entered a meditative state. His eyelids drooped, and he saw the illusory and hazy dream. It was a boundless, illusory, gray-white mist. Soon, the mist slowly parted, and the scene behind the mist gradually became clear. It was a graveyard located on a snowy mountain. In front of the graveyard, there seemed to be a church, but that wasn't the main point. Klein's gaze was entirely on the figure crawling out of the stone coffin. He was wearing full-body armor completely different from the Ember he saw during the day, crawling out of his coffin under a blood moon. But Klein recognized him immediately. The armor Ember was wearing was clearly the starting knight set from Dark Souls 3. He watched as Ember sat up from the coffin, his gaze looking forward. It was a bonfire constructed from bones. He saw Ember walk forward step by step, then conjure a spiral sword out of thin air and insert it into the bonfire. In an instant, flames rose up. But the next second, Klein's vision went black, as if someone had suddenly unplugged the power cord, plunging him into complete darkness. However, the next second, he found that the gray fog before his eyes was rapidly covered by darkness. Almost in an instant, the darkness had already swallowed everything around him. Whether it was the majestic and grand palace or the ancient and mottled bronze long table, they were gradually being hidden. And Klein just watched, and could only watch everything happen with fear and confusion. But fortunately, the darkness quickly dissipated the second before reaching him. The gray fog refilled his vision, and the hidden majestic palace and mottled bronze long table reappeared. What's going on? Klein's eyes widened, and he gasped for breath. He looked around, and everything had returned to its original state, as if everything that had just happened was just a dream. But he could clearly feel that it was definitely not a dream. Could it be the goddess? Klein's intelligence was not low. He put everything together after just a moment of panic. The graveyard located on the snowy mountain offered no clues. But the church located on the snowy mountain instantly reminded him of the headquarters of the Church of the Night, Serenity Chapel. Moreover, the darkness just now corresponded precisely to the goddess of the night. She is the goddess of the night, more sublime than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity. She is also the Crimson Lord, the mother of secrecy, the empress of calamity and fear, the lord of slumber and silence. Klein wore a bitter smile. Although there was no evidence, he felt it was almost certain. The one who intruded above the gray fog just now was probably that goddess of the night. But fortunately, the space above the gray fog was even more mysterious than he imagined. It blocked the intrusion of a god. Who? Klein let out a long breath and began to ponder the clues he had just obtained in his mind. First of all, Ember is likely the Ember from my impression. Waking up from the graveyard and lighting the bonfire perfectly matches the procedure in my memory. And judging from the embers on him, he should have performed transferring fire once. Or perhaps more than once. No, this is reality, not a game. There's no multiple playthroughs, so it should only be once. Of course, it might not be transferring fire, it could also be extinguishing the fire. But all of this seems out of place in this world. I've never heard of any legends in this world similar to transferring fire, Lord of Cinder, or Undead. Although there is resurrection of the dead, that was just a law specifically formulated by the 7 great churches and the various royal families in the final years of the previous epic more than 1,000 years ago to reduce and eliminate water ghouls, zombies, and specters. These clearly don't match the undead, and the undead are cursed people. They don't become undead only after death. Or is this a world after the fire was extinguished, and transferring fire and the Lord of Cinder were things that happened in the Zero epic? Could the first epic until now have been a world after the fire was extinguished? But if so, why would there still be gods? No, it might not necessarily be a world after the fire was extinguished. It's also possible that the other party is also a transmigrator, but he transmigrated from the world of Dark Souls to this world. But how to explain the bonfire? Ember had just crawled out of the grave, and the bonfire was right in front of him. It clearly wasn't something he made while sleeping in the grave. Also, the moment Ember lit the bonfire, everything plunged into darkness. That should be the goddess's power. In other words, lighting the bonfire startled the goddess and made her cast her gaze upon Ember. Then, was the flame rising from the bonfire the first fire? And why would the goddess gaze upon him? Ember, does he have anything to do with my transmigration? Wait a minute. Klein suddenly woke up with a start, cold sweat seeping from his forehead. In the scene he just saw, there was clearly a crimson full moon above Ember's head. And on the day he transmigrated, there was also a crimson blood moon in the sky. Could they have transmigrated on the same day? If that's the case, Klein gritted his teeth. I must find a way to pull him above the gray fog. As long as there was even the slightest clue about returning home, he wouldn't give up. Even if it involved gods. Chapter 13. How to solve the problem of language barrier. Klein knew he couldn't go and ask Mr. Ember directly. Because Mr. Ember was suspected of being watched by the goddess of the night, he couldn't ask him in reality. That would make him also watched, which would be harmful to him without any benefit. Only this gray fog that could isolate the goddess's intrusion, only here could he communicate with him. Therefore, pulling him in was necessary. But the problem was, how do I pull him in? Klein fell into deep thought, then looked towards Theshtar River, in front. In Theshtar River, where the gray fog flowed like water, there were countless crimson stars dotted within. Two of them seemed to have a subtle connection with him. He knew they were Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man. But they were able to come in only because Klein accidentally knocked them over in his panic. This directly used up 2 slots. Although he, having become an extraordinary, could indeed pull one more person in. But how could he confirm that it was really Mr. Ember? After all, although he knew these stars corresponded to individuals, he didn't know which specific people these stars corresponded to. He also didn't know if Mr. Ember's star was among them. What if he pulled randomly and got the wrong person? What should I do? Klein suddenly fell into a dilemma. Although it was indeed possible to pull Mr. Ember to the Fool, whether he could accurately pull the other party was a problem. With so many stars here, it was almost impossible to accurately pull someone in. Unless this person's star is very special, so special that I can spot it at a glance. Klein muttered softly, but he also knew this was impossible. He had observed these stars carefully, and they were indeed different. Some were large, some were small, some were hidden deep within, and some floated on the surface. But this was still not enough for him to pinpoint Ember. Klein grabbed his hair forcefully and let out a somewhat frantic yell to vent for a while. He didn't want to give up the idea of pulling Mr. Ember in, but he had no clue how to get him in. Wait, Klein seemed to have thought of something and his eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, don't I have a honorific name? Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man chanted my honorific name, and their stars also showed corresponding changes. If Mr. Ember also chants my honorific name, will his star also change? That's right, this seems really feasible. But the problem now is, how do I get him to chant my name? Klein fell into a dilemma again. In this world, it is generally accepted that besides the 7 orthodox gods, other gods are basically evil gods. If the honorific name of a strange god suddenly appeared before someone, how open-minded would that person have to be to just shout it out? Just as he was secretly troubled, Klein's peripheral vision suddenly caught a different color. He subconsciously looked over. Among the countless crimson stars, there was a cluster of burning flame. The flame was very small, so small that its light was almost obscured by the crimson stars. Why didn't I notice it so many times before? Klein was startled, but soon filled with doubt. But he quickly understood the reason. This was the same principle as a bright moon making the stars seem sparse. Because the moon is too close, too big, and too bright, the stars that are too far away and thus much less bright and smaller than the moon are harder to see. And now this cluster of flame was also hidden among the crimson stars, its faint light almost imperceptible. If Klein hadn't been staring intently, he couldn't guarantee finding its position accurately among the crimson stars again. Is this Ember? Flame corresponding to Ember makes sense. Klein was somewhat wary and suspicious. One reason was that he wasn't sure if this was really Mr. Ember. Another reason was that all of this was a little too coincidental, wasn't it? He had just thought of finding Mr. Ember, and the flame corresponding to Mr. Ember appeared in his line of sight. How is it like it was planned? This is not scientific. No, this is not bizarre. Well, it is quite bizarre. I'll take a gamble. Klein hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. This might be his only chance. If he missed this village, there would be no such shop. Once he made up his mind, Klein immediately materialized another piece of parchment and wrote the divination statement on it. The flame corresponds to Ember. Holding the pendulum, with the pendant hanging low, Klein quickly calmed his mind, making it quiet and ethereal. He half closed his eyes and silently chanted the divination statement 7 times, allowing his spirituality to resonate with the spirit world high above everything. Feeling the slight pull of the silver chain, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum. The citrine pendant was now rotating clockwise. This meant that the flame did indeed correspond to Ember. Phew. Klein let out a long breath. Having just dealt with Riel Bieber during the day, he knew that Mr. Ember and the others were currently resting to recuperate. Therefore, pulling him up now should not be a problem. Thinking of this, Klein no longer hesitated, walked forward, and reached out to touch the flame hidden among the crimson stars. In an instant, his spirituality surged violently, pouring into the faintly glowing flame. Then, a figure instantly appeared beside the long bronze table, sitting on a chair that did not belong to the current members of the Tarot Club. It worked. Klein was incredibly excited. He recognized him at a glance. This was the Mr. Ember he had seen during the day. Welcome, Mr. Ember. Forcing down the excitement in his heart, Klein greeted the newcomer with a smile. What? Mr. Ember frowned slightly and looked at the figure wrapped in thick gray fog at the head of the long bronze table. He couldn't understand what the other party was saying. Klein's pupils constricted violently. If it weren't for the cover of the gray fog, he would have been completely exposed at this moment. And the reason for his gaffe was the two words the other party uttered. That was undoubtedly Chinese. It was genuine Chinese. Besides him and Emperor Rosal, who only existed in legends and diaries, this was the third person who could speak Chinese. Does the world of Black Soul also speak Chinese? This is impossible. The game is made by Japanese, uses English voice acting, what does it have to do with Chinese? I even have to translate this game. Phew. Calm down, can't be exposed. Klein took another deep breath, then showed a look of having expected this, and spoke in a gentle and calm tone. You can call me, the fool. He only thought that Mr. Ember hadn't heard clearly what he said. But given the fool's prestige, he couldn't repeat himself, so he could only continue to pretend. What on earth are you saying? Mr. Ember's brows were still furrowed, because he completely couldn't understand what the other party was saying. Can't understand. Klein was full of astonishment, even doubting his life. Wasn't he speaking Ruin language? Didn't they talk in Ruin language during the day? Why can't he understand it here? Are you playing me? P.S. Let me explain the issue of pulling people in. First, before Klein became an extraordinary, he could pull in two people, Justice and Hanged Man. Ordinary person, 2 slots, 2 members. Secondly, based on the original text. Volume 1, Chapter 77. Moreover, after becoming a diviner and gaining extraordinary power, Klein also perceived that he had a deeper grasp of that mysterious space. For example, he could pull one more member to join the gathering. At this time, Klein had just become an extraordinary. Sequence 9, 3 slots, 2 members. Volume 2, Chapter 13. But there are also certain limitations. With my current strength, I can at most establish one more connection. At this time, Klein had just advanced to Sequence 8 and arrived in Backland not long ago. He had already pulled Hugh to the Fool, but hadn't let her participate in the Tarot Club yet, still needing testing, and he could pull one more person at this time. Sequence 8, 5 slots, 4 members. Volume 2, Chapter 241. Counting those not previously accounted for, I can roughly pull in 4 new members, but there are no targets for now. At this time, including the existing Justice, Hanged Man, the Sun, Magician, and Hugh, who was pulled but not fully included, there were already 5 people. Sequence 6, 9 slots, 5 members. Summary. Cuttlefish also strictly calculates based on each sequence being able to add 2 slots, and both advancement and complete digestion of the potion can add 1. Chapter 14. Hello World. Didn't we talk during the day? Why can't you understand now? I suspect you're pretending, but I have no proof. Klein felt quite helpless, but there was nothing he could do if the other party couldn't understand. Then they could only converse in Chinese. But would this expose him? Probably not. He had already revealed his ability to speak Chinese in front of Justice and Hanged Man. There's no rule that says local native gods can't learn Chinese, right? What's more, only by speaking Chinese could the fool better demonstrate his omniscience, omnipotence, and full mystique as a god. On this side, the fool had set everything up. While on the other side, Mr. Ember was still frowning tightly. Don't I have the eye of wisdom? Why can I still not understand? What is this trash, mental retardation? It's useless. That's not right. Mr. Ember looked around. He suddenly realized that his current state didn't seem to be carrying the eye of wisdom. Understood. He was probably in a soul state right now, and the eye of wisdom was still on his main body. Then it's fine. The eye of wisdom was actually quite powerful. Welcome, Mr. Ember. Klein adjusted his mindset and spoke with a smile in Chinese. You can call me, the fool. After speaking, Klein then leisurely said in a gentle and calm tone, you don't seem to understand Ruin common tongue, but I happen to have some research into your language. This way, he could both maintain the fool's full mystique and converse with the other party. Simply perfect. You all. Mr. Ember indeed reacted to the word, you all, in the fool's words, who else is there? Many. Klein was immediately relieved when he saw Mr. Ember react, and then smiled and said leisurely, for example, Rosal the Great, he is one of you. Rosal. Which one? Mr. Ember raised an eyebrow slightly, another name he hadn't heard of. Klein's tone paused, almost losing his composure on the spot. What's wrong with you? Are you deliberately trying to embarrass him? Also, have you lived this long without knowing any common sense? Wait, if the other party transmigrated at the same time as him, With Klein's memory as a foundation, he naturally knew some common sense. But the other party climbed out of a grave. Then it was normal for him not to understand Ruin language and not know Rosal. Then it's fine. I think you can ask others about it when you leave. Klein said leisurely with a slightly playful tone, he's quite well known in this world. I see. Mr. Ember nodded silently, then turned his gaze to the mysterious person who called himself the Fool, and asked, where is this Tarot Club? Klein continued in an ethereal and profound tone, a gathering of the fated. Tarot Club. The Fool. Mr. Ember raised an eyebrow slightly, as if he had suddenly grasped something. In fact, although his memory of this world was fragmented, he didn't remember nothing. Just as he could connect the Church of the Night, Goddess of the Night, Archbishop Anthony, and Ariana to realize that this world was Lord of the Mysteries. Based on the existing clues, he suddenly had some jumbled thoughts in his mind. But due to the lack of key information, he was always unable to connect it all together. What are you looking for? Seeing that Mr. Ember was silent again, Klein couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, so he took the initiative to guide him. Lord of Cinder. Hearing this, Mr. Ember seemed to have a premonition, raised his head to look at the Fool, and slowly said, do you know where I can find them? Klein's eyelids twitched. He suddenly had a moment of inspiration from Mr. Ember's gaze. Could it be that he's thinking if he can burn me? Klein's mouth twitched slightly, it seemed quite possible. Moreover, who knows which Lords of Cinder are in this world? You should already have clues, shouldn't you? Klein put on a profound and mysterious appearance. Yes. Mr. Ember nodded slightly, he gave me a hint about the Black Emperor. Who is Ta? Is it a he or a she? Or perhaps, he? Klein's heart stirred slightly, but he quickly composed himself and deliberately chuckled. Black Emperor, so that's it. Do you know where he is? Seeing that there seemed to be a main plot clue, Mr. Ember pressed on. Of course. Klein smiled slightly, secretly complaining to himself, of course I don't know. He didn't even know who the Black Emperor was, how could he know where he was? However, from the history his predecessor understood, Black Emperor seemed to be the common title for every emperor of the Solomon Empire. But what does this have to do with the Lord of Cinder? Could the Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire still be alive? I can tell you the answer. Klein thought quickly in his mind, but on his face, he still smiled leisurely, but the question is, what price can you pay? What do you want? Mr. Ember directly counter-questioned. Klein was instantly speechless, you goddamn made me stumped again. If this was truly Mr. Ember, he would want many of the other party's equipment. But the problem was, he couldn't ask for it. He didn't know where the Black Emperor was, what if he asked for something and couldn't answer? Wouldn't his mystique be completely gone? I follow the principle of equivalent exchange. Klein continued in a deep tone, but unfortunately, that is a price you cannot currently afford. However, I can give you an opportunity. What opportunity? Mr. Ember continued to press. Tarot Club. Klein smiled and said, some people similar to you requested me to establish a regular gathering, and I am the witness. You cannot pay a sufficient price to get information from me, but it may not be the case for them. How about it, do you want to join? Klein was half-veiled, looking profound and mysterious. Yes, Mr. Ember said without hesitation. But after saying that, he frowned slightly. This scene seemed familiar, just like the Great Rune. Wait, a trace of confusion appeared in Mr. Ember's eyes. What is the Great Rune? An idea flashed in his mind, but due to severely damaged memories, he could never grasp the key point. Seeing that Mr. Ember finally took the bait, Klein's heart settled. He lightly tapped his left index finger, causing the tarot cards to materialize on the surface of the bronze long table. They used tarot cards as codenames. Justice and Hanged Man already have candidates. You can choose one from the remaining tarot cards. Mr. Ember silently scanned the tarot cards, finally settling on one of them. That was World. His intuition told him that he should choose World. Not because of Za Warudo, but because something very interesting seemed about to happen. But, not interesting enough. I choose this one. Mr. Ember pointed at one of them and slowly spoke. So Mr. Fool glanced at it. Lovers. Klein's eye twitched slightly. Why did he feel that the other party choosing this card was full of malicious humor? Every Monday, 3 in the afternoon, eliminate interference. Klein concisely explained the specific time and requirements to lovers. Then, he directly sent the other party out of the gray fog. Because he had already realized something was wrong and was afraid of being exposed if he continued. Did I say too much just now? Klein began reviewing his actions, unable to help but start self-reflecting. As the Fool, he shouldn't have spoken much. But first, the other party had no common sense, and without saying more, the two riddle speakers couldn't converse at all. Second, as soon as the other party spoke Chinese, he felt a genuine sense of familiarity and couldn't help but say a little more. But it was fine. After all, he was a fellow countryman who could speak Chinese, and the Ember who would save the world. Given his status, he was qualified for the fool to say a few more words, which wasn't too much of a loss of face. Phew. After reviewing, Klein found no major loopholes and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Since he had already brought Mr. Ember to the fool, then, the rest was just a matter of time. No rush, can't rush for now, everything will have a result. Chapter 15. Acting Method, Half Price Wholesale Today. The Fool. Inside a room on the third floor of St. Selena Church, Ember slowly opened his eyes and murmured, I wonder if they can be burned. If so, that would be 3. Black Emperor, Goddess of the Night, the Fool. He just didn't know how many Lord of Cinder in this world could be burned. But judging from the present, there should be quite a few. After all, Dunn also mentioned the 7 Orthodox gods. Even if the Goddess of the Night is one of them, that's still at least 9. And from Dunn's tone, besides the hidden sage who corrupted old Neil, there seemed to be other gods. Then, they should also be able to be burned. With so much fuel, the future of this world is undoubtedly full of hope. Thinking this, Ember pushed open the door and left the room, then walked through the corridor to a room further inside and knocked on the door. Click. The door was quickly opened. Air looked at the man outside the door with a slight surprise. Is something wrong? Ember. Yes. Ember nodded solemnly, his expression slightly serious. What is it? Air's expression also became serious, thinking something had happened to Ember again, and he asked in a lowered voice. What day of the week is it today? Ember asked. Quote. Air's serious expression froze, and he opened his mouth to say, Thursday, July 12th, Thursday. I see. Ember nodded understandingly, realizing there were still 4 days left, so he politely said thanks and turned to leave. Leaving behind the bewildered Air. He thought it was something major. In the end, it was just this. I thought he had something important to tell me. Air closed the door, turned around, and muttered speechlessly. Perhaps it's very important to him. Borgia picked up a chess piece from the table, moved it a few steps forward, and then said, It's your turn. Al Hansen nodded, just about to pick up his chess piece, but then suddenly froze. Borgia. Al Hansen's expression was unusually serious. As if he suddenly realized something, he said in a deep voice, Did you steal my chess piece? How is that possible? Borgia flatly denied it. Coupled with his indifferent expression, it seemed quite convincing. Captain, your memory is getting worse and worse. If this continues, I'm afraid you'll even forget who I am. Sorry. Hearing this, Air lowered his head apologetically. His memory was indeed quite poor. But there was no way around it. Night Watchers who stayed at Sequence 7 Feet Nightmare for too long would all become like this. For example, Dunn. It's okay, let's continue. Borgia subtly slipped a chess piece under his butt and said calmly. Okay. Air hesitated for a moment. He felt like he had forgotten something, but he quickly put it out of his mind. He chose to continue playing chess. But halfway through the game, he suddenly jolted awake. I remember. Air slapped his thigh and suddenly realized, I have to go tell Dunn about the acting method first. He had stayed at Sequence 7 for too long, and Dunn wasn't much better off than him, perhaps even worse. But with the acting method, they would have a chance to advance further. Then hurry up and go. Borgia's expression also became serious, and he urged, Go while Captain you still remember, don't forget again later. Right. Air also knew there was no time to delay, so he immediately turned and left the room. Leaving only Borgia behind. Am I really this bad? Borgia looked at the chessboard and fell into deep self-doubt. Even though he had stolen one of Captain's chess pieces, why was he still at a disadvantage? The next day, Klein, wearing his original cheap formal suit and carrying a black silver inlaid cane, walked into the security company's entrance. He was about to greet Roseanne when he saw Dunn waiting for him in the hall. Klein. Dunn nodded slightly towards Klein, motioning him to follow. You're the only one left, come with me. What happened? Klein felt a bit strange in his heart, but still subconsciously followed Dunn's footsteps underground. He went down the stairs that wound deep underground, step by step, and turned left at the intersection. Soon, Klein saw dark doors illuminated by elegant gas lamps. He saw that the long tables inside had been moved aside, clearing out the central area. And at this moment, all the extraordinary of the Blackthorn Security Company were here. Midnight Poet, Leonard Mitchell, Sika Trong. Insomniac, Luo Yao Redin, Ko Henry White. And the Corpse Collector, Fry. What exactly happened? Klein was first startled, thinking something big had happened. But seeing that Dunn and the others' expressions weren't too solemn, he relaxed. Even if something happened, it shouldn't be anything bad. The St. Hall has replied to my telegram. Facing the puzzled looks of the others, Dunn slowly spoke. Cresti Sisma, one of the 9 senior deacon, has personally rushed to Tingan. Before that, Air's team will be responsible for guarding the Chinese gate until Deacon Cresti arrives. And before that, we all have to stay here. Why? Klein couldn't help but ask, because of old Neil. Could it be that old Neil's corruption made the St. Hall suspect that their whole team had issues? Not entirely. Dunn gently shook his head. It's mainly because of me. After a pause, Dunn continued, I learned about the acting method from Air and informed the St. Hall of this information along with the telegram. The St. Hall requires the acting method to be kept strictly confidential. Before Deacon Cresti arrives, I am not allowed to leave to prevent the acting method from being further leaked. Acting method. Leonard and Klein's expressions were each a little strange, but they both hid it well and weren't noticed by anyone. So, why did Captain call us here? Klein, who already had a guess in his heart, asked cautiously. To leak the acting method. Dunn glanced at him, paused, and then calmly added, also to prevent the acting method from being leaked. Therefore, after I finish saying this, none of you can leave this room. Klein's eye twitched slightly. Was Captain exploiting a bug here? That senior Deacon Cresti coming to Tingan was undoubtedly to ensure that Captain could not leak it. As a result, Captain gathered them together, preparing to leak the acting method to them before the other party arrived. Listen carefully. Dunn's expression was serious, causing the others to sit up straight as well. The key to the potion is not mastery, but digestion. It's not excavation, it's acting. And the name of the potion is not just a symbol, but also an image, and even more so, the key to digestion. After saying all this, everyone fell into contemplation in shock, including Klein and Leonard, who each pretended to be shocked and lowered their heads to avoid revealing anything. And Dunn, after pausing for a while, added, there's one more thing. We learned about the acting method last night. Klein asked with a strange expression, then, Captain, who told us about the acting method? Ember. Dunn glanced at him and slowly said, Ember. Klein was somewhat surprised and suspicious. He had only pulled Ember into the fool yesterday, and today he learned about the acting method. The question was, how did Ember know? Could it also be from Rosal the Great's diary? No, that's not right. The senior deacon personally coming to ensure the acting method isn't leaked means that the church also knows about the acting method. Perhaps he learned about it from the church in Backland. That would be normal too. After all, Ember is someone watched by the goddess. Chapter 16. Sorry, if you have connections you can do whatever you want. Chapter 16. Sorry, but connections let you do whatever you want. The Church of the Night has 13 archbishops and 9 senior deacons. And these 22 Mr. S and ladies are the church's high-level members in the usual sense. It's said that there are many high-sequence powerhouses among them. Although their strength varies slightly, they are completely equal in terms of status. They only obey the goddess of the night's divine oracle and are only responsible to the Pope. And Senior Deacon Cresti Sazima, who came this time, is a Sequence 5 powerhouse. All of the above information was told to Klein by Dunn. In fact, less than 10 minutes after Dunn finished speaking, a man in his 30s, wearing a black trench coat and white shirt, entered the room. His golden brown hair was cut short, his dark green eyes were like a moonless lake at midnight, and the collars of his shirt and trench coat were raised high, hiding his entire chin in shadow. Your Grace Sazima. Before the others could react, Dunn immediately bowed. Cresti Sazima nodded slightly, sat leisurely on one of the chairs, crossed his right leg over his left, and said with a smile, it seems you all already know about the acting method. Yes, Your Grace Sazima. Dunn's expression shifted slightly, and he took 2 steps forward, wanting to explain. It's all right. Cresti Sazima waved his hand and said leisurely, I can understand the desire to help colleagues, and leaking information before swearing an oath to the goddess doesn't count as leaking. However, I'll just confirm anyway. Pausing, Cresti Sazima's gaze swept over everyone who knows about the acting method should be here, right? An Air's team. Dunn explained, they are currently guarding the Chinese gate. I see. Cresti Sazima nodded gently. Then, he bent down, picked up the silver white box by his feet, and placed it on his lap. He raised his right hand and pressed down, and something on the surface of the silver white box, like a piano case, instantly shattered and disintegrated, receding like a tide. Almost in the same second, Klein felt all the surrounding brilliance being drawn away, attracted into that box. Thus, he saw the room was completely dark, except for the box flowing with silver white light. The scene was particularly bizarre. And inside the box was a pure white bone sword. Its surface appeared pure and flawless, but upon closer inspection, one would find layers upon layers of symbols and markings densely covering the depths, and these mysterious patterns formed an inseparable whole with the sword body. Klein gazed at this holy sword and suddenly found that he couldn't take his eyes off it. His gaze was drawn in, and his brown eyes slowly lost their luster. Done. Crestai moved the pure white bone sword slightly and said, "Place your hand on it." The others instantly woke up, looking at the pure white bone sword with a hint of awe and fear. But soon, Dunn stepped forward and placed his hand on the holy sword. "Repeat after me," Crestai said in a deep voice. "Goddess of the night, more exalted than the starry sky, more ancient than eternity. I swear to you by my true name and my spirituality. I, Dunn Smith, from now on, will absolutely not reveal the relevant details to anyone who does not know the acting method. If I violate this, let you punish me as you see fit. Please witness my oath." Dunn followed Senior Deacon Sazima, solemnly reciting the oath in Hermes. Then he withdrew his right hand, drew the scarlet moon on his chest, and whispered, "Praise the goddess! Praise the goddess!" Crestai smiled and bowed in return. After that, Klein, Leonard, and the others repeated the previous steps one by one, each swearing an oath to the goddess. After all this was done, Crestai closed the lid with a snap and pressed his right hand down heavily and slowly. The darkness was instantly illuminated, and the gaslight once again filled the room. Klein saw that Senior Deacon Sazima's eyes, which had taken on a deep black color, also returned to dark green at the same moment. "Go call Air's team over," Crestai said slowly. "You will temporarily take their place guarding the Chinese gate." "Yes, Your Grace Sazima." Dunn bowed slightly, gave the others a look, and led them out of the room. "Klein, Leonard." As Dunn walked out of the room, he immediately instructed, "You two come with me, the others go back." Klein nodded, and the group quickly parted ways. Fry and the others returned to their posts, while Klein followed Dunn to the Chinese gate to replace Air's team. And soon, the three members of Air's team also swore an oath to the goddess under the witness of the pure white bone sword. Finally, only Ember remained. "You can go out first." Crestai closed the box again, looked at Air and the others, and instructed, "Your Grace Sazima." Air's heart tightened, thinking that Sazima was about to punish Ember, who had first leaked the acting method. "Don't worry." Crestai smiled slightly, "This isn't a bad thing." "Yes, Your Grace." Air lowered his head and silently led the other two out of the room. Crestai, being a senior deacon, surely had no reason to deceive him, a low-level extraordinary at sequence 7. So, after the others left, Crestai immediately put on a serious expression. "Benefactor, I believe I have a duty to inform you that the existence of the acting method must be kept strictly confidential and not leaked casually." "I know." Ember nodded slightly and proactively asked, "Then should I swear the oath now?" "No, there's no need." Crestai's expression was strange. "The goddess's divine oracle only requires me to remind you not to casually spread the acting method. You don't need to swear an oath. Just remember to inform the church if you teach the acting method to others in the future." "Okay." Ember was slightly surprised, and after a moment of silence, he nodded gently. "That's fine then." Crestai nodded and continued, "There's one more thing. We need to immediately escort the sealed artifact back to Backland. Will you come with us or stay in Tingan temporarily?" "Let's go together." Ember thought for a moment and said slowly. Backland is, after all, the capital of the ruined kingdom. Based on his past experience, the Black Emperor is likely in the capital. And his intuition told him that staying in Tingan had no meaning. "Okay." Crestai nodded, stood up, and walked towards the door. At the end, he turned back and said, "Both sealed artifacts will be kept by you. Be careful to isolate their influence." Ember did not object, because for him, isolating the influence of these sealed artifact was actually very simple. Just casually toss them into his soul space. And in fact, after he obtained 2049 and the Antigonus family notebook from behind the Chinese gate, Ember indeed did just that. Although this made Air and the others' expressions incredibly startled, thankfully, on the way back, they no longer needed to charter an entire carriage section due to worrying about the sealed artifact's influence. Instead, they could pretend to be ordinary people and return to Backland with other passengers. After all, chartering a carriage section was actually quite expensive. From Tingan City to Backland, it only takes about 4 hours by steam train. So the train tickets were relatively not expensive. A luxurious first-class seat was £0.75, which is 15 soli, and a second-class seat was 10 soli, half a pound. The very crowded, very poor condition third-class seats were quite cheap, only requiring 5 soli. But even so, even chartering the cheapest third-class carriage section would cost nearly 600 soli, a full £30. This is equivalent to Klein's salary for 2.5 months. If he worked harder and tripled it, rounded up, it would be equivalent to Ember's weekly salary. Although Ember currently doesn't have a clear concept of these currencies, as his thinking is still stuck on shopping with souls. However, the money saved wasn't saved for the church, but was split evenly among their team. After all, these expenses for going out on missions can be reimbursed. You don't have to spend it, but you must get it reimbursed. Not getting reimbursed is a waste. If I had known this earlier. On the steam train, Al Hansen said with no small amount of regret, the money for coming to Tingan could have been saved too. Lolota rolled her eyes, turned her head away, and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. Chapter 17. I choose Fat Shui, he knows the rules well. You guys go back. Ash, remember to go to the church first. The Archbishop wants to see you. Entering the underground from the Backland Detective Agency, the group handed the 2 sealed artifacts to the keepers inside the Chinese gate. Mr. Ember and the other 3 returned the way they came, while Krusty stayed at the Chinese gate with old Neil. The other party's contamination problem must be solved immediately, without delay. But he was unsure of the extent of the other party's contamination, and whether it was related to some conspiracy targeting the church. To prevent accidents, he needed to use the power of the Chinese gate. On the other side, Mr. Ember and the other 3, who had returned the way they came, had reached the intersection. Going straight ahead led to the detective agency, behind them was the Chinese gate, and turning right led to the church. This was the same layout as Tingan City. He wondered if it was intentional. Air and the other 2 continued straight, while Mr. Ember turned right, at the intersection. Finally back. Returning to the detective agency lobby, Lolota immediately collapsed onto the sofa, while quietly complaining to another girl on the sofa, Eve, you need to control your Simon. Because of his jinxing, we almost got wiped out in Tingan City this time. Aren't you all fine? Simon looked at Lolota speechlessly. Is it really okay for you to badmouth me in front of my fiancé like this? What she said is true. Air Hansen rubbed his temples, saying tiredly, this time, we really almost got wiped out in Tingan City. Upon hearing this, Simon's expression instantly became serious. What happened? The feeling of walking alone through the dark passage reminded Mr. Ember of a sewer for some reason. Similar, yet completely different. Reaching the end of the passage, Mr. Ember ascended the winding stairs. Finally, he passed through a hidden door and appeared in St. Samuel Cathedral. And as he appeared, Archbishop Anthony was greeting him with a smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Ember. I hope this trip to Tingan was pleasant for you. Good afternoon, Archbishop. Mr. Ember nodded slightly, giving a response. But his expression was slightly strange. Archbishop. He had met several archbishops. But unfortunately, none of them could communicate with him normally. Either they were long dead, or they started fighting as soon as they met. Mr. Ember. Anthony asked with a smile, did you get what you wanted from this trip to Tingan? No. Mr. Ember nodded slightly. Although he had confirmed there was another potential Lord of Cinder, he still had no clue about the Black Emperor. If that's the case, Anthony still had a benevolent look, smiling, I suggest you have more interactions with the upper-class nobles of this country. You might be able to get information about the Black Emperor from them. Nobles. Mr. Ember slowly raised his head. Was the plot advancing? How should I do it? Mr. Ember asked. Mr. Ember. Anthony said with a smile, there will always be endless balls, banquets, and salons among the nobles. I will arrange invitations for these events for you. As long as you join them, you will have a chance to get information from these nobles. Of course. Anthony paused, then continued, I don't recommend you inquire about the Black Emperor everywhere. Ordinary nobles may not know, and those who do. Anthony didn't say anything further, but Mr. Ember already understood what he wanted to say. Those who know are likely enemies. If he rashly exposed that he was looking for information about the Black Emperor, it would likely alert the enemy. If the startled snake came up and bit him, that would be great. But it was also possible that the snake would choose to escape, which would be troublesome for Mr. Ember. When? Mr. Ember asked. There will be a banquet tomorrow night. Anthony seemed to have anticipated Mr. Ember's question, and smiled slightly. There will also be one the day after tomorrow and the day after that. As long as you want, you can attend anytime. As I said, the balls among nobles are always endless. But before that, Anthony continued, I think it might be time for you to start interacting with the sequence pathway. As soon as he finished speaking, the world in front of Mr. Ember suddenly shattered like a mirror. Anthony's figure disappeared, replaced by a lady wearing a simple linen robe. Mr. Ember had seen her. Ariana. There are 22 sequence pathways in this world. Ariana said softly, you can also call them God's paths. The Church has not mastered all the sequence formulas, but we have the low sequence formulas for all 22 pathways, and some also have some mid-sequence and even high-sequence potions. As she spoke, a piece of parchment appeared out of thin air in front of Mr. Ember. On it were the names and abilities corresponding to the mid to low sequence potions of the 22 gods' paths. These were things that ordinary people could hardly even come into contact with, yet at this moment, they seemed to be eagerly awaiting Mr. Ember's favor. If you need, you can choose any one of them. Any one. Mr. Ember was slightly surprised. Yes, any one. Ariana nodded solemnly, then paused, drew a scarlet moon on her chest, and added in a low voice, of course, excluding the gods' paths corresponding to night, death, warrior, moon, mother, and witch. So my choices are actually only 16. Mr. Ember nodded slightly. In fact, he roughly knew why these pathways were excluded. Although his memory was incomplete, he always remembered some very important things. For example, some sequences would turn men into women, such as witch, moon, and mother. He had no clue about night and death, but since they were listed together, it should be the same. And Mr. Ember clearly had no intention of becoming a woman, although he could change back to male at any time. So let them be excluded, he wasn't interested anyway. Anything else? Mr. Ember didn't rush to look at the parchment, but asked. He felt that Ariana still had more to say. Ariana opened her mouth, drew another scarlet moon, and said in a low voice, I suggest you choose the apprentice or diviner pathways. These two pathways are the first choice. The second choice can also be audience and thief, or seer, mystic, and lawyer. I see. Mr. Ember looked at the 16 sequence pathways in front of him, lost in thought. Can I choose more than one? Mr. Ember thought for a moment, then suddenly looked up and asked. Human power has limits, so he chose to practice both melee and magic, and also learn miracles. Otherwise, there would be no way to drag those lords of cinder to burn. Therefore, when facing these sequence pathways, he was thinking about whether he could get more than one. A hint of surprise appeared on Ariana's calm face, and quickly returned to normal. One person can only take the potion of one sequence pathway at a time. Taking potions from two different pathways will lead to madness and loss of control. Madness. Mr. Ember fell into thought. If drinking different potions would lead to death, he wouldn't be afraid at all. But if it was madness, he might indeed need to seriously consider whether to take a gamble. To gamble on whether he could recover his sanity by dying and resurrecting after going mad. But before he was absolutely sure, it was better not to try easily. It's best not to try. Ariana reminded in a low voice. Understood. Mr. Ember nodded slightly, his expression extremely calm, not knowing if he truly understood or not. Then, Mr. Ember slowly reached out and pointed at one of the sequence pathways. I choose. Chapter 18. The First Tarot Club. Apprentice. This was the sequence pathway Ember chose. The reason was simple. Because apprentice itself was one of the recommendations, and this pathway had some abilities that Ember was very interested in. Sequence 9. Apprentice, can pass through walls. Sequence 5. Traveler, can flash. In addition to this, Ember had considered the diviner, thief, and savant's pathways, but ultimately chose to give them up. He considered savants because its sequence 9 feat savant's core ability was to awaken memories. This held great temptation for the amnesiac Ember. But he ultimately chose to give up. Because the loss of his memory was not due to forgetting, but because it had been burned away. He didn't think a mere sequence 9 could restore his memory. What's more, his intuition told him that recovering his memory now might not necessarily be a good thing. As for the thief and diviner, he had seriously considered them for similar reasons and chose apprentice after deliberation. Although divination and stealing both seemed good, neither was quite suitable for him. For him, flashing was more practical. And after he had chosen his sequence pathway, the figure of Lady Ariana had silently disappeared. Replacing her was the kind and benevolent Archbishop Anthony. He would prepare and mix the apprentice sequence potion for Ember's advancement. As for where the potion materials came from, for the Church of the Night, this was clearly not a difficult matter. July 16th, Monday. 3 days had passed since Ember returned to Backland and became an apprentice. And this day was the Tarot Club that Mr. Fool had told him about. Ember lay on the bed in his room on the 3rd floor of St. Samuel Cathedral, waiting quietly. Above the gray fog, massive stone pillars supported a magnificent palace. 2 masses of deep red suddenly appeared beside the ancient and mottled bronze long table, blurring and stretching into illusory figures. And beside one of the deep red figures, a tiny flame rose slowly. It was just that no one had noticed. Tarot Club. Ember opened his eyes and looked at the few people nearby. At the head was still the Fool, and on the same side was a man with messy dark blue hair. Across from them was a tall girl with smooth blonde hair. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." The blonde girl's voice was as pleasant as a cheerful lark, and she smiled lightly. "It's a pity there's no fine wine here, otherwise I could toast your successful attempt. Your power far exceeds our imagination." Alger Wilson also praised him. Klein was still enveloped in an extremely thick gray fog, his right hand pressed down, and he spoke in a steady tone. "This is a new member, titled Lovers. This is Miss Justice, and Mr. Hanged Man. Lovers." Alger and Audrey were both startled at the same time, subconsciously looking in the direction Mr. Fool indicated. That was not some inconspicuous corner. The person was sitting not far from Alger, yet neither of them had noticed anything the entire time. If not for Mr. Fool's guidance, they probably wouldn't have discovered the other person's existence until the end of the Tarot Club. "Forget about Mr. Hanged Man, but I'm an audience now, and I still couldn't detect him." Miss Audrey observed Ember while thinking to herself, "This is Mr. Fool's Tarot Club, how did he do it?" Alger's hands and feet were even colder. He hadn't been able to sense the other person's presence at such a close distance. What if the other person had hostile intentions towards him? Wouldn't he have died without even knowing why? Fortunately, this was Mr. Fool's Tarot Club, and the other person wouldn't attack him without reason. The Fool Klein looked at the dazzling rings on Ember's fingers, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Above the gray fog, he could clearly see the patterns of the rings on the other person's left hand. Thanks to having cleared the game multiple times, he still remembered the styles of these rings clearly. Starting from the thumb, they were the Greedy Gold Serpent Ring, Greedy Silver Serpent Ring, Sleeping Dragon Crest Ring, Phantom Limb Ring, and Silver Cat Ring in order. The first two increased drop rate, while the latter three had concealment effects. The Sleeping Dragon Crest Ring eliminated sound, the Phantom Limb Ring provided invisibility, and the Silver Cat Ring allowed one to fall without taking any damage. And just now, the other person had quietly taken off the Sleeping Dragon Crest Ring and the Phantom Limb Ring. If not for this, even with his guidance, Justice and Hanged Man would absolutely not have been able to discover the other person. Although these were rings unique to the Black Soul world, they clearly could also function in this world. High sequences were hard to say. But at the mid to low sequences, any single one of these rings could be called an absolute great killer. In addition, the other person also had 5 rings on his right hand, with different effects. Based on this, Klein had reason to suspect that he also wore rings on his toes. Damn it, I want them too. Klein felt an inexplicable sourness in his heart. When others transmigrated, they had max-level divine gear, but when he transmigrated, he had nothing. They were all transmigrators, so why was the gap between transmigrators so huge? However, being able to bring the rings above the gray fog should be the effect of the backpack, right? Some people used to joke that the backpack was a soul space, and now it seems that might really be the case, since only the soul comes above the gray fog. But this also means that these rings can also function on the soul level. And since they were brought above the gray fog, it means that the other person's main body should not be wearing rings at this time. No, that's not right. His main body can wear other rings. Theosul wears 10 rings, and the main body also wears 10 rings, plus both feet, that's a full 40 rings. Damn. The more Klein thought about it, the more sour he felt, almost crying out loud. Damn it, why did he have to see this scene? Gray fog, oh gray fog. Look at others and then look at yourself, can't you be of some use? Hello, Mr. Lovers. Miss Audrey showed a sweet smile, her clear and pleasant voice sounding in Lover's ears. But after saying hello, she suddenly felt a little strange. Lovers or something. Hello. Alger nodded slightly as a greeting, but did not say Ember's title. That would make him feel a bit awkward. Audrey's little face turned red, clearly she had realized the problem. To avoid further awkwardness, the girl quickly changed the subject. Mr. Fool, I have obtained another page of Rosal the Great's diary, I should still owe 1 page. This week, I stayed away from the land and couldn't find a new one. Upon hearing this, Alger also immediately stood up, pressed his right hand to his chest, and bowed forward, expressing his apology. Rosal the Great's diary. Ember frowned slightly. Since talking to the Fool last time and learning about Rosal the Great, he had learned a little about this person. After all, he was a confirmed transmigrator, so learning more wouldn't hurt. And now, Rosal's diary had appeared again. Ember spoke slowly, if I want to obtain these diaries, what price do I need to pay? Audrey looked at Ember in surprise, and Alger was also full of astonishment. Chapter 19. What do you want? As expected, Klein sighed in his heart, feeling a bit helpless but not surprised by Ember's sudden remark. Since he knew Chinese, he would definitely ask for these diaries, just like him. This was something he had considered long ago. But the problem was, if Ember also read these diaries at the same time, then his next act of pretending to be knowledgeable by using content from the diaries on the spot would be at risk of being exposed. This would make the identity of the fool extremely awkward. Therefore, Klein made a great decision. He would read it first. If it was something important that could be used for showing off on the spot, then he would show Ember some outdated diaries with key information omitted. Anyway, everything above the gray fog was manifested by him, and Ember couldn't see the content Miss Audrey wrote on the parchment. Then, if he secretly made some small modifications, the other party definitely wouldn't know. What if he was suspected because of too many modifications? Then, at worst, he could just make up something on the spot to complete the diary, ensuring everything was foolproof. Perfect. Mr. Lovers. Audrey's strong curiosity overcame her shyness, and she asked, "Can you understand Rosal the Great's diary?" "I can understand it, but only a little." Ember nodded slightly, speaking quite modestly. Being able to understand even a little is already amazing. Audrey exclaimed softly, "Mr. Lovers must be a very talented linguist, right?" That was the writing invented by Rosal the Great, and no one has been able to understand it to this day. Mr. Fool is an exception, as he is a god and cannot be judged by the same standards. Linguist. The fool Klein felt the urge to complain again. He doesn't even know the Ruin common language. What kind of scholar is he? He had confirmed that Ember didn't know the Ruin language since their last meeting. The other party's ability to converse in reality must be due to the effect of a magical item. It could also be some special items from the Black Soul. As for what it was, Klein already had a guess. He recognized all the rings on the other party's 10 fingers, but he didn't recognize the eyeball hanging around the other party's neck. Therefore, it was very likely the magical effect of this eyeball. Last time, it was probably worn on the main body, so the soul that came above the gray fog didn't know the Ruin language. This time, it was brought directly above the gray fog, so communication was naturally not a problem. However, this was also good, saving him the trouble of having to do simultaneous translation for them. "I am just an ordinary apprentice." Ember shook his head, denying Audrey's overly humble assessment of him. Is that so? Audrey couldn't help but feel another trace of reverence for Ember. From Mr. Lovers's behavior, he must be a scholar, yet he was so humble. Perhaps this is what Rosal the Great meant by, "A true master always has the heart of an apprentice." Audrey sighed softly once again. Rosal the Great. Ember looked puzzled. Did Rosal say that? My memory is incomplete, don't lie to me. You can obtain Rosal's diary. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Klein quickly tapped the table twice and changed the subject, but the premise is that you can pay a sufficient price. The fool's tone remained steady and calm, without revealing any abnormality. What price do I need to pay? Ember asked again. The fool smiled without answering and turned his gaze to Audrey. Audrey hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I have already exchanged these diaries with Mr. Fool. If Mr. Lovers wants them, he can exchange them with Mr. Fool." After all, she had already given the diary to Mr. Fool, and it was not appropriate to trade it to others without authorization now. After speaking, Miss Justice was a little curious again. She exchanged the diary for knowledge from Mr. Fool. If Mr. Lovers wanted the diary, what should he pay to get it from Mr. Fool? The diary doesn't belong to me alone. The fool Klein tapped the table and spoke slowly. In other words, he encouraged Ember to exchange the diary from others rather than from him. Firstly, no matter who Ember exchanges the diary from, it can only be presented through the Tarot Club and through the Fool. This way, he would have the opportunity to manipulate the content. Otherwise, what if Ember didn't want to trade with the Fool and looked for it in reality instead? Wouldn't the Fool be finished? Secondly, if Ember could only obtain the diary from here, it would violate the principle of equivalent exchange, which would be a bit too overbearing. Although being overbearing is not necessarily bad for a god, it is definitely not a good thing for the Tarot Club. Miss Audrey blinked, understanding the fool's meaning. After hesitating for a moment, she made a request. Then, "Mr. Lovers, do you know about the Psychological Alchemy Society?" "I don't know." Ember shook his head gently. "You don't know?" Alger raised his eyebrows slightly and began to secretly speculate on Ember's identity. The Psychological Alchemy Society is not a very secretive organization. Even if one doesn't know where the Psychological Alchemy Society is or who its members are, they should at least have heard of it. Of course, this is for extraordinary, but not necessarily for ordinary people. Could it be that Ember is just an ordinary person or a weak wild extraordinary? Then what was the situation with his invisibility just now? Or is he in a similar situation to Miss Justice? It's possible. Asking the other party directly what price he needs to pay means that he is very confident in his value, and confident that he can afford a sufficient price. Ah, Miss Audrey showed visible disappointment. Miss Justice, I don't think you need to be in such a hurry to find the Psychological Alchemy Society. Your current focus should be on digesting the audience potion. Alger said slowly. I just hope to have ample time to prepare. Audrey said softly. You are not short of time. Alger said slowly, if you don't use the acting method, the general principle is to wait at least 3 years, confirm that there are no manic, auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations, etc., and then use a simple method to judge, which is to exhaust yourself to the limit. In this state, if you still don't hear crazy whispers or see strange things, it means you can advance. As for using the acting method, I'm sorry, I'm also new to it, so I don't have a reference basis. 3 years. Audrey puffed out her cheeks, she didn't want to wait that long. 1 month. Ember said calmly, low sequence only needs 1 month. 1 month. Audrey showed a surprised expression, and then looked at Mr. Fool for confirmation. How would I know? Why are you looking at me? The Fool Klein wanted to cry without tears, he hadn't come into contact with this kind of knowledge yet. Gritting his teeth, the Fool could only nod slightly, implicitly agreeing with Ember's words. Please don't pit me. Klein's heart was bleeding, and now he could only pray that this Ember was reliable enough and wasn't just talking nonsense. Great. Audrey became excited, only 1 month. That meant she would soon be able to completely digest the potion. But soon, she was a little disappointed. Because this also meant that she only had 1 month to find the Psychological Alchemy Society. Chapter 20. The trade is based on what I have. Miss Justice. Ember watched Miss Justice fall into a state of dejection again and asked, what are you looking for the Psychological Alchemy Society for? He was looking for the Black Emperor to hunt the Lord of Cinder, but this Miss Justice might not be. Actually, Audrey explained, I am currently an extraordinary of the Spectator Path, so I want to find the Sequence 8 potion of the Spectator Path before completely digesting the potion. So far, I only know that the Psychological Alchemy Society has the Sequence 8 potion of the Spectator Path. I even learned about the Psychological Alchemy Society from Mr. Hanged Man. Audrey thought silently in her heart. I don't know about any Psychological Alchemy Society. Ember shook his head, making Audrey want to retort, I know, stop talking, but the next second, she saw Ember slowly say, however, if you only want the Sequence 8 potion of the Spectator Path, I think I can help. Huh. Audrey was first surprised, then incredibly delighted, is this true? Mr. Lover. Yes. Ember nodded slightly, I know where to get it. Among the primary sequences provided by Ariana, there was Spectator. It's just that because he didn't choose it, he temporarily didn't know the specific potion. But since the Church of the Night has it, there's a way to get it. Where? Audrey asked curiously, and then quickly apologized, sorry, I shouldn't have asked. No, it's all right. Ember said calmly, the Spectator Path potion I know of is in the hands of the Church of the Night. For Sequence 8, it should be called Mind Reader. In fact, it's not just Sequence 8 feet Mind Reader. Including the subsequent Sequence 7 feet Psychologist, Sequence 6 feet Hypnotist, and Sequence 5 feet Dreamweaver. The Church of the Night has these mid to low sequence potions of the Spectator Path. Or rather, the Church of the Night has records and preserves the mid to low sequence potions of all 22 gods' paths. However, for a long time, the Church of the Night has mostly only provided potions of the night and death paths to its followers, perhaps because they only master the high sequence potions of these two paths. Of course, not necessarily. After all, it is an ancient church passed down for thousands of years, with true gods presiding. Even if the Church of the Night possesses the full sequence potions for all 22 paths, Ember wouldn't find it exaggerated. However, since Miss Audrey only asked about the Sequence 8 Mind Reader, Ember didn't reveal more. After all, he is currently an apprentice, and one should be a bit humble as an apprentice. It's actually at the Church of the Night. Audrey was first surprised, and then a little troubled. The surprise was that the headquarters of the Church of the Night is in the Ruined Kingdom, and there are churches of the Church of the Night everywhere. And Backland is of utmost importance, with an archbishop personally presiding. The trouble was that she chose to obtain the Spectator Path potion from Mr. Hanged Man precisely because she didn't want to become an official extraordinary. Actually, seeing Audrey's troubled look, Ember slowly said, I am currently an apprentice at the Church of the Night, and I can use connections to help you figure something out. Really? That's great. Thank you, Mr. Lover. Using connections. What kind of apprentice can have connections strong enough to get a sequence potion? Compared to Audrey's excitement and surprise, the expressions of the Fool and Hanged Man were quite strange. Mr. Fool. Audrey turned her gaze to the Fool, hoping, can I also give the diary to Mr. Lover? Why does that roll off your tongue so easily? Didn't you blush at first? Klein felt a bit powerless to complain, but on the surface, he said calmly, of course you can. He also didn't say he would charge for the manifestation, as that would be too demeaning. Instead, he directly manifested the diary in front of Ember. It was undoubtedly stock, and the kind with little nutritional value. Mr. Lover. Audrey smiled sweetly, consider this page of the diary payment for the information you gave me. If I can get the sequence 8 feet mind reader formula, can I give you separate compensation? All right. Ember was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. Then he lowered his head and began reading the diary in his hand. July 4th. Starting this new diary, also to urge myself to work harder, I must first finish reading this, General History of the Continent, at hand. July 13th. Grass green. July 14th. Grass green. July 15th. Grass green. July 16th. Rosal, oh Rosal, how can you be so depraved? Have you forgotten the study plan you made earlier? Confucius said, I examine myself daily on 3 points. I can't go on like this. July 17th. Mrs. Alina's oral skills are really good. Quote. Ember put down the diary, expressionless. Miss Justice. Ember said, I will look for the mind reader potion for you, but can the compensation be something else? Yes, it can be. Audrey nodded in surprise, and at the same time was a little curious. What was recorded in that page of the diary that made Mr. Lover change his mind? I truly am a little genius. The Fool, Klein suppressed his laughter, this was undoubtedly his plan. To use the boring diary to make Ember give up the idea of reading the diary. In fact, if there weren't some key clues in the diary, he probably wouldn't even bother to read it. Klein's mood instantly became much more cheerful, and he continued reading the diary in his hand. Then, he couldn't smile anymore. July 14th. I met that mysterious Mr. Cheritu again. He is actually the leader of the ancient organization, the Hermetic Order. He told me that at the low sequences, as long as one acts strictly, the potion can be digested in no more than half a year, and the fastest might only take a month. The standard for measurement is very simple. Once completely digested, every extraordinary will immediately feel it themselves. It is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. Klein's originally cheerful smile faded. Although he gained new information, knowing that Cheritu was the leader of the Hermetic Order, and also confirmed that Ember's previous statement about a month was not made up but was actually verifiable. But, why couldn't he be happy? In the end, shouldn't it be him who presents the content of the diary to others? The Fool, Klein suppressed the urge to cover his face, his mood incredibly complex. Sorry to keep you waiting. Klein sighed in his heart and turned his gaze back to the others. It is our honor. Audrey stood up, flattered, and bowed. After that, Miss Justice asked curiously, and under Mr. Hanged Man's popularization of knowledge. The members of the Tarot Club gained a little understanding of the secret organizations in this world. It was only when Mr. Hanged Man was explaining that, the witch sect was also called the witch family in the 4th epic. At that time, their members were few and maintained their numbers through bloodline reproduction. Moreover, they would kill the fathers of their children and abandon male infants, so all members were female. That. Ember suddenly interjected. A correction. Ember slowly said, the witch sect rarely has true women, most are men. What do you mean? Klein and Miss Audrey, who had been listening with great interest, were stunned. The witch sect possesses the witch path. Ember explained, the corresponding low sequences are sequence 9 feet assassin, sequence 8 feet instigator, and sequence 7 feet witch. Sequence 7 feet witch. Miss Audrey exclaimed, does that mean drinking this potion will turn one into a woman? I think so. Ember nodded gently, paused, and added, so I actually considered whether I should feed my pet the witch path potion. The expressions of the few people who were originally shocked by the information Ember revealed instantly became strange as they looked at him. The witch path feels quite suitable for Susie, but unfortunately, she has already drunk the spectator potion. Miss Audrey was thoughtful, feeling a strange sense of regret. If she hadn't drunk the spectator path potion then but had drunk the witch path potion instead, wouldn't Susie have turned into a human? Wouldn't she have gained a sister then? Although it's a bit shameless, but Klein, on the other hand, felt a strange flutter in his heart. It seems genuinely feasible, like a beast-eared girl. But soon, thinking of himself having no corresponding potion formula and no money, Klein suddenly felt like crying without tears. He didn't even have a place for his own potion, so how could he be qualified to raise a beast-eared girl? Wait, Klein seemed to suddenly grasp something. Sequence 8 feet instigator, sequence 7 feet witch. Could it be that the instigator tries from last time successfully escaped because he met the advancement requirements, drank the witch potion, and turned into a woman? Because he turned into a woman, even if we stood right next to him, we probably wouldn't be able to recognize him. Hiss. Klein inexplicably recalled the round-faced girl he encountered on his way home last time and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Could that damn person actually be Tries? And so, after everyone's minds were greatly impacted, the 4th Tarot Club meeting concluded smoothly. Chapter 21, Ash Black. Ember joining the Tarot Club gave Klein a sense of urgency. On the one hand, he hoped to obtain useful information from Ember and did not regret this decision. On the other hand, it was inconvenient for him to communicate too much with Ember. After all, he was the fool in the Tarot Club, and asking directly would be too demeaning. For this reason, he tried to create an alternate identity for himself, but ultimately failed. At the same time, he also heard a prayer from a crimson star. Due to the language barrier, he gave up responding to the other party's prayer. And even if he responded, it would be useless. He was not a real god and could not solve the other party's problem at all. After doing all this, Klein fell into a dilemma again. He now suspected that the girl he met was very likely the former instigator Tries. Because the appearance and temperament of both sides felt almost identical to him. Round face, narrow eyes, and a gentle temperament. Except for one being male and the other female, they were almost identical. But he had no evidence to confirm his guess, and it was also difficult to explain the reason to the captain. Was he supposed to say that he got the information from the Tarot Club? After hesitating for a long time, Klein finally made a decision. He would say it was his intuition. Since it was a guess, revealing it could also increase the clues, and saying it was intuition would not easily arouse suspicion. After all, it was a diviner's intuition. Moreover, maybe he could use the diviner identity as a cover. He would say it was the result of his divination. I'll do that. Klein nodded solemnly, then hesitated for a moment and took out the crystal pendant, deciding to do a divination first. So, when he went to work the next day, Klein took the opportunity to reveal his guess about Tries' identity. You mean? Dunn frowned slightly. Tries likely escaped our pursuit by becoming a woman. And you met him, but you didn't recognize him at the time. Yes. Klein nodded, presenting the explanation he had already prepared. In fact, when I met that girl that day, my spirituality gave me a hint, but at the time my mind was focused on capturing Tries, and I didn't connect the two people. But yesterday, when I was reviewing the witch sect's information, I accidentally discovered that almost all members of the witch sect are female. So I speculated that it's possible that the assassin pathway, at a certain stage, might cause a person to become female due to the influence of the potion, for example, at sequence 7. Sequence 7. Dunn pondered for a moment. According to their speculation, Tries was indeed on the verge of advancement at that time. Otherwise, his abnormal behavior could not be explained. That is to say, after arriving in Tingan City, he had indeed been working on advancing to sequence 7. The only problem was that they did not know the name of the sequence 7 potion for the assassin pathway. This is indeed a direction for investigation. Dunn thought for a moment and slowly said, the information you provided is very valuable, and I will have someone start investigating immediately. Although this was only based on Klein's intuition. But for an extraordinary, the so-called intuition often comes from spiritual warning. And spiritual warnings are often more accurate than their own judgment. So Dunn chose to believe it without hesitation, especially since they currently had no other investigative leads. And given that Klein's pathway is diviner, his intuition would be more valuable than that of an average person. After reporting the situation, Klein was finally satisfied. In the evening, he attended the welcome party the team held for him. Klein was very happy because his weekly salary had increased to £4.5. The only regret was perhaps that old Neil could not attend his welcome party. Miss Justice's mind reader formula has a lead, and it's time for me to find the clown potion formula. Klein sighed softly in his heart. If this continued, he was afraid he would become the bottom of the Tarot Club. Can you believe that the leader of a dignified mysterious organization is the bottom among the members? At the same time, inside St. Samuel Cathedral in Backland, Ember also proposed a negotiation to Archbishop Anthony. If I want to purchase potion formulas for other sequences, what price do I need to pay? Price. Facing Ember's question, Anthony was stunned for a moment, then quickly drew a scarlet moon on his chest and said, how about the market price? £200 for sequence 9, £400 for sequence 8, and £800 for sequence 7. After a pause, Anthony continued, of course, I can only provide low to mid-sequence potion formulas here, and I can only ensure the completeness of the low-sequence potion formulas. If it were an ordinary night watcher, they would not need to pay the price in pounds, but only make enough contributions to the Church of the Night. When their contributions are sufficient and they meet the advancement conditions, the Church of the Night will naturally provide them with the corresponding sequence formula. But if Ember wanted it, and he was unwilling to spend time making contributions, considering his identity as a benefactor, certain special treatment could also be given, and allowing him to exchange it for pounds is also possible. That's enough. Ember nodded gently. Miss Justice only needed the sequence 8 mind reader. However, even sequence 8 requires £400. This was not a small amount. Even with his weekly salary of £100 plus the £100 given by Anthony, it would take at least 3 weeks to save enough. However, perhaps he could wait until the next tarot club and ask Miss Justice to pay a portion first. After all, she didn't seem to lack money. July 18th, Wednesday. Backland, Crown Racecourse. Ember stood in the VIP box, looking out at the horses and riders racing below. 2 days had passed since he attended the tarot club. These days, following the suggestion of Archbishop Anthony, he frequently participated in gatherings among the upper-class nobles of Backland. But unfortunately, the highest-ranking attendees were only viscounts or even just heirs. And according to Ember's idea, those who knew about the Black Emperor should at least be earls or higher in rank. However, he had only just started attending noble gatherings, and his own status was not particularly noble. It was normal that he couldn't access the upper echelons of this country. But as long as he attended more gatherings, everything would get better. Thinking this, Ember suddenly turned his head and looked at the young lady beside him. The girl had dazzling, soft golden hair, wore a light green long dress with puff sleeves, ruffles, and lace on the chest, and a veil hat adorned with blue ribbons and silk flowers on her head, with light-colored sheer gloves on her hands. And at this moment, the other party was staring intently at Ember. Is there something? Ember asked politely. For some reason, this girl had been staring at him since a moment ago. No, nothing. The young lady was startled by Ember's sudden gaze, unable to maintain her previous detached, spectator-like posture, and instead lowered her head in a somewhat flustered manner. Finally, feeling that her appearance was a bit too suspicious, she couldn't help but blush at her earlobes and fled away as if escaping. Ember looked puzzled, only feeling that the other party's actions were somewhat inexplicable. But he didn't pay too much attention. Because although he could feel that the other party's soul was stronger than ordinary people, it was only slightly stronger. It didn't even qualify to be used as fuel. No, let alone being used as fuel, the other party didn't even qualify to be burned to ashes, they would only be burned into air. Audrey, what's wrong? A somewhat thin young man noticed Audrey's sudden panic and approached her, asking with concern. Nothing. Audrey had already regained her composure, shook her head, and asked in return, Grelint, is there something you need? Grelint was her friend, and whether he should be called lucky or unlucky. His father died early, but he also inherited the title early because of this. And with her audience talent, Audrey could tell that he must have something to ask for when he came to see her. Audrey. Grelint Viscount, hearing Audrey's question, lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I met a real extraordinary, an extraordinary who doesn't belong to the royal family. You say that every time. Really? Audrey maintained an elegant yet polite smile, but was actually not interested in his words. I swear on my father's honor, this time it's absolutely true. Grelint Viscount nodded solemnly, his face serious. Then, Audrey originally wanted to show a surprised expression, but then she hesitated for a moment and pointed to Ember not far away. Grelint Viscount, do you know him? I've met him twice. Grelint Viscount glanced at him, nodded and said, Ash Black, a fallen noble. I heard he just arrived in the royal capital recently, so he's been frequently attending gatherings among the royal capital nobles these days. He attended my gathering 2 days ago, but you happened not to be there that day so you didn't see him. After a pause, Grelint added, there's a salon at my house tomorrow afternoon, and if I send an invitation, he should also attend. Of course, the extraordinary I mentioned will also be there. Ash Black. A glimmer of light bloomed in Audrey's jewel-like eyes. From the first moment she saw Ember, she felt that this Mr. was very familiar. Very similar to Mr. Lover she met at the Tarot Club the day before yesterday. The reason she could connect the two, although partly due to her audience talent's observation and comparison of their figures and temperaments. But mainly because of the dazzling rings on his 10 fingers, which were truly impressive. After all, even nouveau riche in the royal capital rarely wore rings on all 10 fingers. So far, Audrey had only met 2 people who would dress up like this. One was Lover, and the other was this Mr. Ash Black. Tingan City. In the morning, Klein visited Mr. Isaac at the university. In the afternoon, he divined that the clown potion formula was related to Sirius Apiarist. Feeling that diviners were truly weak in combat, Klein decided to purchase some materials needed for ritual magic, so that he wouldn't be without materials when needed and could only wait for death. Therefore, he subsequently went to the underground trading market to purchase supplies. As he was leaving, he saw a young lady in a light green, lightweight long dress also preparing to leave. Klein felt that the lady's back was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a moment. And since he had more important things to do, he didn't pay attention to this small matter, but quickened his steps towards the library. His intuition told him that he should be able to get information about Sirius Apiarist there. This was reasonable. Chapter 22, Miss Justice and Mr. Lover's First Meeting. July 19, Thursday. In the afternoon, Gleeland Viscount was inside his luxurious villa in Backland. Audrey, accompanied by a maid, followed etiquette and gave her hand to the host, watching him lightly kiss it. "Your beauty illuminates my salon." Grelint first offered a normal compliment, then lowered his voice and said, "That lady has arrived. She is both an extraordinary and a writer." "Mr. Blake." Audrey briefly inquired about the writer Grelint mentioned, then quickly asked again. "Over there." Grelint's tone paused, and he pointed towards a corner of the living room with some helplessness. Audrey entered the living room, looked around, and quickly locked onto her target. Ember, dressed in a proper suit, was currently sitting on a sofa, flipping through a book. His excellent eyesight and memory allowed Audrey to determine the book's title based on the content she saw. Wuthering Heights. Audrey. Gleeland Viscount had a strange expression. Noticing Audrey's gaze, he immediately changed the subject and said, "This is Ms. Furs Wall, the author of Wuthering Heights." Audrey slightly withdrew her gaze, which had been observing Ember, and looked up at the lady who was walking to the long table to get dessert on the other side. This Ms. Furs was probably 23 or 4 years old, about 1.65 meters tall. She was wearing a beige, high-collared long dress with ruffled edges. Her slightly curly brown hair was draped down, and her light blue eyes turned over at Grelint's introduction, carrying a smile that seemed both teasing and playful. And Audrey quickly analyzed the characteristics of this Miss Furs. A writer who liked to smoke, with a slight psychological advantage in her eyes, looking down. Clearly, she had taken the initiative to contact Grelint. In other words, she might have other intentions towards Grelint. Is it money or extraordinary materials? "Madam, this is Miss Audrey, whom I mentioned." Grelint introduced her to Furs with slight reverence. "She is the most radiant gem in Backland. Her father is Earl Hall, a member of the House of Lords who is deeply trusted by the king and highly respected by the nobility." "Good afternoon, Ms. Furs. Your Wuthering Heights is still by my bedside." Audrey showed an elegant and sweet smile, performing a bow strictly according to noble customs. And that Ms. Furs also naturally exchanged a few pleasantries with them, her casual tone revealing a clear sense of superiority. Soon, the two parties separated. After all, they were under public scrutiny, so they wouldn't discuss serious matters on this occasion. And so, Audrey's gaze turned back to Ember. "Audrey." Grelint gave a wry smile. He had intended to change the subject, but Audrey remained persistent. "Grelint." Audrey suddenly asked, "What is your impression of this Mr. Blake?" "Impression?" Grelint hesitated for a moment, then frowned and said, "Well, how should I put it? He should be a fallen noble who hasn't been in the royal capital for long. His purpose for attending the gathering is to expand his connections, but he gives off a feeling of being unapproachable. His clothing looks decent enough, but he wore this same suit to the last gathering and the horse race. His fingers are covered in rings, but none of them can be called valuable. Their styles are even somewhat old-fashioned and, well, strange. So, what is your evaluation?" Audrey continued to ask. "A fake nouveau riche." Grelint gave a sharp evaluation. "He's here to expand his connections, but he gives off a feeling of being unapproachable. He's clearly playing hard to get. But his performance is too clumsy. His suit looks decent, but it's clearly been worn many times. This indicates that he can only afford this one suit. Coupled with those old and cheap rings, it further outlines his false image. He is trying to disguise himself as a wealthy and tasteful nouveau riche, attempting to expand his connections through this. But the seemingly numerous but actually quite cheap rings in his single suit exposed everything. This resulted in almost everyone present seeing through him, so no one wanted to approach him." "Is that so?" A gleam flashed in Audrey's beautiful eyes. Her thoughts, however, were exactly the opposite of Grelint's. His suit style was exactly the same as last time. As an audience, she knew this more clearly than Brilliant. But in her opinion, this was precisely a manifestation of his disregard for trivial matters. As for the unapproachable demeanor, it wasn't a pretense, it was simply because that was his nature. As for the cheap rings on his 10 fingers, that was the most noteworthy aspect. As Brilliant said, most of these rings were not beautiful and were even somewhat old-fashioned. They looked like they had long lacked proper maintenance, causing some ring surfaces to be covered in cracks. This also made them look even cheaper. However, on his left hand, Audrey saw 3 very familiar rings. 2 of them were formed like winding snakes, the snake bodies forming the ring and the snake heads placed at the top as decoration. These 2 rings were very similar, except one was gold and the other was silver. And the third one looked like a leaping cat. At first glance, they just seemed strange, but upon closer inspection, these 3 exquisitely carved rings all gave a lifelike feeling. As if those snakes and cats would come alive in the next second. And most importantly, it was Mr. Lover, whom Audrey had met at the Tarot Club, who also wore these rings on his hand. Rather than considering these cheap decorations, Audrey leaned towards another guess. These were magical items with various wondrous effects. "Hello, Mr. Blake." Audrey walked over from the side, taking the initiative to greet the man with a sweet smile. Seeing this scene, Brilliant was on the verge of tears. He had already been very impolite by pointing out that the other party was a fake nouveau riche, so why was she still going over? If something happened, Earl Hall would kill him. Ember seemed immersed in the book, unable to extricate himself. It took a long time before he responded to the young lady's greeting, "Hello." A fake name. Audrey immediately made a judgment in her heart. Except for Ash Black and Furs, she knew everyone here. So she was very clear that no one else here was named Black. However, Ember, the only one named Black, reacted extremely slowly. It was obvious this was not his real name. But according to Brilliant's introduction, Ash Black was a fallen noble. Black is also a noble surname. Even the noble surname is fake. Does this mean Ash Black's identity is far more mysterious than that of a noble? Thinking of this, the young lady's gem-like eyes became even brighter. Chapter 23, The Lovers of Justice. Mr. Black. Audrey sat down beside Ember and introduced herself gracefully, "My name is Audrey Hall." Her previous discovery made Audrey even more certain of her guess. There was a high probability that this gentleman was the lover. This made Audrey both excited and nervous. She was excited that she had met a member of the Tarot Club in reality so quickly. She was also nervous because of this, as she didn't know Ember's identity. As an audience, she knew she shouldn't have approached him so rashly to say hello. This would break her identity as an audience and make her the center of the stage. But the girl's strong curiosity still drove her forward. By the time she realized this, it was already a bit late. However, judging from Ember's understanding of the Church of the Night at the previous Tarot Club meeting, he should be an extraordinary affiliated with the Church of the Night. Even if he wasn't, his relationship with the Church of the Night must be extraordinary. After all, he was able to get the potion formula from the Church of the Night through connections. "Hello, Miss Hall." Ember looked up and down at the girl, nodded slightly, and asked politely, "Is there anything I can help you with?" He recognized this was the girl who had secretly observed him at the racecourse last time. "No, I'm just a little curious." Audrey pointed to the rings on Ember's hand and asked curiously, "I want to know the origin of these rings, or rather, do they have any special meaning?" "I'm very sorry." Ember heard Audrey's question and showed an apologetic expression. "Actually, I know very little about these rings. After all, my research in this area is just for a beginner." "Then, Mr. Black, would you mind explaining it to me?" Audrey showed a sweet smile, with even a hint of teasing and slyness in her eyes. At this moment, she was almost certain that Black was the lover. Because the tone and voice of these two people were almost exactly the same. Mr. Lover is as humble as ever, Audrey thought. "What do you want to know?" Ember pondered for a moment, spread out his palm and asked. Like this one." Audrey pointed excitedly to the ring on his little finger with a cat image. "Silver cat ring," Ember said slowly, "a silver ring made in the image of a leaping cat. In the age of gods, or rather, in the age when gods still walked the earth, it is said that there was an old cat that could speak human language, with the voice of an old woman, an immortal cat like a phantom." Audrey, who had waited for a long time without hearing Ember continue, blinked. And then, what happened to this immortal cat? She thought this was the beginning of a story, but the beginning was the end. "Like I said," Ember met the girl's confused look, "I know very little about this either." "What about these two?" Audrey puffed out her cheeks. She didn't believe Ember's words. She only thought Ember was deliberately only saying half of it, so she pointed to the two snake-shaped rings again. Greedy gold snake ring, greedy silver snake ring. Snakes are degenerate dragons, gold rings made in the image of snakes. Snakes can swallow prey larger than themselves, and are creatures famous for their extreme greed. Since you are dissatisfied with the shackles placed upon you, sometimes you have to make up for it by satisfying your greed. Seeing that Ember had only said half of it again, Audrey's puffed cheeks became even more obvious, indicating her protest to Ember. Why do you always only say half of it? Then, Audrey changed the subject and pointed to another ring, changing her question, what about it, what does it do? It was a ring with intricate hollow patterns. Because it was hollow and had no decorative protrusions, it looked the most ordinary. Or rather, cheap. Sun Princess ring, slowly restores blood, injuries. Slowly restores. Audrey suddenly paused. She had realized the problem. Although she was already certain that Ash Black was lover. However, in the other party's eyes, she should just be a curious noble miss who likes to be unreasonable. If that's the case, why would he so seriously introduce the function of this ring? Just as she was thinking this, Audrey suddenly felt a sense of unease. In the next second, she saw Ember calmly ask a question. Any other questions, Miss Justice? His voice was not loud, just enough for Audrey to hear. But this also startled Audrey. The image of a miss with princess syndrome that she had intended to use to tease Ember instantly broke. Justice or something, Audrey said weakly. Mr. I Shu, when did you recognize me? From the beginning, Ember replied, closed the book and looked at Audrey's face. To be precise, the top of her head. Open black lens bracket Justice close black lens bracket Audrey Hall. With such a big icon on top, it was hard not to recognize her. But Ember, who kept in mind that he was just an apprentice, added humbly, I was a little suspicious from the beginning. After all, the image of a blonde noble miss is very easy to recognize. Plus, Miss Hall kept observing me, as if she had known me for a long time. But I haven't been in the royal capital for long, and I am confident in my memory. I confirmed that I had not met Miss Hall before this. And after the racecourse, Gleelant Viscount suddenly invited me. Although I had participated in the party he held before, my performance should not have been too popular, and he should not have invited me again. So, this should also be Miss Hall's doing. You seem to have some purpose in wanting to approach, or rather, test me. Based on the above information, it is natural to link Miss Hall with justice. Quote. Audrey Hall said dejectedly, really, is Mr. Ishu also an audience? According to Ember, didn't she expose herself? No. Ember shook his head calmly. Although I could have chosen the audience sequence at the beginning, I gave it up. Give up. Audrey suddenly felt a little complicated. She didn't have a choice. Although there was also a sailor, that was impossible to choose, so at the beginning there was only the audience. Can I ask? Audrey asked cautiously, Mr. Ishu, back then, how many choices did you have in total? 16 kinds. Ember looked at the girl and replied. 16. Audrey opened her mouth, lowered her head with a complicated mood, and said that she didn't want to talk now. There are only 22 sequence pathways in total. It is a great fortune for ordinary people to get even one sequence 9 potion from one of these pathways. But Ember had 16 choices. A full 16 kinds. With these conditions, you tell me this is just an ordinary declining noble from the border. P.S. The protagonist cannot see everyone's name. In other words, not everyone's name is qualified to be displayed. Just like in a game, those whose names and health bars can be displayed are at least a boss. Of course, it could also be an invading red spirit or an important NPC. Chapter 24, You're an apprentice too. What a coincidence, me too. Ahem. Miss Audrey was about to say something else when she suddenly heard a violent fit of coughing. Looking over at the sound, she saw Gleelant Viscount coughing wildly as if he had a serious illness, constantly winking at Miss Audrey. Seeing that Miss Audrey finally looked over, Gleelant pursed his lips and walked towards the study. Excuse me, I need to go to the restroom, Miss Audrey said in a low voice, feeling a little helpless. Then, she lifted her skirt and slowly stood up, walking towards the restroom. But halfway there, she circled out of sight towards the study on the first floor. Clearly, she was not unfamiliar with the environment here, nor was it her first time attending a salon in this villa. I have something I need to discuss with Gleelant. Stand guard at the door and don't let anyone else in. Miss Audrey instructed Annie, her personal maid. Understood. Annie nodded lightly and watched Miss Audrey enter the study. Meanwhile, inside the study, Gleelant was waiting anxiously. Audrey. Seeing Miss Audrey walk in, Gleelant immediately wanted to remind her, but Miss Audrey changed the subject. Ms. Furs. Miss Audrey looked at the other lady, who was standing in front of the bookshelf casually flipping through the collection, with a hint of suspicion. I heard Grelint say you are a true extraordinary, is that true? Of course, she knew what Grelint wanted to say, which was nothing more than that she was the daughter of an earl and of noble status. It was impossible to be with that kind of fallen noble from the countryside. But, oh my goodness. Had he never doubted that Mr. Lover was also an extraordinary? Miss Audrey wanted to complain a little but knew it didn't fit her status. It seems I need to prove it. Furs was not angered by Miss Audrey's questioning, but merely smiled slightly and walked to the door. Subsequently, Miss Audrey and Grelint's eyes blurred, and Miss Furs seemed to turn into a phantom and pass through the door. And so, under Miss Audrey's feigned surprise, the two parties reached a deal. Furs would sell them the formulas for certain sequence potions, and they would need to help Furs rescue her friend. After successfully reaching the agreement, Grelint suggested that to avoid suspicion, the three of them should leave the study one by one. And the first to leave was Furs. Audrey. Grelint hesitated, then spoke, then hesitated again. I have something I want to tell you. I knew it. Miss Audrey subtly rolled her eyes and deliberately changed the subject, saying, I also have something I want to tell you, Grelint. From now on, every time you hold a gathering, you must remember to invite Mr. Ash, okay? Mr. Ash. Grelint's eyes widened. You've only known each other for a few minutes. Have you already reached the point of calling each other by name? But this shouldn't be. As a young and promising noble due to his father's early death, Grelint had actually thought about pursuing Miss Audrey. This was natural. After all, she was a rich, wealthy, and very beautiful noble daughter. Who wouldn't be tempted? It was just that after Grelint realized that Miss Audrey didn't have such thoughts, he voluntarily gave up on that idea. His relationship with Miss Audrey also became purely a friend in the occult. But now, Miss Audrey was actually being taken away by a fallen noble from the countryside. I cannot accept this. Don't overthink it. Miss Audrey sighed in her heart and still explained, the reason I'm asking him to come is because Mr. Ash might also be an extraordinary. Sorry, Mr. Lover. Miss Audrey silently apologized in her heart. To gain Grelint's trust and avoid him continuing to suspect, she could only reveal some things. Moreover, she used the word, might. Extraordinary. Grelint gasped, then seemed to understand something and said in surprise, so that's why you had that attitude. Audrey, how did you find out? I didn't notice at all. Did you notice the rings on his hand? I suspect they are magical items. Miss Audrey explained again, feeling a little helpless. Also, don't reveal this matter. Understood. Grelint nodded solemnly. Although he was not an extraordinary, he knew about magical items. Of course, he didn't know exactly what they were, only that they were items with some extraordinary abilities. It was said that these things were as rare as extraordinaries. And that Mr. Ash. Grelint suddenly froze. The other party seemed to be wearing rings on all 10 fingers. 10 magical items. No, there should only be 1 or 2 of them, the others should be disguises. Yes, that's right. Miss Audrey watched Grelint, who was lost in his own imagination, and silently withdrew from the room. The girl returned to the hall, where Furs was elegantly walking towards the dessert table. After a moment of hesitation, Miss Audrey took another step towards Ember. Excuse me, Mr. Black, can I just call you Ash? If you wish. Ember nodded slightly. Then, Mr. Ash. Miss Audrey blinked, but if that's the case, then you have to call me Audrey. Ember nodded slightly. Okay, Miss Hall. It's Audrey. No problem, Miss Hall. Miss Audrey looked at Ember with some annoyance. She felt that the other party was deliberately teasing her, but she had no evidence. Mr. Ash. Miss Audrey didn't want to continue this topic and change the subject, saying, should I give you the diary directly in reality from now on? And the moment she asked this question, in the unseen realm, Klein, who was far away in Tingan, suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. No need. Ember refused without hesitation, I'm not interested in the diary. He didn't have time to waste on reading Rosal's nonsensical diary. Okay. Miss Audrey nodded, then hesitated for a moment, and asked in a low voice, Mr. Ash, do you know what kind of extraordinary can pass directly through a wooden door or make a locked door ineffective? After asking this question, Miss Audrey suddenly noticed that Ember's gaze towards her seemed to have changed slightly. This is the sequence 9 of the apprentice pathway, apprentice. Ember slowly said, I don't think I've ever shown you this ability. Where did you learn about the apprentice? Huh. Miss Audrey was startled and said in surprise, is Mr. Ash also on the apprentice pathway? Yes. Ember nodded calmly, as you can see, I just became an apprentice a few days ago. After a pause, Ember continued, I'm also a fresh novice among extraordinaries. Miss Audrey's face clearly showed some doubt. She believed that Ember was on the apprentice pathway, but she didn't believe that Ember was only sequence 9. How could a sequence 9 possibly have 10 magical items? So, Ember asked, "You met another apprentice?" Miss Audrey whispered, "It's the author of the book you're reading, Miss Furs." And so, Miss Audrey honestly told Ember about her transaction with Furs in full detail. P.S. Miss Audrey dared to communicate with Ember in public because she is an audience. She can see if anyone is eavesdropping, so she can avoid her conversation being overheard. But Relint and Furs didn't know this, so they didn't want to say too much in public and went to the study instead. This should be easy to understand, right? Chapter 25, Haven't You Had Enough? I think so. Mr. Ember looked thoughtfully at Ms. Furs, who was elegantly enjoying her dessert, and suddenly said, "You probably don't need her help, do you?" Huh. Miss Audrey blinked. Not really. That Ms. Furs seems to be just a sequence 9 apprentice. For Miss Audrey, who was already an extraordinary, it wasn't entirely useless, but it was better than nothing. But why did Mr. Lover suddenly ask that? Then, Mr. Ember suddenly said, "You probably don't mind if I arrest her, do you?" Arrest her. Miss Audrey subconsciously covered her mouth to avoid exclaiming, then couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Why arrest her? Miss Furs shouldn't have done anything bad, right? Is there a problem?" Mr. Ember looked at the girl's surprised expression and asked strangely, "For night watchers, arresting wild extraordinaries is our duty." Night watcher. Miss Audrey opened her mouth. "Mr. Ishu, are you a night watcher of the Church of the Night?" Otherwise, Mr. Ember became even more confused. He felt that Miss Audrey seemed to lack common sense, but he still strictly played the role of an apprentice and humbly said, "However, I am ashamed to say that I have only joined the Night Watchers for a week, and I have only been on one mission so far." "So you want to use Ms. Furs to complete a mission?" Miss Audrey inexplicably had this thought, but she still tried to persuade him, "Can you not arrest her? Ms. Furs is not a bad person." Although they had only known each other for a short time, they had just reached a cooperation. If Mr. Ember turned around and arrested Ms. Furs, it would give Miss Audrey a sense of guilt. It would be as if she had betrayed Ms. Furs. "Audrey." Mr. Ember did not answer Miss Audrey's question, but instead asked, "Do you know what my only mission was?" Miss Audrey did not expect Mr. Ember to ask such a question and shook her head hesitantly. "It was to arrest a runaway extraordinary." Mr. Ember looked into the girl's eyes and said word by word, "Including me, a total of 7 night watchers participated in the arrest, including even 2 sequence 7s, but the final result was that we almost suffered heavy casualties. And this Ms. Furs may indeed not be a bad person, but in her current state." Mr. Ember paused and slowly said, "I'm afraid she will lose control within 3 months." Just like old Neil, he also smelled the scent of human pus on this Ms. Furs. Moreover, it felt even stronger than old Neil's. It's just that old Neil's human pus is growing every moment, but this Ms. Furs's human pus seems to have fallen into silence, perhaps only growing suddenly at specific times. But once it grows, the result may be direct loss of control. Heavy casualties. Miss Audrey suddenly fell silent. Those 4 words hit her heart like a heavy hammer. Although she had become an extraordinary and had been reminded of the danger of losing control by Mr. Hangman. But she had never really witnessed loss of control, and she never knew how dangerous it was. And now, listening to Mr. Lover say this, she suddenly realized that the world of extraordinaries might be much more cruel than she imagined. Heavy casualties. The 4 words that sounded light in Mr. Ember's mouth, but Miss Audrey could feel their weight. A total of 7 extraordinaries, even if they were lucky enough not to be completely annihilated, they must have also paid a huge sacrifice, right? How many of the 7 died? Was it 3 or 4? Or more? Could it be that only Mr. Ember survived? Thinking of this, Miss Audrey's mood became a little heavier. They were extraordinaries, beings who were unattainable for ordinary people, extraordinary existences. As a result, just the most ordinary mission resulted in huge casualties. Such a tragic sacrifice was only caused by a runaway extraordinary. "I understand," Miss Audrey whispered, "although Ms. Furs is innocent. But if she suddenly loses control, I'm afraid more ordinary people will suffer. If she loses control in this salon, apart from her and Mr. Lover, apart from Mr. Lover, no one else present will survive. After all, an audience itself has neither combat power nor self-preservation ability." Although she felt a little sorry for Ms. Furs, Miss Audrey felt that this might be the best outcome. As compensation, Miss Audrey silently added in her heart, "I will help you rescue that Miss Hugh." Yes, and Relent. He might still be excitedly hoping that Ms. Furs will help him find the potion formula. But now it will definitely fall through. If not, she can give him her potion formula, or she can ask Mr. Lover for help. Meanwhile, Ms. Furs, who didn't know she had been sold, was squinting and enjoying her dessert very much. Oh, there's one more thing. Mr. Ember paused and continued, I was going to tell you next time we meet, but since we met earlier, I'll just say it now. I have a way to get the mind reader formula, but it will cost £400. After the last tarot club, he had asked the Church of the Night about the formula. They could give it, but not for free, they needed money. However, Mr. Ember had no money. He only had £200, half of which was given by the Archbishop. £400. Miss Audrey was thoughtful. She had heard Mr. Hanged Man explain that the formula for a sequence 8 potion was usually around £450. I don't have any cash on me. Miss Audrey blinked. But Gleeland Viscount will hold another banquet the day after tomorrow, and I will bring enough money then. Well, how about £600 in total, including your reward, Mr. Aishu? The rich woman, who was not short of money, said so. Okay. Mr. Ember pondered for 2 seconds and nodded slightly. As evening approached, the salon ended successfully. The guests left the villa one after another. Miss Audrey also said goodbye and boarded the carriage with her maid to return to her mansion. Ms. Furs also embarked on her journey home, in a very good mood. Hugh had only caused a little trouble, and now with 2 nobles stepping forward, it could definitely be easily resolved. Perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, Hugh could be released from prison. Thinking of this, Ms. Furs's mood became even more cheerful, and her steps became much lighter. Until she returned to her address at 117 Bonningham Road, Hillston District. Until she entered the living room and noticed the man behind her through the mirror in the living room. Ms. Furs's hair stood on end instantly, and her hands and feet were cold, as if fine needles were pricking them. When was he in the house? No, it should be said, when did he start following her? Bang! Without any hesitation, Ms. Furs gritted her teeth and smashed the mirror she had prepared for dressing towards the man behind her. Then she crashed into the wall next to her without looking back. Just as she was about to hit the wall, she suddenly turned into a phantom and passed through the wall. This was the source of her confidence in escaping. As an apprentice, she was confident that as long as she was determined to escape, it would be extremely difficult for other extraordinaries to catch her. Well, excluding mid-high sequences. Without any hesitation, Miss Furs, who had passed through the wall, quickly ran towards the wall of her neighbor's house. Although her escape speed was not fast due to her not-so-good physical fitness. But thanks to being able to pass through walls directly, she crossed the entire street in a short time. The straight-line distance from her original address was at least 500 meters. With the obstruction of numerous buildings, it was impossible for others to still capture her figure. Therefore, she had plenty of time to blend into the crowd and escape. It should have been like this. If she hadn't seen a man suddenly grow out of the wall she had just passed through. Not running anymore, Mr. Ember asked politely, although I can spend the whole day with you, you can actually try again. Ms. Furs's expression suddenly collapsed. She simply gave up and sat down on the bench next to her. Like a salted fish who had given up resisting. Chapter 26. Of course I'll help you. I give up. Furs slumped on the bench, muttering dejectedly, I can't run away anyway. If I try to escape again, I might be treated as resisting arrest and killed on the spot. At low sequences, she was confident that with her abilities, most people couldn't catch her. However, those of the same apprentice sequence were an exception. Moreover, seeing how effortlessly the other party handled the situation, it was clear he was toying with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even been able to escape the house. And by this time, having regained her composure, she recognized the man in front of her. She had met him at the salon they had just left half an hour ago. He was sitting on a sofa reading her Wuthering Heights, but no one around seemed willing to approach him. The reason was simple, his attire was too cheap. However, because Miss Audrey frequently went to his side, he successfully attracted quite a bit of attention. Furs had also noticed him at this time. But she never expected that this man, dressed so cheaply, was also an extraordinary. Who are you? Furs squinted at the man and asked, a night watcher. A punisher or mechanical heart? A night watcher. Ember glanced at the lady, who seemed limp and powerless but whose body was actually tense, and said calmly, are you going to get up yourself, or shall I take you? A night watcher. Furs sighed helplessly in her heart, then mumbled and stood up, honestly standing behind Ember. She would rather deal with powerful wild extraordinaries than face official extraordinaries who were only sequence 9. Because wild extraordinaries generally wouldn't make enemies without reason, especially when they didn't know each other's backgrounds. Not to mention even if they truly had malicious intentions. If the other party was also a wild extraordinary, they would definitely have reservations about official extraordinaries and wouldn't dare to cause a big scene. In that case, she would still have a chance to escape. But if it was an official extraordinary, then there was truly nothing she could do. These guys would never give up easily once they targeted her. Ember didn't focus his gaze on Furs, but instead looked at both ends of the road to determine the direction. Finally, he still cast his gaze upon Furs. Was I found out? Furs's heart tightened, and she lowered her head feeling a bit guilty. By the way, Ember glanced at Furs and asked, which way is St. Samuel Cathedral? Huh. Furs suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide with disbelief. You arrested me, and you want me to show you the way to prison? Are you even human? Furs was filled with grief and indignation. She wanted to resist, but upon meeting Ember's oppressive gaze, she let out a whimper, lowered her head, and weakly pointed in a direction. That way. Then let's go. Ember glanced at the direction Furs pointed, nodded slightly, and walked straight towards the direction she indicated, taking Furs with him. He didn't even look at Furs along the way, as if he wasn't worried at all that she would escape halfway. As for Furs, after touching her wrist, she still gritted her teeth and chose to follow Ember. That. Furs followed behind Ember, feeling uneasy, and said, "Can you give me a break? Look, I'm just an ordinary girl and I haven't done anything bad. Besides, I'm a writer, the kind with a proper job. Haven't you read my book?" You're right. Ember walked unhurriedly along the road, calmly glancing at the lady who had quickened her pace to walk beside him, but I cannot let you go. You are close to losing control. If I let you leave, you know very well what the consequences will be. Losing control. Furs stopped and asked hesitantly, "Can you tell?" After asking that question, she felt a bit foolish herself. Yes, the other party could definitely tell. Otherwise, how could he have said that she was about to lose control? You should know that her usual behavior was no different from that of ordinary people at all. Even her friend, who had lived with her for 2 years, could not detect her abnormality. But Furs knew her body well. Every full moon, her pain would intensify. If this continued, she wouldn't last much longer. Unless someone had personally experienced it, it would be impossible to detect any abnormality in this regard. After all, she wasn't on the verge of losing control all the time. But Ember seemed to see through everything at a glance, which made Furs feel incredible, while also inexplicably generating a feeling of salvation in her heart. Because deep down, she actually longed for someone to see her problem, for someone to pull her back during the full moon. So, just like a drowning person trying to grasp the last straw, Furs voluntarily revealed everything without Ember asking. However, no matter how eloquently she spoke, Ember just looked at her calmly without any reaction. It's this. Seeing that Ember was unmoved, Furs bit her white teeth, and took off a silver bracelet hidden by the frills of her cuff. This bracelet had 3 dark green, rough stones on it. The surface of the stones was covered in burn marks and was uneven. These stones allow me to travel through the spirit world, achieving something similar to teleportation. But after using these stones for the first time, every full moon I would be affected by whispers. Therefore, I usually try to avoid using them. Ember took the bracelet and glanced at Furs with slight surprise. If it was truly as she said, then her hidden trump card was probably these stones, because they could help her escape Ember's control through teleportation. And now, she handed them over so easily. Open black lens bracket traveler's bracelet. An item twisted and mutated by an Abraham family extraordinary tormented by the whispers of the blood moon before death. Can allow ordinary people to also use spirit world teleportation. Even if not a descendant of the Abraham family bloodline, using it will result in a curse, hearing Mr. Door's whispers during the full moon, right? Is that a cry for help? Or a warning? Close black lens bracket. Abraham family. Ember's expression showed slight surprise. He seemed to have heard this name somewhere. But due to the blurriness of his memory, it wasn't very clear anymore. However, the description of the bracelet also indirectly confirmed that what Furs said was true. If not for the influence of the whispers, she, who was only sequence 9, shouldn't have lost control so easily. In the end, it was the same as old Neil, both lost control due to whispers. The only difference was that one was the hidden sage, and the other was Mr. Door, whose identity was unknown. Ember suddenly had a flash of intuition, as if blessed by fortune. This lady named Furs should have a rather important side quest hidden behind her. In other words, she's an important NPC. See, can you help me? Furs looked at Ember with anticipation. Because the moment the other party touched the bracelet, his eyes revealed that he seemed to know this item, or at least knew its origin. Although the bracelet was very useful and allowed her to successfully escape the danger of death twice. But if it could free her from the torment of the whispers, she would rather not have this bracelet. Yes. Ember looked at the girl, thought for a moment, and then nodded seriously. How will you help? A glimmer of hope appeared in Firz's eyes. I will take you to St. Samuel Cathedral. The Church of the Night will heal you. Don't worry, the Church of the Night has rich experience in this area. Ember spoke calmly, but saw Firz's expression suddenly become filled with grief and indignation. That's not what she wanted to hear. Don't worry my ass. She was just a wild extraordinary. Once she entered the Church of the Night, how could she possibly have a chance to come out alive? Chapter 27. I think this is fate. 117 Bonningham Road, Hillston District. Furz looked nervously at the man in front of her named Ash Black. So, Ember said pointedly, you are hoping that I can help you with the curse problem without handing you over to the Church of the Night. Curse. Furz was taken aback, and then became even more certain that Ember could solve her problem, nodding repeatedly. She only knew that she was suffering because she used the stone bracelet. But she didn't have a specific answer in her heart. As a result, Ember's tone sounded as if he had known it was a curse all along. Since he knew it was a curse, wasn't it possible that he might also know how to solve the curse? Can you do it? Furz asked with a hint of anticipation and hope. I can indeed help you. Ember nodded slightly, but then asked in return, but why should I help you? Or rather, what price can you pay? Furz parted her red lips slightly, but in the end, she just bit her lip, lowered her head, and fell silent. That's right. Why should he help her? He is a night watcher, and she is just a wild extraordinary who loses control during the full moon. She had nothing of value on her except for that bracelet, and that bracelet was now in Ember's hands. In other words, she was of no value now. I have nothing now, I can't pay the price you want. Furz gave a bitter smile, and the hope that had just risen in her heart sank again. No. Ember looked at her deeply and said slowly, you still have one thing that can be used as a price, for example, you. Noticing Ember's gaze, Furz instinctively shrank her head and said weakly, I won't sell my body. Although she said that, a ripple appeared in Furz's heart. If the curse could really be solved, it might not be a big deal. It would be like being poked by a stick, and she wouldn't lose a piece of flesh. But what if the other party used this as a threat and forced her to be his slave from now on? No, absolutely not. It must not develop into this situation. However, he actually looks pretty good. If it was based on dating, maybe. Although Ember hadn't said anything yet, Furz, being a writer, had already imagined many inappropriate scenes. What a coincidence. Ember said indifferently, I'm not interested in your body either. I'm referring to you as an apprentice, as an extraordinary. Furz, whose imagination was abruptly interrupted by Ember's straightforward, not interested, breathed a sigh of relief, as if celebrating her preserved chastity, but at the same time felt a trace of resentment. What? She's not bad looking. Although she couldn't compare to a young lady like Audrey, she was still a beauty among thousands, okay. But Furz's imagination didn't last long after all, because she still had some rationality to consider the situation, and asked doubtfully, aren't you an apprentice yourself? I am a night watcher, you are not. Ember replied indifferently, immediately making Furz understand his meaning. He wanted her to be an informant among the wild extraordinaries and gather information for him. In that case, the other party could originally only catch her alone, but with her as an informant, it was possible to catch a bunch of people. The merit of catching a group of extraordinaries is definitely much greater than catching one extraordinary. But wasn't that asking her to be a traitor among the wild extraordinaries? How could she accept something like that? She couldn't refuse at all. Okay. Furz nodded without hesitation and said sincerely, I can be the informant you plant among the wild extraordinaries, but in return, you have to be responsible for curing my curse. Informant. Ember showed a strange expression, but did not correct Furz's misunderstanding. Then let's do that. Ember pondered for a moment and said slowly, I'm not entirely sure if I can solve your curse. All of this can only be tried on the next full moon. But I have to remind you, if I can't solve your curse, I will still hand you over to the Church of the Night. As I said, the Church of the Night has rich experience with your situation. Regarding the curse Furz was afflicted with, Ember actually had more than one way to lift it. For example, healing tears that can treat abnormal conditions, or a curse-breaking stone. But those were from the Black Soul world, and he couldn't be sure if they would work in this world. He had to wait until the full moon to test it. If it didn't work, he could only send her to the Church of the Night. The Church of the Night indeed had rich experience in this area. For example, Old Neil. Well, although Old Neil was still locked up, he should be fine now, right? Full moon. Furs had no objection to Ember's words, and nodded silently, but her eyes were a little complicated, and she said in a low voice, "The next full moon is next Wednesday." "Next Wednesday? That is July 25th. Ember confirmed the time and nodded slightly. "Okay, then next Wednesday, here again, is that okay?" Furs nodded repeatedly, and then said weakly, "Then, my bracelet. I will keep it for you temporarily." Ember looked at Furs's light blue eyes with a hint of expectation and said indifferently. Furs lowered her head with some disappointment. That's right, how could the other party easily return such an important item to her? Just. Now that she was caught by this guy who called himself a night watcher, her personal freedom would probably be controlled next. Although this man said things like, not interested in her body, who knew if he would do something to her under the guise of surveillance? She didn't care anyway, it was just like being poked by a stick. She was now a little worried about what to do about Zio. Although she had already reached an agreement with Gleeland Viscount, given the other party's desire for the potion, he should not break the contract. But if she couldn't show up next, whether Zio could be rescued smoothly was also a problem. Thinking of this, Furs became a little worried. Can I? Furs gritted her teeth and looked up, wanting to make an additional request to the night watcher in front of her. However, when she found the living room empty, she couldn't help but blink her light blue eyes. Gone. Just like that. Didn't he even need to monitor her? Furs Wall, magician. On the streets of Hillston District, Ember silently recited Furs's name. Like, the Fool, and Justice, this name also sounded a little familiar to him. But as always, he couldn't remember anything, which he had become accustomed to. However, developing Furs as an informant was not because he was soft-hearted for a moment. Undead don't have that kind of thing. He just wanted to expand his intelligence network. Although he had the intelligence network provided by the Church of the Night, and for now the Church of the Night could still be considered an ally. But this ally was not absolute. Since the Church of the Night gave a hint about the Black Emperor, it meant that they obviously knew more. When the Church of the Night chose to be cryptic, and at the same time, gave Ember more hints, allowing him to gather information through gatherings. However, for now, this hint seemed useless. Whether it was the Night Watchers or the so-called gatherings, they were just some low-level circles, and it was impossible to get information about the Black Emperor. Of course, Ember knew very well that the Church of the Night had no obligation to tell him everything. And if he wanted to know more information, he would inevitably need to complete some tasks for the Church of the Night. This was also part of the equivalent exchange. But although Ember did not plan to actively antagonize the Church of the Night, if the Church of the Night could not provide valuable clues, Ember felt it was necessary to prepare for both, and secretly gather information. And Furs, this person who made him feel a little familiar, happened to show up on her own at this time. One can only say, this is also a kind of fate. Chapter 28, It's normal to have some movements when playing cards. Backland Detective Agency. The moment Ember walked through the detective agency's front door, Lolota, who was playing cards at the table in the hall, immediately looked as if she had seen a ghost. This also made Al Hansen, who had his back to Ember, quite surprised, and the moment he turned around and saw Ember, his expression was even more exaggerated than Lolota's. Praise the goddess. Air stood up, drew a scarlet moon on his chest, and said with extreme excitement, I actually have the honor to see you come to work one day. I've been busy before. Ember was a little speechless, not knowing what to say, so he just explained a couple of sentences. I understand. Air's expression became a little twisted, and his tone was full of sourness, busy attending noble banquets, busy flirting with dressed-up noble ladies, right? I understand it all, after all, you're a noble. The more Air spoke, the more sour he became. If it weren't in public, he might have even cried out loud. If he had the chance, he would also want to talk about love with noble ladies. At the same time, Borgia and Lolota were craning their necks to peek at Air's hand. Lolota also winked at Ember and made a silencing gesture. I came this time to report something. Ember looked away, not wanting Al to continue being sour, and said directly, if we discover a wild extraordinary during the execution of a mission, how should we handle it? Wild extraordinary. Air was taken aback for a moment, and said with a strange expression, you encountered one. In principle. Lolota rubbed her temples and said somewhat lazily, once we encounter a wild extraordinary, we must exercise a certain degree of control. But in actual execution, we can be flexible, and the enforcement methods can also be more flexible. As long as these wild extraordinaries do not show obvious threats, even if we ignore them, we cannot rashly arrest them. Because you don't know who the backer behind these wild extraordinaries is. Are you referring to high-sequence extraordinaries? Ember asked with a frown. No. Lolota spread her hands. I'm referring to the great nobles in the royal capital. Most of them privately hire some wild extraordinaries. If we arrest these people, it will also be very troublesome for us. Of course, if you really encounter a wild extraordinary, even if you don't arrest them, it's still necessary to do some registration. It's best to develop them into our informants. After Lolota finished speaking, Borgia added, this can help us discover potential dangers faster. After all, these wild extraordinaries do have an advantage over us in some aspects. And wild extraordinaries generally have extraordinary gatherings. You can try to have the informant you've developed take you in. There's no need to rush to arrest people. These wild extraordinaries are very cunning, and even if you're prepared in advance, it's difficult to catch them all. And as long as one person escapes, these extraordinaries will become even more difficult to catch, or even hide. In this way, when it's time to actually take action, it will instead have a detrimental effect on our actions. So most of the time, we mainly focus on monitoring. Of course, if you encounter extraordinaries who believe in evil god at the gathering, you must take action. Even if you judge that your strength is insufficient to capture them, you must immediately request support. Of course, you can also take the opportunity to obtain some valuable things at these extraordinary gatherings. Not only that, Lolota winked at Ember again and said slyly, if the informant provides valuable information, they can be given a certain reward. And your expenses for this information can be reimbursed. Not just information fees. Borgia added, if the informant is injured or suffers losses while collecting information for us, these can also be reimbursed. Of course, the premise is that your informant has been registered. Otherwise, although it's not impossible to reimburse, the procedures will be much more complicated. On the other hand, if your informant has a need, they can also purchase potion formulas and extraordinary materials through our channels. This is also a small benefit for them. As for the price, you know. I understand. Ember nodded in tacit understanding, everything was unspoken. That is to say, assuming he spent £10 to buy information from the informant, he could apply for a reimbursement of £50. And if the informant wanted to buy extraordinary materials or formulas, they could also make a profit from it. As expected of a veteran night watcher, their experience in fleecing others is truly rich. You guys. Air's mouth twitched slightly, but in the end, he didn't scold them. After all, he himself actually did the same thing. Let me ask one question. Al Hansen suddenly turned his head to look at Ember. This informant you've developed, couldn't it be a noble you met at a noble gathering? No. Ember shook his head and then nodded, but I did meet them at a gathering. Mr. or Ems. It's a lady. How does she look? Lolota was originally yawning lazily, but when she heard this, she became energetic and asked with great curiosity. Not bad. Ember recalled carefully and replied seriously, by ordinary people's standards, she should be a beauty, compared to Ms. Lolota. I should say they are evenly matched, each with their own merits. However, as soon as he said this, he immediately noticed that Al Hansen's expression became incomparably complex. With undisguised naked hostility, just like when they first met, as if looking at a class enemy. But at the same time, there was an indescribable envy and jealousy within the hostility. Tisk. Lolota also stared at Ember with some dissatisfaction. Did this kid just want to say she was prettier than her? Let's go. Al Hansen suddenly reached out and tightly grabbed Ember's shoulder, saying with a hint of gnashing teeth. Where to? Ember was slightly puzzled. Go investigate the case. Al Hansen said through gritted teeth. Urgent mission, we are short-handed right now, you come with us. It was rare for this guy to actually come to work, he absolutely couldn't let him leave so leisurely. Ember looked suspicious. When he came, you were still playing cards leisurely, and it didn't look like there was a case to investigate. Why is there a case to investigate as soon as he arrives? Borgia, Lolota, you too. Air unceremoniously greeted the two people behind him. He's going to work, and you shouldn't expect to rest either. Borgia was taken aback for a moment and hesitated. How about we finish this hand first? What are you playing? Air's face darkened and he scolded them fiercely. Have you forgotten who we are? We are night watchers. Do you understand what it means when human lives are at stake? All right. Borgia sighed and put down the cards in his hand with regret. He was clearly going to win this hand. Investigating the case was clearly an excuse. The captain must have done this on purpose because he was afraid of losing money, right? Ember. Air looked at Ember with a forced smile. You'll come on the mission with us, right? I won't go. Ember met Al's slightly threatening gaze and said calmly, I need to go to St. Samuel Cathedral later, the bishop is looking for me. Air opened his mouth, wanted to speak but stopped speaking but wanted to speak again. Ember had already brought up the bishop, what could he do? Then forget it. Air sighed somewhat dejectedly. Then shall we continue playing cards? Borgia rubbed his chin and asked. No. Air's gaze suddenly became sharp and he said without hesitation, he cannot go, but you must go on the mission with me. Okay. Borgia readily agreed, then we'll go after finishing this hand, it doesn't make a difference for these 2 minutes. Saying that, without waiting for Al to refuse, he added, if you're in a hurry to do the mission, you can also seal the game and continue when you come back. Or are you afraid of losing money, Captain? Air's expression immediately froze on his face. Honestly. Lolota rolled her eyes and couldn't help but yawn again. She had been sleep-deprived for the past few days, and if this continued, her skin would get worse. But thankfully, this wouldn't last too long. Chapter 29, Pleasant Salon. July 21st, Saturday. In the afternoon, another literary salon was held at Gleeland Viscount's luxurious villa. The attendees were not much different from the last time, except for a lady who came with Gleeland Viscount. Well, calling her a lady might not be entirely appropriate. Because although this lady had messy, coarse shoulder-length yellow hair and wore traditional night training attire, she looked like a stern tomboy. But her facial features were delicate and soft, and her eyebrows and eyes seemed not yet fully developed, looking quite youthful. Coupled with her height of only 1.5 meters, she looked like a large-sized loli. And this was precisely Ms. Udilcha, whom Furs had asked Grelint to help get out of prison. Grelint. Miss Audrey walked up to Grelint, the host, with an elegant smile, and politely asked, may I borrow your study? Of course, it's my pleasure. Grelint smiled and nodded, performing a gentleman's bow. Then, the next second, he saw Audrey leading Ember towards the study. This instantly froze his expression. Annie. Audrey instructed her personal maid, guard the outside, and don't let anyone in. Okay. Annie glanced at Ember beside her, seemed to hesitate, but still nodded. So, Mr. Ash. Audrey locked the study door from the inside, then took out £600 from her small bag and handed them to Ember, looking at him with some anticipation. This is the agreed upon payment. When is the earliest I can get the mind reader potion formula? Anytime. Ember said calmly, the only question is, when do you want me to give you the formula? Audrey considered that there didn't seem to be any gatherings she needed to attend recently, so she replied, how about the afternoon of the day after tomorrow? All right. Ember nodded slightly. The afternoon of the day after tomorrow, which is Monday afternoon, means the transaction will be at the Tarot Club. At least Miss Audrey didn't think there was anything wrong with that. There's one more thing. Audrey thought for a moment, seemingly organizing her words. My friend, Gleeland Viscount, who is also the inviter of this salon, also wishes to become an extraordinary. If he needs a potion formula, he can find me. Ember said calmly. No, I mean. Audrey shook her head and whispered, if Grelint becomes an extraordinary, will Mr. Ash also arrest him? Strictly speaking, even she herself was a wild extraordinary. But given that she was in the Tarot Club with Mr. Lover, he let her be. However, Grelint might not have such a privilege, and neither might the petite Miss Udilcha. Audrey. Ember shook his head and said calmly, there are many wild extraordinary in this city. If all of them were arrested, even the night watchers would be too busy. As long as they are not close to losing control or attempting to threaten this city, the official extraordinary won't necessarily arrest everyone. Ember paused, even Ms. Furs from last time, I didn't arrest her. Huh. Audrey blinked, but wasn't Ms. Furs close to losing control? Just close to losing control. Ember explained concisely, I am trying to suppress her loss of control. If it fails, it's not too late to arrest her then. I see. Audrey felt inexplicably relieved. If he was so tolerant of extraordinary who were close to losing control, then Grelint definitely wouldn't have any problems. Mr. Lover is truly a gentle law enforcer. Audrey. As the two left the study one after another, Grelint approached the later departing Audrey and whispered, what were you two talking about in the study just now? Goddess above, if your father knew, he would definitely kill me. It's not that exaggerated. Audrey looked at Grelint's exaggerated performance, feeling a bit helpless, but also knowing she couldn't just brush this off. So she explained, Mr. Ash and I have reached an agreement. I will pay him £300, and he will trade me a Sequence 9 potion formula. Potion formula. Grelint's eyes widened suddenly, no longer dwelling on the relationship between Audrey and Ember, but instead said eagerly, is that Mr. Ash truly an extraordinary? Audrey, can you talk to him for me and get me a potion formula too? Isn't there Ms. Furs? Audrey looked at him strangely, a normal Sequence 9 potion should only cost around £200. Since Ms. Furs said she would look for a potion formula for you, she shouldn't go back on her word. She deliberately said £300 to make Grelint back down, but he actually didn't give up. In fact, Grulint lowered his voice and whispered, I was willing to believe Ms. Furs, but after seeing that Ms. Hugh, I suddenly felt that they might not be very reliable. What's more, Grulint paused, then whispered again, Ms. Furs hasn't arrived yet. I even suspect she might have run off. On the other hand, since Mr. Ash is willing to trade with Audrey, I think he wouldn't mind making an extra profit. Besides, it's only £100 more than the market price, which is not a big deal. Grulint. Audrey looked at her friend helplessly. Ms. Hugh is just a bit shorter in height, and Ms. Furs might have been delayed by something. This doesn't mean they are unreliable. We are nobles, have you forgotten what Rosal the Great said? Never judge a book by its cover. Rosal the Great also said, one more friend, one more path. Grulint retorted stubbornly, to borrow Rosal the Great's words, no matter who it is, as long as he can help me get a potion formula, he is my blood brother from a different father and mother. All right. Audrey pretended to be helpless, I will help you contact him, but only after I get my potion formula. After a pause, Audrey continued, if Mr. Ash is unwilling to help, I can share my potion formula with you. Okay. At that time, she would just find an excuse to refuse Grulint's request and directly give him the audience potion formula. While Grulint was excitedly talking, Ms. Furs finally arrived late when the salon was halfway through. And the moment she saw Hugh, she showed an obvious expression of excitement that anyone could see. Ms. Furs. Grulint, who had returned to the hall, saw Furs and asked somewhat strangely, may I ask why you were so late today? Furs blinked and explained, because inspiration suddenly struck, I got engrossed in writing. Yes, it's like what Rosal the Great said, forgetting to eat and sleep. I'm really very sorry. I see. Audrey praised, as expected of a famous writer who can write, Wuthering Heights, she is truly reliable. Hugh rolled her eyes from the side. Writing until she forgot to eat and sleep. Based on her understanding of Furs, it was more likely that the other person had just woken up from a nap. Chapter 30, What's Coming Will Come. Monday, 3 p.m. Above the gray fog, in the grand and magnificent palace, the ancient and mottled bronze long table was quietly placed. The members appeared at their fixed positions. However, for some reason, this time the Tarot Club ritual did not begin. Miss Justice didn't even say hello. This instantly made everyone notice Miss Justice's abnormality, and they all turned their gaze towards Audrey. But Miss Justice, who was supposed to be an audience, seemed unaware at this moment, instead tensing her body, lost in thought. After a while, Audrey suddenly sat up straight, hesitating and speaking somewhat haltingly. Esteemed Mr. Fool, and Mr. Hanged Man, Mr. Lover, I have a question I'd like to ask. What can a pet with extraordinary power help its owner with? Simply put, what use can it have? As soon as she finished speaking, the Tarot Club fell into silence, and the atmosphere immediately became incredibly strange. That depends on what kind of extraordinary abilities the pet possesses. Mr. Hanged Man was silent for a long time. Seeing that no one else intended to speak, he said in a rather peculiar tone, for example, if it's an audience, it can observe and overhear in certain situations on your behalf. You know, people are wary of their own kind, but they are unlikely to suspect a pet of eavesdropping, even if the pet is squatting at their feet. Audrey's eyes lit up, and she immediately felt it made a lot of sense. But her expression quickly changed again. Why did Mr. Hanged Man use audience as an example directly? What are you implying? Mr. Fool, I have found another page of Rosal the Great's diary. Audrey quickly spoke to change the subject, and Mr. Fool subconsciously glanced at Ember. The moment he realized the other party didn't ask for the diary, the fool couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed his scheme from last time had achieved some effect. And so, through this diary, Klein learned some important information. For instance, there is no oil in this world, and there is an organization secretly influencing the world's situation. After thinking for a long time, Klein collected his thoughts and made the diary in his hand disappear directly. You can communicate now. Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. The time Mr. Fool spent examining the diary was enough to cover up the previous matter. Miss Justice, Ember slowly said, I have obtained the mind reader potion formula. Saying this, Ember looked towards the fool at the head of the table. What use am I to you? Klein grumbled, but he still honestly materialized paper and pen before Ember. So fast. Mr. Hanged Man couldn't help but look at Ember with some surprise. His expression, however, grew even more suspicious. A mere apprentice couldn't possibly obtain a potion formula, not even with money. What kind of connections did the other party have to get the Sequence 8 potion formula in such a short time? Soon, after Ember finished writing, he pushed the parchment to Miss Justice opposite him. Audrey was clearly extremely excited but acted unusually reserved, elegantly taking the parchment and glancing at it. Main ingredients: a complete pituitary gland of an adult 7-colored lizard dragon, 10 milliliters of spinal fluid from a Farsman rabbit. Auxiliary ingredients: 5 grams of chestnut tree buds, 8 grams of dragon's toothgrass powder, 3 petals of pure white elf flower, 100 milliliters of pure water. Thank you very much, Mr. Lover. Audrey suppressed her inner joy and smiled sweetly. Ember nodded slightly, not responding much. However, at this moment, Klein and Mr. Hanged Man, who were observing, both noticed an anomaly. Because Miss Justice didn't mention payment. This was absolutely not normal. It was known that Miss Justice was not short on money, and she always mentioned the payment up front. But this time, after getting the mind reader formula, she didn't mention payment. Not only did she not mention payment, she also didn't mention how to give the other party payment. Could it be that Miss Justice forgot? That was clearly impossible. Or, had she already paid in advance? Had they already met in reality? Had Miss Justice already given the other party payment in reality? Only this explanation made sense. The only question was, how did they meet? If two people were from completely different social circles, they might never meet throughout their lives even if they lived in the same city. This meant that Miss Justice's and Mr. Lover's social circles heavily overlapped. It was known that Miss Justice was a great noble in Backland, and Lover was related to the Church of the Night, likely a night watcher. But even if that were the case, the possibility of the meeting was extremely low. Miss Justice couldn't possibly actively seek out Mr. Lover's whereabouts, there was no reason or possibility for that. So, did Lover actively seek out Miss Justice? Or, they already knew each other in reality, and that Lover was also a descendant of a great noble. So they recognized each other at the Tarot Club. In just a brief moment, countless speculations flashed through Klein's and Mr. Hanged Man's minds. But no matter the scenario, the fact that these two had met in reality was already established. I have a commission. Mr. Hanged Man's eyes flickered, and he slowly said, I want to know if the king intends to retaliate against the Fosak Empire this year or before June next year, and start a new war on the eastern coast of Balam. Miss Justice, Mr. Lover, which of you can accept this commission? Miss Justice instinctively looked at Ember upon hearing this. Seeing that he didn't seem to intend to accept the commission, she nodded and said, I accept this commission, but it will require enough time to confirm. Besides, Mr. Hanged Man, I hope you can help me find a complete pituitary gland of a 7-colored lizard dragon. I can wait. Mr. Hanged Man, Alger, nodded slightly. As for the complete pituitary gland of a 7-colored lizard dragon, this sub-dragon species is almost extinct. But there are still traces of them on some primitive islands at sea. I can find a way to get it for you, but it will also take some time. At the same time, Alger already had his own guess. Was this Mr. Lover uninterested, or did he not have the channels to inquire about this type of information? It shouldn't be the latter. Miss Justice instinctively glanced at Lover, indicating that in her mind, Ember should be capable of knowing such things. However, it's not certain, the information is not enough yet to make an accurate judgment. I also have a commission. Ember slowly said, this commission is long-term and always valid. Anyone with any relevant clues can inform me at any time, and I will provide compensation based on the value of the clue. What kind of commission? Mr. Hanged Man's expression changed slightly, and he inquired. Black Emperor. Ember slowly said, this is the only hint I know. If you know more clues, I can provide compensation. Black Emperor. Miss Justice was somewhat puzzled, while Mr. Hanged Man slowly said, I think you're not referring to the Black Emperors of the Solomon Empire in history, are you? I don't know anything about the Solomon Empire. I think you can tell me about it. Ember shook his head and said calmly. Mr. Hanged Man was silent for 2 seconds, seemingly organizing his words, and said, the Solomon Empire was a powerful empire during a certain period of the Fourth Epoch. Each of their rulers was called the Black Emperor. Chapter 31. The most useless old thing might also be the most useful. In regarding the continuity of the Black Emperor title of the Solomon Empire, there are generally two speculations. Either the Black Emperor of the Solomon Empire has always been the same person, or Black Emperor is the name of a high sequence potion on the sequence pathway controlled by the Solomon Empire royal family, and it is most likely the sequence one corresponding to that sequence pathway. After a pause, Mr. Hanged Man added, however, no matter which one it is, I don't think there's a possibility that the Black Emperor of the Fourth Epoch lived until this epoch. Otherwise, the Solomon Empire wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. In other words, Ember pondered for a moment before asking, the current Black Emperor is very likely the high sequence expert who has already advanced to sequence 1 foot in the pathway you mentioned. If it exists, Mr. Hanged Man nodded slightly, that should be correct. Which pathway specifically? Lawyer. Facing Ember's persistent questioning, Mr. Hanged Man answered without hesitation, the sequence pathway controlled by the Solomon Empire is lawyer. After speaking, Mr. Hanged Man couldn't help but feel doubtful in his heart. He seems to firmly believe that the Black Emperor must exist. Why? Does he have some special basis for judgment? Furthermore, why does he know about the Black Emperor, yet seem to know nothing about information concerning the Black Emperor? Did someone tell him about the Black Emperor, making him interested in it? No, it shouldn't be as simple as interest. There should be some deeper purpose. Lawyer, huh? Ember was lost in thought. If the Black Emperor is truly sequence 1, then directly inquiring about the Black Emperor is undoubtedly an extremely erroneous option. Even more so, rashly speaking this name in the outside world is likely to cause unimaginable consequences. If that is the case, then it can also explain why the Church of the Night has been hinting while also being secretive. And Ember's decision to not rashly inquire about information related to the Black Emperor all this time was undoubtedly an infinitely correct choice. From this perspective, perhaps only the Goddess of the Night is qualified to know and reveal information related to the Black Emperor. However, Ember didn't think he had enough standing to make that goddess personally appear. Sorry. Ember slowly said, the commission is still valid, but I hope you do not obtain information by actively inquiring about the Black Emperor. You can inquire indirectly through the lawyer sequence. Also, Mr. Hanged Man, what kind of reward do you need? Ember turned his gaze to Mr. Hanged Man beside him and asked. Mr. Hanged Man was silent for a moment, then slowly said, this isn't some big piece of information. If we had to talk about its value, it's not much. If we're talking about a reward, according to the principle of equivalent exchange, I also hope you can answer a few questions for me. All right. Ember nodded slowly, provided that I know the answer. First question. Mr. Hanged Man stared intently at the rings on Ember's hand and asked, are these magical items? He didn't doubt that these rings could also function in the Tarot Club. After all, this was Mr. Fool's divine kingdom. He only thought that Mr. Fool had materialized them based on their appearances. Just like the clothes on their bodies, these rings were the same principle. However, the fact that the other party had been wearing these rings also aroused his curiosity. In his view, Ember should be a powerful extraordinary. And the kind who is not easily amused, unlikely to wear a large number of rings on his hands to show off like a common nouveau riche. So he instinctively suspected these might be magical items, which is why he asked this question. Yes. Ember pondered for 2 seconds and gave a positive reply. Although they were slightly different from the sealed artifacts of this world, they were also items with magical abilities, so they were magical items. No problem. Can they be sold? Mr. Hanged Man pressed on. Yes. Ember nodded slightly, I have many spares of such rings. If you need them, I can also sell them. Of course, the same goes for Miss Justice. Not for now. Mr. Hanged Man took a deep breath, his tone incredibly complex. This confirmed 2 things for him. All 10 rings on the other party's hand were magical items. And even the cheapest magical item would cost at least several £100. 10 rings, that's at least several £1,000. In other words, this Mr. Lover has been flaunting magical items worth at least several £1,000 with him at all times. What kind of family could possibly do this? At this moment, Mr. Hanged Man confirmed his guess. This was definitely the descendant of a great noble, just like Miss Audrey, the kind who isn't short on money. Unfortunately, even though he knew the other party's rings were for sale, and he did indeed have a need for them. Regrettably, he didn't have the money to buy them. And he might not even be able to afford them. Mr. Lover. Audrey's sweet voice rang out, if I wanted to buy, do you have any recommendations? She wasn't short on money, she was mainly just curious. That depends on what you want. Ember pondered for 2 seconds and slowly said, do you want weapons or rings, or perhaps armor? Is there a set? Audrey's curiosity was piqued, and she asked, if there is, I'll take them all. Saying that, Audrey added, but for now, can you introduce the rings first? Ah, like that. Ember pondered for 2 seconds, if it's rings, I recommend this one. Saying that, an extra ring appeared in Ember's palm, and he tossed it towards Audrey. This is. Audrey took the ring and looked at it. This ring looked ordinary. The ring band part seemed to be cast from common bronze, and the surface even had some rust-like dirt. And embedded in the ring was a green gem that emitted an irregular, dim light. Even though Audrey wasn't a professional gem appraiser, she could tell at a glance the cheapness and crudeness of this gem. It felt like the kind you could buy several of for £1 from a street vendor. Moreover, the surface of the gem even had scratches and pits caused by bumps, which further reduced its value. If Mr. Lover hadn't given it to her, she would never have thought that this seemingly cheap ring would be a magical item. Sacrifice ring, Ember slowly said, made through a sacrifice ritual, the mysterious ring of the goddess of sins, Belga. Mr. Fool Klein's expression shifted slightly. In the world of Black Soul, the sacrifice ring's function was to ensure that undead did not drop their souls upon death. But what would happen if it was used by someone who wasn't undead? Goddess of sins. What is that? A storm raged in Mr. Hanged Man's heart at this moment. There was absolutely no so-called goddess of sins among the 7 orthodox gods, and among the beings he knew, such as the hidden sage, there was no existence similar to a goddess of sins. Could it be that this was another god with the same status as Mr. Fool? What about the effect? As Klein had expected, Audrey asked curiously. Simply put, it's immunity to one death. When the wearer dies, the ring will die in their place. Ember's introduction was bland and calm. But these words simultaneously stirred up a storm in the hearts of the other 3 members of the Tarot Club. What does, the ring will die in their place, mean? Chapter 32, So, what's the price? Hearing Ember's words, Miss Justice and the Hanged Man were momentarily too shocked to speak. And Klein was complaining in his heart with immense difficulty. Hey, I don't remember the sacrifice ring having this kind of ability. Shouldn't the original description be open black lens bracket when the wearer dies, they will not lose their soul, but will lose the ring as a price close black lens bracket. Because of this, it has always been the most useless ring in the game. After all, which Ash doesn't use up their soul before going out? Generally, no one deliberately carries this sacrifice ring. Wait, Klein suddenly frowned, speaking of which, resurrection seems even more useless for the undead and ashes. Klein's expression suddenly became a little strange. For the undead, death is far less terrifying than losing their soul, as it's well known that the undead cannot die. Then, does that mean the sacrifice ring also depends on the person? For the undead, its value is not losing their soul upon death. And for ordinary people, its value is being able to die in their place, equivalent to an extra life. Just like the description of the sacrifice ring, the value of the sacrifice is determined by the one being saved. Although the game didn't explicitly state that ordinary people wearing it could be immune to death once, Ember comes from a real world, so it's understandable that there might be some discrepancies. That's not true. Dying in place of the wearer, isn't that equivalent to an extra life? Klein's little heart was pounding uncontrollably. Speaking of which, he was also someone who had died once. And even now, he still doesn't understand why he could resurrect, only guessing it might be due to his transmigration. But no one knows if this miracle can be replicated a second time. If he could get the sacrifice ring. But the problem is, what can I use to exchange for the sacrifice ring from him? Klein was looking troubled, he knew exactly what the other party wanted. Nothing more than the corresponding information about the Black Emperor. But, he doesn't know. His understanding of the Black Emperor wasn't even as much as what the Hanged Man just said. And taking a step back, for the fool, actively proposing a trade would be a bit too demeaning. Mr. Lover. Miss Justice couldn't help but ask, what you said just now, is it true? Of course. Ember nodded slightly, under the witness of Mr. Fool, I think you should be able to believe that I wouldn't lie. Witness my foot. The fool complained speechlessly, it sounded like he could distinguish between truth and falsehood. Although he didn't think Ember would lie about such a matter, he indeed had no way to prove it. He couldn't possibly have someone wear this ring and then kill them, could he? If it was fake, then he would be harming an innocent life. And if it was real, it would be a waste of a precious ring. Mr. Fool. Miss Justice and the Hanged Man simultaneously turned their gazes to the fool, trying to get an answer from him. It's not that I doubt Mr. Lover. Audrey whispered silently in her heart, mainly, being immune to death or whatever, I've never even heard of it. This must be an ability only gods can possess, right? No, it seems it was indeed made by gods. It's just, the goddess of sin, Beluga, I seem to have never heard of. The fool, Klein, was being watched by the gazes of others, his expression a little awkward. If it weren't for the gray fog's concealment, he would probably have been completely exposed by now. But he also knew that no matter how high the fool's status was, he probably had to make some kind of statement at this time. The sacrifice ring, huh? The fool lightly tapped the table and spoke leisurely, for mortals, it indeed has its effect. It's true. Miss Justice and the Hanged Man's hearts simultaneously started pounding uncontrollably. Mr. Fool's words were equivalent to confirming the effect of this ring. As for what the fool said, for mortals, that was naturally certain. After all, the other party is a high and mighty gods, who wouldn't need something like this at all. But for them, this ring was worth exchanging everything they had for. The goddess of sin, Beluga. The hanged man's mind became active, and he began to think about the relevant information regarding this gods in his mind. But after searching through the memories in his mind, he found that he had no impression of the goddess of sin. Perhaps it was a powerful gods from the third epic, or even the second epic, or the first epic, who had long since fallen in the river of history. What shocked the hanged man even more than this former goddess were the three words, Beluga. Ember linked the goddess of sin with it, which undoubtedly meant that Beluga was the name of that gods. But, do gods also have names? Up until now, whether it was the 7 orthodox gods or other evil gods, no name of any gods had ever been revealed, which was undoubtedly related to some kind of secret and taboo. Just as one cannot look directly at a gods, one cannot call out the name of a gods. But Ember called out its name without any reverence, which further confirmed that this gods had already fallen. But even so, the act of calling out its name directly was still a great disrespect to this former gods. Does this person have no faith? No. Isn't he a member of the Church of the Night? Being able to easily obtain potion formulas from the Church of the Night, his position in the Church of the Night is probably not low, right? Such a person actually has no faith. Mr. Lover. After getting the fool's endorsement, Audrey's interest in the sacrifice ring rose another level. The young lady cautiously asked, "What kind of price should I pay to exchange for this ring from you? Or is it not for sale? A ring that can be immune to death is absolutely extremely precious to anyone." Although Audrey felt that the possibility of Ember selling this ring was minimal. But she still wanted to try and could pay any price for it. There was no special reason, mainly because she was rich. Price, huh? Ember pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. "The value of the sacrifice is determined by the one being saved. For me, this ring has no special value, so I cannot give it an exact price." Then, in Miss Justice's heart, "What is the value of this ring?" "Priceless treasure," Audrey said without hesitation. For anyone, they would be willing to give up their entire fortune without hesitation to exchange for this ring. Then, Ember asked, "What can you exchange it for?" Audrey hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I don't know." She didn't know what qualifications she had to exchange for this ring. Although she could take out tens of thousands of gold pounds, this amount of money might already be enough to exchange for some powerful magical items. But for this ring, it was still far from enough. "Mr. Lover," the hanged man suddenly asked, "if this ring can be immune to death, then, what is the price?" Chapter 33 Klein, I knew it was you at first glance. A price. Mr. Ember pondered for a moment. He knew the price the hanged man spoke of was not the price to acquire the ring, but the price to use it. This world has sealed artifacts, but without exception, these sealed artifacts have strong side effects. For example, 2049, that Mr. Ember had seen. And the reason the hanged man asked this was probably because he thought the sacrifice ring was also like that. However, there is no price. Mr. Ember stated frankly, "If you must say there's a price, it's that you must wear this ring at all times, because it only takes effect when it is worn." How can this even be considered a price? The hanged man's eye twitched slightly. A sealed artifact with no price, he had never heard of such a thing. However, if this ring was truly made by the goddess of sin herself, then perhaps having no price wasn't strange at all. After all, even though that goddess of sin had long since fallen, she was still once a god. Such a miraculous item that could exempt one from death, once word got out, would be enough to make the vast majority of people flock to it. The hanged man was no different. After all, who could refuse the temptation of being exempted from death? However, the only problem was that the hanged man was very aware that he could not pay a sufficient price to obtain this ring. Thinking of this, the hanged man's expression became incredibly bitter. He was neither a lofty god like Mr. Fool, nor a rich woman who spent money like water like Miss Justice. Even though he was now fortunate enough to know about the existence of the sacrifice ring, it was almost impossible for him to obtain this ring in his lifetime. Unless, Black Emperor. The hanged man took a deep breath. Judging from Mr. Ember's attitude just now, he was very interested in the Black Emperor's information. If he could obtain enough intelligence on the Black Emperor, perhaps he could exchange it for this ring from the other party. Although hope was slim, it was better than having no hope at all. Audrey Hall played with the ring on her hand, her eyes filled with hesitation and conflict, as if trying to imprint the ring's appearance completely in her mind. She had clearly touched this magical ring with her own hands, although it was only a replica that could be materialized with the help of Mr. Fool. However, Mr. Ember definitely had the real sacrifice ring in his hands, but unfortunately, she couldn't pay a sufficient price for it. Although their thoughts were varied. But the appearance of the sacrifice ring undoubtedly fully stirred everyone's emotions, and in the end, left everyone in a state of disappointment and conflict. Under this atmosphere, the gathering gradually came to an end. Mr. Fool. Mr. Ember suddenly turned his gaze to the Fool, and after pondering for a moment, said, "There is something I wish to discuss with you privately." The Fool, Klein, was slightly surprised. But his expression remained calm, merely nodding slightly. He leaned back slightly, cut off the connections with Justice and the Hanged Man, and sent them out from above the gray fog first. Then, Klein turned his gaze to Mr. Ember, seemingly asking what matter he had. Klein. As soon as Mr. Ember spoke, he immediately scared the Fool half to death, his pupils contracting sharply. How did he know? How did he guess my identity? Did I expose anything? The Fool's body instantly stiffened, the exposure of his identity causing an extremely urgent sense of crisis to surge within him. Is he your benefactor? Mr. Ember then slowly asked. The Fool's body was still stiff, but his expression twitched slightly. Can you not pause so long between sentences? People can scare others to death. Why do you ask? The Fool composed himself, and with a mysterious smile, counter-asked. I smelled the same aura on him as on you. Mr. Ember explained calmly, paused, and added, to be precise, it should be the aura of this space. Saying this, Mr. Ember looked towards the top of the Fool's head. Open black lens bracket the Fool close black lens bracket Joe Mingrui. Are you a dog? The Fool complained wildly in his heart. Although he knew Mr. Ember's smell was just a metaphor, just like how he smelled old Neil's human pus aura. But isn't your sense of smell a little too sensitive? You and Klein have only met once in total, lasting less than an hour, and yet you firmly remember even what he smells like. Yes. Mr. Fool felt quite helpless in his heart, knowing that he couldn't deny it in front of Mr. Ember, and could only try to make up for it. So he slowly nodded, actively confirming Mr. Ember's guess. As expected, Mr. Ember nodded in understanding. The reason for asking this was partly due to the similar aura between the Fool and Klein. And on the other hand, it was because his remaining memories were reminding him. The Fool and Klein individually would not attract any attention from him. But when both appeared in his memory at the same time, it made him associate the two together. A groundless, arbitrary, and partial association without any reason. But Mr. Ember had always trusted his associations. And the Fool's affirmation at this moment also proved his association. The only problem was, as Klein, a benefactor of the Fool, why wasn't his title open black lens bracket the Fool's benefactor close black lens bracket? Actually, it's not a loss. Klein comforted himself, at least this way, he won't associate Klein with the Fool. Moreover, the exposure of the benefactor identity might not be a bad thing. Because this meant he might be able to use the benefactor identity to exchange for some things from Mr. Ember. The identity of the Fool was not suitable for actively trading with Mr. Ember, but a benefactor could. Furthermore, with the identity exposed, communication would not need to be secretive, and would instead be more convenient. The only problem was, how could benefactor Klein, who was in Tingan, get in touch with Mr. Ember, who was in Backland? But it's not a big problem. Klein thought silently, the distance between Backland and Tingan isn't far, only a 4-hour drive. Thinking this way, perhaps, benefactor Klein could even find a way to get a sacrifice ring from Mr. Ember. Provided he had to pay a sufficient price. He just didn't know if he could get credit. Klein's thoughts began to wander again, but fortunately, he quickly came back to his senses and asked, are there any other questions? Not for now. Mr. Ember shook his head, stood up, and bowed with his hand on his chest. See you next week, Mr. Fool. See you next week. The Fool smiled and nodded, cutting off the connection with Mr. Ember and sending him out. At the same time, inside a luxurious villa in the Queen's district of Backland, Audrey Hall raised her head from the soft velvet pillow and sighed softly. Ah, the sacrifice ring, I wonder if borrowing some money from father would be enough. Audrey's words stopped abruptly, because she felt something hard in her palm. She subconsciously lowered her head to look at her palm. A ring of ancient design, set with a dull and cracked emerald, lay quietly in her hand. P.S. Let me explain briefly. The protagonist can see through true names and titles. For example, Audrey's title is Justice. So above her head is Justice Audrey Hall. But if a person has multiple titles, only the most prominent one will be displayed. As for Klein and the Fool, different titles are displayed. Chapter 34, Is this reasonable? This is very reasonable. Tingan City's West End, Daffodil Street. Klein Moretti pulled back the curtains and stared slightly blankly at the sunlight streaming in from outside the window. His mood was actually a bit complicated. The exposure of his identity as a benefactor made him somewhat passive, but since his identity as the Fool hadn't been exposed yet, it wasn't completely passive. Although the exposure of his identity as a benefactor allowed him to use this identity to trade with Ember openly and honestly. But there were still two difficulties. Firstly, it wasn't that he hadn't thought about creating an alternate account above the gray fog, but every attempt had ended in failure. Secondly, he couldn't pay a sufficient price. Ember's goal was very clear, the Black Emperor. But his understanding of the Black Emperor was limited to what was recorded in books. Perhaps Rosal the Great's diary had more detailed content, but that could only rely on Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man to collect. And whether or not they could collect the diary page containing information about the Black Emperor was not something he could decide. More importantly, Ember and Miss Justice clearly already knew each other in reality. He wasn't sure if the little trick he played at the last gathering would work. If Miss Justice handed the diary to Ember in reality first, not only would he be unable to use this information for exchange, but it might also lead to further exposure of his identity. How do I feel like I'm becoming more and more passive? Klein Moretti gave a wry smile. The current situation was completely beyond his expectations. If his identity were completely exposed, he would either have to kick both Ember and Miss Justice out of the Tarot Club, or he would have to proactively come clean to Ember. And neither of these was what Klein Moretti wanted. With his back to the sunlight and a troubled expression, Klein Moretti walked to the bed and flopped down, motionless. No matter what, he didn't want to work hard today. He needed a good rest. Let's just lie flat. Outskirts of Tingan, a house with a lush green lawn. It had a garden with flowing emerald green and fragrant flowers, and a dark red chimney. Behind the bedroom window of this house was a desk with an ordinary notebook spread open on it. A slightly pale hand turned the notebook to the first page, then quickly flipped through it repeatedly. Amidst the rustling of the pages, lines of text faintly appeared. Night Watchers, Punishers, and Mechanical Heart took joint action to pursue the instigator Tries on Iron Cross Street, but the poor things didn't know that Tries had already advanced to Witch. He is now, Triss. The female Triss successfully escaped from the Night Watchers' encirclement without arousing any suspicion. This is reasonable. Who would suspect a weak woman? Night Watcher Klein Moretti took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Triss, who had already become a witch, happened to get on the carriage at this time, and they saw each other. Triss recognized Klein Moretti as a Night Watcher. She felt a little guilty, and her body trembled abnormally. Klein Moretti noticed Triss's abnormality. He was concerned and wanted to use spirit vision to confirm the state of this lady. Through spirit vision, he could easily discover the abnormality of this, Miss Triss. The notebook suddenly changed. If the original writing was as neat and precise as computer printing, the following became very sloppy. Klein Moretti got off the carriage, Triss got on, and the public carriage quickly drove away. Klein Moretti, who had just activated spirit vision, did not see the gentle and sweet young lady as he wished, only the slowly departing carriage. Klein Moretti discovered an abnormality, but the auras of the more than 20 passengers in the carriage overlapped and concealed each other. For Klein Moretti, who was just a novice, this was really difficult to distinguish, and it also prevented him from noticing Triss's abnormality. Klein Moretti shook his head and didn't take this matter to heart. After all, it was just a stranger, not worth his excessive attention. This is reasonable. Sealed Artifact 2049 arrived in Tingan. With the help of this Antigonus family puppet, Dunsmith led the Night Watchers to find Riel Bieber and interrupted his digestion process. Riel Bieber, enraged by the interrupted digestion, turned into a monster, and the scene was once out of control. The Night Watchers had no idea about Riel Bieber's transformation. Its roar caused their spirituality to go out of control and they fell into a coma. Oh, my God. Everyone lost the ability to resist. The Tingan Night Watchers will be completely wiped out. The Saint Hall will send more powerful Night Watchers to Tingan, and Ince Zangwil will have nowhere to hide. Strike a throw. The line above was quickly scribbled out, making the original content difficult to see. And below, a new story quickly followed. However, the two segments of the story were clearly written by different people. The writing in the story above was as neat as computer printing, while the writing below suddenly became sloppy. Ash Black was not an extraordinary. His spirituality was not affected. By chance, he woke up done, giving the Night Watchers an opportunity to drink the potion to recover from their injuries and finally successfully kill Riel Bieber. This is very Rezo. Strike a throw. Air Black killed Riel Bieber in an incomprehensible way. Is this reasonable? This is very reasonable. Regardless, Riel Bieber was killed, which did not affect the development of the story. Quote. It's truly unbelievable. Klein Moretti sensed in Zangwill's subtle influence and suddenly realized that Triss was Tries, and informed Dunsmith of this. Incredible. Klein Moretti once again sensed in Zangwill's subtle influence and saw that dark red chimney. This means he can immediately pinpoint in Zangwill's whereabouts. The neat writing became sloppy again. This is due to the reminder from Azik, a history lecturer at Howie University, who hides many secrets. But even so, it is still surprising and unexplainable that Klein Moretti could find specific clues. This is not the first time. Klein Moretti can pinpoint in Zangwill based on the dark red chimney, but the area of Tingan is too large, and he cannot pinpoint the specific house at a specific time. This requires a long time to filter, which is reasonable. No matter what secrets Klein Moretti hides, Zangwill did not stop his actions, and the story continues. Quote. What a coincidence. Klein Moretti suddenly thought of buying some materials for setting up ritual magic in the underground trading market, and Triss also happened to come here. They coincidentally met. Triss suddenly felt something was wrong. She turned around and left in advance, avoiding Klein Moretti's sight. They met, but not completely. When Klein Moretti reached the exit, he failed to find Triss. Strike a throw. Triss was not fast enough and failed to leave before Klein Moretti noticed. But Klein Moretti only saw Triss's back. Although he felt it was somewhat familiar, this did not arouse his suspicion. Not seeing Triss's face, he did not recognize Triss's true identity, which is reasonable. Klein Moretti encountered Cyrus in the library and killed him without holding back, thus cutting off half of the clues regarding the Lannis matter. The discovery of the problem was delayed, pushed back. It is also reasonable that Klein Moretti, in order to obtain the clown potion he wanted, overlooked some details, causing him to forget to use spiritual communication to ask Cyrus for more information. Quote. Klein Moretti was preparing to go to the divination club and happened to encounter Grisis and Christina, who had suffered losses due to Lannis. They tried to ask Klein Moretti for a divination on whether they could recover the stolen money. Christina also brought Megos to the divination club, and Klein Moretti subconsciously prepared to use spirit vision to observe Megos. The writing became sloppy again. The events of the past week made Klein Moretti feel tired and powerless. He did not go directly to the divination club but chose to stay at home and rest, sleeping until evening. Grisis and Christina, who didn't wait for Klein Moretti, waited until evening. Megos left early due to physical discomfort, and Klein Moretti did not meet Megos. Strike a throw. Grisis and Christina, who didn't wait for Klein Moretti, waited until evening, and Megos also waited until evening. Klein Moretti went to the divination club in the evening and met several people. Unfortunately, Megos was also present. Klein Moretti met Megos, but his spirituality prevented him from checking, and he did not notice the subtle abnormality afterward, which is logical. Our story is not made up. This is reasonable. Bang! The pale hand put away the quill pen, and Zangwill's face was gloomy. Klein Moretti. In the story he wrote, everything developed according to his script. But only this Klein Moretti almost repeatedly ruined his plans. Although he knew this was due to the influence of 008, Klein Moretti himself must also have some secrets. Otherwise, 008 would not have tried to use him to ruin his plans. This was not the first time. If this continued, perhaps 008 would succeed next time. He had to do something. Thinking of this, Zangwill once again held the quill pen and wrote in the notebook. PS1. The author's words are limited to 500 characters and cannot be fully written, so they can only be written at the end. PS2. The content written by 008 cannot be erased or rewritten by methods such as smudging. And the content written in the book that is smudged, the plot, written down cannot be realized at all. For example, writing, Zangwill directly becomes a god. This is obviously impossible, so this sentence that cannot be realized will be directly smudged out. For example, in the original work, the smudging was mostly due to the variable of Klein Moretti, who provided key clues multiple times, leading to major loopholes in the subsequent plot that could not be realized, thus causing Zangwill's plan to be constantly interrupted and forcing him to rewrite new plots. PS3. Zangwill's goal is very clear, which is the ashes of Saint Selena in Tingan. And the ashes of Saint Selena are behind the Chinese gate, existing as the core seal of the Chinese gate. Therefore, they are not used normally, and Zangwill is obviously not stupid enough to directly break into the Chinese gate to steal things. After all, those who force their way through the Chinese gate do not end well, such as a certain Klein Moretti who does not wish to reveal his name. And without being able to enter the Chinese gate himself, there is only one way to obtain the ashes of Saint Selena. Let the ashes of Saint Selena leave the Chinese gate themselves. But the ashes of Saint Selena don't have legs and cannot move on their own. So he needs to create a crisis large enough that the Night Watchers of Tingan have to use the ashes of Saint Selena. And this crisis is the offspring of an evil god. And there is only one person who can take out the ashes, and that is Dun, the captain. So he needs to use 008 to create coincidences to contaminate Dun, making him decide to use the ashes without hesitation at the critical moment instead of choosing to lead Megos into the Chinese gate. At the same time, he must do everything possible to prevent anyone from knowing about the existence of the evil god's offspring. Because whether it is the Aurora Order or the official extraordinaries who discover the evil god's offspring in advance, they will respond immediately. For example, if the Aurora Order learns that an evil god's offspring has been born, they will definitely be excited and want to take Megos to a safe place. The opposite is also true. If the official extraordinaries get the information, at least demigod or even angel-level high-ranking extraordinaries will come to Tingan for a thorough cleansing. And in either case, it will undoubtedly cause the situation to gradually get out of Ince Zangwill's control. Although he still has 008 to correct the plot, he is only a sequence 5 and is far from being able to use 008 as he pleases. He also has to guard against being killed by 008. So he chooses to eliminate interference as much as possible and make everything strictly follow his script. And if he wants to eliminate interference, he must ensure that Tingan is everything normal. Because only when everything is normal will it not attract attention. Therefore, before he completes his final layout, the extraordinaries in Tingan must not die too many at once. Even if they die, they must die one by one due to various accidents. In this way, the deaths of these extraordinaries will be considered normal attrition and will not attract too much attention. Of course, he must also ensure that the number of extraordinaries always remains in a healthy state. Otherwise, even if considered normal attrition, if too many official extraordinaries in Tingan are lost, it will lead Backland to have to urgently transfer other extraordinaries for reinforcement. And among these urgently transferred extraordinaries, there may be strong individuals of mid to high sequences. If these people are attracted, they may also detect abnormalities. In short, ensure that the script always remains within a controllable range. This way, even if there are small deviations in the details of the plot, Ince Zangwill can correct them in time. And the purpose of 008 is much simpler, which is to do everything possible to kill its holder. Specifically, it will try every means to cause trouble for Ince Zangwill's plan and make his plan fail. So the more Ince Zangwill doesn't want something to happen, the more it will make those things happen. For example, letting Klein Moretia see the evil god explode and die, so that the existence of the evil god's offspring will inevitably be exposed in advance, and the official extraordinaries, even if they can't guess the cause and effect, will definitely realize that something is wrong. Another example is to completely wipe out the extraordinaries in Tingan, including those who come from Backland for reinforcement. In this way, Backland will have to send at least 2 more extraordinary teams and a Red Gloves team to investigate. And even if these people, under the influence of 008, ultimately determine the total annihilation is an accident and do not find any trace of Ince Zangwill. But due to the total annihilation of Dun and Klein Moretti, Ince Zangwill's early arrangements will inevitably be in vain. Even if the evil god's offspring is not exposed at that time, Tingan will inevitably enter a period of martial law, adding variables. So the current situation is, Ince Zangwill wants to achieve his goal using 008. 008 wants to prevent Ince Zangwill from achieving his goal. Ince Zangwill wants to use 008 to prevent 008 from preventing himself. 008 wants to prevent Ince Zangwill from using itself to prevent itself from preventing him from achieving his goal. In summary, that's it. How about that? Simple and easy to understand. P.S. The content written by 008 cannot be erased or rewritten by methods such as smudging. And the content written in the book that is smudged, the plot written down, cannot be realized at all. For example, writing, Ince Zangwill directly becomes a god. This is obviously impossible, so this sentence that cannot be realized will be directly smudged out. For example, in the original work, the smudging was mostly due to the variable of Klein Moretti, who provided key clues multiple times, leading to major loopholes in the subsequent plot that could not be realized, thus causing Ince Zangwill's plan to be constantly interrupted and forcing him to rewrite new plots. Chapter 35, Going to your place tonight to solve your needs. Backland's Queen's District, Gleeland Viscount's Villa. In the afternoon, Audrey Hall brought her personal maid Annie to the hall, but she wasn't there to attend a ball, she was there to find someone. Fortunately, she spotted her target at a glance. Ember, who was sitting on a sofa not far away, reading a book. Mr. I Shu. Audrey walked over with small steps, pursing her lips slightly as she sat down beside Ember. Miss Audrey, is something the matter? Ember turned his head and looked at the girl politely and with surprise. Audrey extended her fair and tender small hand, showing Ember the ring she was wearing on the little finger of her right hand, and whispered, I'm very sorry, it appeared here after the last gathering, and I don't know why. I originally wanted to return it to you that day, but I only found the opportunity now. I'm truly sorry. As Audrey spoke, she suddenly lowered her head in slight shame. In her opinion, Ember must have been very anxious about losing such an important item. That's why she was eager to find Ember quickly and return the ring. It was just that she and Ember didn't have direct contact information. She only knew that Ember was a night watcher of the Church of the Night, but she didn't know exactly where he lived. She couldn't just go to St. Samuel Cathedral to look for him, could she? She knew it would be useless even if she went. After all, Ember didn't live in the church. Only by waiting for Grelin to hold another ball did she finally get the chance to meet Ember. No, you don't need to return it. Ember reached out and pressed the back of the girl's hand, stopping her from taking off the ring. Consider this ring an exhibit I've prepaid to you. You can wear it for now. If there ever comes a day when you truly need it, it won't be too late to pay me then. But, this is too precious. Audrey hesitated, wanting to refuse. The value of an exhibit is for display, to put it less nicely, it's using her as a guinea pig. But for this kind of guinea pig, there were countless people who would gladly accept it. No need to refuse. Ember shook his head and said, the value of a sacrifice is determined by the one being saved, and for me, its value isn't high. I can't say it's worthless, but at least it's better than nothing. Moreover, Ember flipped his hand, and 2 crude emerald rings appeared in his palm. While the girl's small mouth formed an O shape from surprise, he calmly said, I still have rings like this here, I'm not short of this one. Then, Audrey pursed her lips and deliberated for a while before whispering, if that's the case, then I will accept it. But, Audrey paused, then continued, for every month I wear it, I will pay Mr. I Shu 1,000 gold pounds. If the ring is damaged or lost, due to my reasons, I will pay you 10,000 gold pounds in one lump sum. Is that acceptable? Although 10,000 gold pounds was already a large sum, Audrey still felt a little uneasy inside. Because in her opinion, the value of this ring was far more than that. But after all, she was still underage. If she waited until she came of age, although she couldn't inherit the title, the wealth her father left her was at least over 300,000 gold pounds. But for her now, her pocket money was only 10,000 gold pounds. So she could only pay 10,000 gold pounds in one lump sum, the rest could only be paid in installments. All right. Ember stared at the girl for a while before nodding helplessly under her determined gaze. It was just that his expression was also slightly strange. Am I being kept? 1,000 gold pounds, every month. And a ring. Not far behind, the personal maid Annie, who was following her duty as a maid by not getting too close or trying to eavesdrop, couldn't help but widen her mouth as she heard some unclear snippets of the conversation because Audrey's voice wasn't deliberately lowered. She didn't hear everything the two said. But from the scattered words, she could guess. Her young lady seemed to want to keep that pretty boy. And even secretly pledged herself to him. How could this be? Miss Audrey, you are a noble, the only daughter of Earl Hall. Annie gritted her teeth, suppressing the urge to step forward and dissuade her. She was just a maid, interfering in her master's affairs was undoubtedly presumptuous. But she also couldn't just watch Miss Audrey fall into the abyss, so. I'm sorry, Miss Audrey. The maid Annie silently lowered her head and began to think about how to report what happened here to Earl Hall without leaving any traces. Miss Audrey. Miss Furs, wearing a beige long dress with a standing collar, came over to the two with a gentle smile on her lips. I'd like to borrow Mr. I Shu for a moment. You wouldn't mind, would you? Of course not. A hint of surprise flashed in Audrey's eyes, but a polite smile quickly appeared on her face. She elegantly stood up from the sofa, holding her long dress. I'll go to the washroom. Please excuse me. Audrey remembered that Ms. Furz's condition seemed not very good, already close to losing control. And from the current situation, although Ember hadn't chosen to arrest her, there must have been some connection established between them. Although Ms. Furs was smiling, there was a hint of lingering gloom and anxiety in her eyes. She must have had something urgent to find Ember for. Could it be the same as her? Furs watched Audrey leave with a smile, elegantly sat down beside Ember, and then suddenly turned her gaze to Ember, staring intently at him. Something wrong. Ember felt a bit confused by the stare and asked. You didn't forget, did you? Furs widened her eyes, gritting her silver teeth, and said somewhat angrily, today is July 25th. You promised me. I didn't forget. Ember looked at her calmly and said unhurriedly, but you only have needs at night, don't you? I'll go to your place tonight to help you solve the problem. Are there any other questions? No. Furs stopped herself from speaking further, feeling as if she had punched cotton, instantly losing her momentum. She only heard whispers during the full moon, and the other party only needed to come to her place before the full moon to help solve the problem. In the end, although she was the one tormented by the whispers, the one who least wanted her to lose control might actually be the other party. After all, once she lost control, the chaos caused would all have to be borne by the other party. On the contrary, the other party was willing to take her, an extraordinary who could lose control at any time, as an informant, and was even willing to risk her losing control to help her solve the torment of the whispers. This was actually a favor she owed him. Then didn't she owe him? Thinking of this, Furs suddenly felt a little guilty. She was clearly in the wrong yet came to cause trouble. What if the other party got angry and gave up treating her, and just arrested her? I'm sorry, Ms. Furs said softly from the bottom of her heart. It's all right, Ember replied casually, clearly not minding. However, not far behind, Ms. Zio, who was only 1 meter 5 tall, couldn't help but widen her eyes at this moment. Tonight, go to her place, solve needs, and, I'm sorry. Furs, what are you doing, Furs? She seemed to have heard something incredible. Chapter 36, Sorry, I came at a bad time. Evening, 117 Bonningham Road, Hillston District. Furs sat on the sofa, looking at her short friend standing by the fireplace with a serious expression, feeling a bit helpless. Hugh, I told you it's not what you think. It's all a misunderstanding, there's really nothing going on between me and him. Don't try to fool me. Hugh Dilch's face was stern and expressionless. I heard it with my own ears. That's why I said it's a misunderstanding. Furs gave a bitter smile, knowing that Hugh wouldn't give up unless she explained clearly. She reluctantly said, you should know what day it is today, right? July 25th. Hugh frowned slightly, wondering, is it a special day? Today is the full moon. Furs pointed to the ceiling with some exasperation. Think about it, even if I really wanted something to happen with someone else, I wouldn't choose a time like this, right? Hugh was slightly taken aback, only then remembering that today was indeed the full moon. And just as Furs said, even if she really wanted something to happen with that guy named Ash, it wouldn't be now. Because every full moon, Furs hears strange whispers. Whispers that are enough to torment her to the point of losing control. Although Furs always said it was nothing, Hugh knew very well that the suffering and torment Furs endured from hearing the whispers of an unknown existence were beyond her imagination. Even if Furs acted like nothing happened the day after every full moon. If she really wanted something more than friendship with Mr. Ash, she wouldn't choose the day of the full moon. But how does that explain the conversations she heard at Viscount Greenlight's villa? He's also an extraordinary. Seeing that her friend still wasn't getting it, Furs could only explain with more direct words, and he has a way to help me deal with the whispers, which is why we agreed to meet tonight. Deal with the whispers. Him. Hugh showed a look of realization, but soon her face was filled with suspicion again. You're saying you just randomly found someone who happens to be able to solve the whispers that have been tormenting you for over a year. Hugh stared intently at Furs with a look that said, do I look like an idiot? Not just random. Furs whispered, he's a night watcher from the Church of the Night, and like me, he's an apprentice, which is why I believe he has the ability to solve the whispers. Official extraordinary. Are you crazy? Hugh's expression changed drastically, they were wild extraordinary. How dare you get involved with an official extraordinary? Even more stifling was that Furs actually revealed the information that she was suffering from the whispers. If the official extraordinary only knew she was a wild extraordinary, they might not arrest her but would try to develop her into their informant. But once they knew she suffered from whispers every full moon, those official extraordinary would never let her go. And now, Furs dared to actively seek out an official extraordinary to solve her whisper problem. Isn't this seeking death? There shouldn't be any problem. Furs shrunk her neck under Hugh's gaze, weakly saying, and it wasn't me who actively told him about the whispers, I'm not that stupid. He figured it out himself, otherwise I wouldn't have believed him, right? You still have the nerve to say that. Hearing this, Hugh immediately got angry and glared at her. If that's the case, I think you might as well just go to the Church of the Night and surrender, that might be more convenient. Hugh was furious, but Furs instead winked at her. Hugh initially thought she was teasing her again, but soon realized something was wrong. When she turned around alertly, she found a strange man standing behind her. Sorry, I seem to have come at a bad time. Ember looked at the two arguing women and said calmly, you two continue, I'll wait outside for a bit and come back. No, you've come at the perfect time. Furs quickly stepped forward and pulled him, she didn't want to continue arguing with Hugh. As soon as she grabbed Ember's arm, Furs felt her friend's suspicious gaze and quickly explained, it's almost the full moon. If you leave now, you might not make it back in time. Should I step away? Hugh withdrew her suspicious gaze and asked. Although it seemed like a friendly question, her gaze towards Ember carried a hint of vigilance and scrutiny. She wasn't Furs, who would so easily and rashly trust someone with an unknown background. Furs hesitated, she didn't want her friend to see her when she had an episode. It seemed like it wasn't something she could decide now. No need. Ember shook his head and said slowly, you'd better stay and watch the whole time. Saying this, Ember turned his gaze back to Furs, I think you should also hope that if you lose control, it's your friend who kills you, not a stranger, right? Her red lips parted slightly, but Furs couldn't say anything, only lowering her head with some sadness. Lose control, Hugh said in a deep voice, what do you mean? Aren't you here to help, treat, Furs? Yes. Ember said frankly, but ultimately, this is just an experiment, I can't guarantee it will succeed. Furs grabbed Hugh's hand, stopping her friend who was about to say something, and pleaded in a low voice, this is fine, please. Hugh looked at her pleading friend, remained silent for a long time before looking up again, her voice dry, okay. She wasn't stupid. Furs's state was clearly not right. Although she said that the whispers had minimal impact on her, from her attitude, she clearly knew that the whispers were causing her more and more harm, and if this continued, she would completely lose control in a few more times. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to seek help from a stranger. Even if Ember threatened her, she could have revealed everything after she got out of prison. They could leave Backland together, find a place where no one knew them, and start a new life. But Furs didn't do that, instead only telling her everything today. And this was after being pressured when her vulnerability was discovered. Otherwise, she believed Furs would have kept it from her until the day she lost control because she couldn't bear the whispers anymore. If this continued, even without Ember's intervention, she would eventually lose control. If that was the case, then for her, as a friend, to personally see Furs off might be the best release for Furs. Let's reintroduce ourselves. Hugh took a deep breath and extended her hand to Ember, Hugh Dilcha. Ember was silent for a long time, then slowly extended his hand. Ember. Chapter 37, Gibberish. Nothing more. Ember. Hugh looked puzzled. Although she wasn't familiar with Ember, she had heard his name from Gleeland Viscount. Ash Black. Although Gleeland Viscount's expression was somewhat strange when she asked, even seeming to doubt his own life. But Hugh clearly didn't care about these details. However, the name Ember used to introduce himself was completely different. Is it a fake name? But what would be the point of that? Then, Mr. Ember. Hugh Dilcha didn't dwell on it for too long, she just organized her words and asked, do you need me to prepare some materials? Materials? No need. Ember calmly shook his head. He actually knew why the other party had this question. For some unknown reason, magic in this world had become very backward. Any magic required the use of specific materials to set up a ritual before it could be cast. Furthermore, even praying to the gods required materials to set up a ritual. This was completely incomprehensible to Ember. He couldn't understand the motive for doing this, was it for that damn sense of ritual? Or had the gods in this world become so shallow that they had to be pleased with rituals? Is that so? Hugh didn't doubt him, she just looked Ember up and down. She thought Ember had already prepared the necessary materials. Perhaps due to the lack of common topics, although the three of them were in the living room, the atmosphere was awkward from beginning to end. Until Furs took the initiative to break the silence. It's coming. A bitter smile appeared on Furs's lips. Outside the window, the red moon emerged from the clouds, its light pure and bright, perfectly full. Furs. Hugh's expression changed slightly, and she immediately looked at her friend. And at this moment, Furs had already collapsed onto the sofa in pain, contorting into a ball. Her beautiful face was twisted to the extreme, as hideous as a monster. Furs covered her ears with both hands, although she knew it was useless. But now, she was like a drowning person reaching out wildly, trying to grab something. Ember. Hugh was startled and took a step back, but quickly turned her anxious gaze towards Ember. She knew Furs was in pain, but she had never known Furs would be this painful during the full moon. It's not time yet. Ember calmly watched all this happen, without making any move. Help me. Furs, tormented by pain, reached out her hand to grasp at the air, her blurry, pained eyes full of pleading. Drops of sweat seeped from her forehead, and veins bulged on the backs of her hands. Her body was sometimes tense, sometimes rolling, her light blue eyes, which usually held a hint of playfulness and laziness, were filled with pain. In the depths of her pupils, countless light and shadows seemed to be changing and layering. Ember. Hugh watched with extreme anxiety, urging Ember again, but Ember still did nothing. And Furs, whose mind was already unclear from the torment, recited the honorific name of the god she believed in with great difficulty, seeking salvation. Great God of steam and machinery. You are the embodiment of essence. You are the protector of craftsmen. You are the radiance of technology. She devoutly chanted the god's honorific name. Although she chanted the names of several gods in total, this did not affect her piety. Unfortunately, it had no effect. Her pain did not lessen at all, but grew stronger. Unable to bear it any longer, Furs frantically scratched at the wooden leg of the coffee table with her fingernails, creating deep gouges and a grating, teeth-aching screeching sound. Snap! Her fingernails snapped off. Her hair was growing bizarrely long. The cuticle layer of her skin was covered with a layer of evil white light. It was as if she would completely mutate into a monster in the next moment. And only then did Ember make a move. Under Hugh's angry gaze, he produced a small holy bell from somewhere. Then, he shook the holy bell, activating a miracle. Ding-a-ling. Holy light slowly gathered from the holy bell, finally appearing slowly at his feet, a white gold circular magic array like a moon wheel spreading outwards in ripples. Open black lens bracket healing tears close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket a miracle taught by Moan, the apostle of Archbishop Kaleem. Can heal bleeding, poisoning, and all abnormal statuses such as frostbite for surrounding individuals. Moan is a well-known attendant of Goddess Quat. And this is the story of her being surrounded by death. Close black lens bracket. Ding-a-ling. Amidst the clear ringing of the holy bell, the holy magic array also encompassed Furz's body. Then, in an instant, the holy light enveloped her body. When the light dispersed, her body had miraculously and rapidly returned to normal. Except for her fingernails that had broken off and grown long again, and her hair that was long enough to drag on the floor, she was unchanged. I'm not dead. I didn't lose control. The painful torment suddenly disappeared, but Furz's eyes were still a little blurry and confused. Not yet, Ember asked in return, but that might not be the case after the miracle's effect disappears. How long will your gibberish last? All night. How could that be? Furs sat up with the help of her friend, panting heavily, and said, if it were to last all night, perhaps I would have lost control long ago. But generally speaking, the gibberish usually lasts for 3 to 5 minutes during a full moon, and over 7 minutes if it's a red moon. After a pause, Furs smiled bitterly again. In fact, if it weren't for 2 consecutive red moons this year, I originally estimated I could have lasted at least a few more months, and wouldn't have lost control now. 3 minutes. Ember nodded silently. PS1. The red moon and blood moon in Lord of the Mysteries are not the same thing. A red moon is when the moon is originally round, and other than the color difference, it has phases like a normal moon. A blood moon, on the other hand, refers to the moon suddenly and illogically becoming full and blood red in a short period on a day that is not a full moon. Chapter 38. My house is quite big. Why were you just watching? After confirming her friend's safety, Hugh breathed a sigh of relief, then stood up and looked directly into Ember's eyes, asking through clenched teeth. Ember could have released that magic faster, saving Furs from having to endure that pain and suffering. But he just watched, waiting until Furs had suffered greatly before taking action. Although Hugh knew he had saved Furs, and knew she had no right to question him. But sometimes people are not entirely dictated by reason, especially women. Because I needed to confirm her state under the ravings. Facing the question from the, full of dignity, but petite Hugh, Ember's expression remained calm. Facts prove that I did not delay. Furs is completely unharmed, almost brand new. And if my miracle couldn't work, then releasing it a few seconds earlier wouldn't have helped either. But, Hugh. Furs grabbed Hugh, who still wanted to argue, and whispered, don't say any more, he is right. As an extraordinary from the official side, it is his duty not to help, and a favor if he does. After all, he could have just arrested her directly a few days ago, instead of taking a certain risk to provide treatment now. In the current situation, they already owed Ember a favor and shouldn't criticize him any further. After all, the curse on her wasn't inflicted by Ember either. Furs. Hugh turned to look at her friend, pursed her lips somewhat unwillingly, and ultimately did not continue arguing with Ember. She, of course, understood the logic that Furs understood, but even knowing it, she still felt somewhat indignant. Sorry. Hugh took a deep breath and whispered, I lost my composure just now. I hope you don't mind. It's fine. Ember looked at the two of them in surprise and said in a calm tone, I thought you would rush up and punch me, or at least yell and throw a tantrum. Just talking back a couple of sentences shows that your emotions are still relatively stable, or rather, you are sufficiently restrained. You. Upon hearing this, Hugh gritted her teeth, wishing she could bite him. It hardened, her fist hardened. 5 minutes are up. Ember suddenly spoke, are there any other abnormalities in your body? No. Furs closed her eyes and felt for a moment, then whispered, I feel great, I've never felt this good, on a full moon night. That's wonderful. Hugh breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely happy that her friend had been saved. Don't be happy too early. Ember looked at the two of them expressionlessly, although I can treat you regularly every month during the full moon, what about a blood moon? Furs and Hugh's expressions froze simultaneously. The full moon is regular, only appearing for 1 or 2 fixed days each month. And if you're lucky enough to encounter a rainy day, the moon might not even show its face. But a blood moon is different. A blood moon appears suddenly and is completely unpredictable, often hanging in the sky in just a second or two. And this means, once a blood moon is encountered, Ember cannot provide timely assistance at all. Can't you help her completely lift the curse? Hugh looked at Furs with some worry and asked pleadingly. Unfortunately, I cannot. Ember shook his head under Hugh's slightly hopeful gaze, causing the hope in the girl's eyes to gradually turn into disappointment. In fact, this was not an excuse for Ember, but rather that he really didn't have a very good method. Although healing tears can theoretically treat all abnormal states, but the ravings the other party suffered already belong to the category of curse. Although healing tears can heal the abnormal state caused by the curse, when it acts up, which is the ravings during the full moon. But it cannot eradicate the curse. To put it simply, it treats the symptoms but not the root cause. In fact, in Ember's impression, he remembers that he should know some kind of miracle that can treat the root cause. But unfortunately, he had completely forgotten what kind of miracle it was. It doesn't matter, isn't it pretty good like this too? Furs, on the other hand, was more open-minded than Hugh, waving her hand and saying, just as Rosal the Great said, let's take it one step at a time. At least we're not dying right now, right? Besides, a blood moon isn't that easy to appear. It has already appeared twice this year, it won't appear a third time in a short period, right? Right. By the end, Furs herself was amused by her own words, but Hugh's expression remained heavy. Before, she didn't know how severe the torment Furs suffered during the full moon was, but now that she had seen Furs's agonizing appearance with her own eyes, she could no longer let it go. During the full moon, she could contact Ember in advance for help. But even if Ember was willing to tirelessly treat Furs, he ultimately couldn't stay by Furs's side all the time. Wait. Hugh suddenly had a flash of inspiration, looked up at Ember, with a hint of inexplicable light in her eyes. Ember, where is your home? Church of the Night. Ember looked at her strangely and replied. I know you are a night watcher. Hugh gesticulated with her hands, trying to explain to Ember, I mean, where are you living now? Church of the Night, St. Samuel Cathedral. Quote. Hugh looked at Ember's expressionless face, and the words she wanted to say suddenly got stuck in her throat. Even for a night watcher, living in the Church of the Night is a bit too strange, isn't it? However, according to the information from Gleeland Viscount, Ember should have just arrived in the royal capital recently. So is it because he just came to Backland and hasn't found a place to live yet, so he can only temporarily stay in the church? Or is there some special reason? Why are you living in the church? Is there some special reason? Furs asked with some surprise, and finally added, if it's a secret, it's okay not to say. No, there is no special reason. Ember shook his head and said slowly, it's just that I happen to know the bishop of the Church of the Night, and he invited me to stay there for a while. That's perfect. Before Furs could speak, Hugh's eyes lit up, and she spoke before her, since you don't have a place to live, why not stay here? Our house is quite big, and we won't charge you rent. In this location, for a house of this size, if you rent it yourself, it would cost at least £100 a year. If you live here, you can save a whole £100 a year. Ember looked at Hugh with some surprise, not understanding why this girl, who was full of hostility just now, suddenly became so eager. It was as if she was impatiently inviting him to move in. £100. Ember couldn't help but sigh softly. That was exactly 1 week's salary for him. But after thinking for a while, Ember also nodded slightly. It's not impossible. For him, it was the same no matter where he lived. Anyway, there was no bonfire anywhere. P.S. Although I know this might not be very useful, I still want to ask for monthly votes. After all, the data is so bad it makes my heart ache. Chapter 39. I still prefer pure monetary transactions. Hey. Miss Furs stared blankly as Zio and Ember settled the matter just like that, her light blue eyes filled with disbelief. I'm still here. Aren't you going to ask for my opinion? And this is clearly my house. Zio glared at Miss Furs, annoyed. Who do you think I'm doing this for? If it weren't for you losing control every full moon, would she have invited a stranger she'd only met a few times, and an official extraordinary at that, to stay here? Under Zio's sharp gaze, Miss Furs retreated, shrinking her neck and muttering softly, all right, if you want to stay, stay. She also knew that given her current situation, having the other party stay was actually to her advantage. After all, she was the one who constantly needed to be wary of the blood moon appearing and needed to receive Ember's treatment. But this was her house after all. Just letting a man move in so casually, doesn't she care about her reputation? No. Ember suddenly shook his head. Can't stay here. Zio hesitated, asking, is it because there are any special requirements? It's not that I can't stay, it's that I can't stay for free. Ember shook his head and explained, how much is the rent for the house here? I'll pay according to the market price. Zio and Miss Furs exchanged glances, their expressions a little strange. He wouldn't even accept staying for free, insisting on paying. Are you sure you want to pay according to the market price? Miss Furs thought for a moment and reminded him, although Hillston District isn't as good as North District and Queens District, it's still among the top 3 in Backland. The usual rent is at least 30 solely per week, plus deposit and utilities. The annual rent is at least £100. That's not a small amount. £100. Ember nodded thoughtfully and continued, then let's calculate it as £100 per year. Count it. Ember took out money, counted out 10 £10 banknotes, and handed them to Miss Furs. Also, here's this back. After thinking for a moment, Ember casually tossed over a silver bracelet. Miss Furs took the bracelet. It had 3 dark cyan, rough stones on it. This was originally her item, now it was just returning to its rightful owner. This, holding the money, a huge sum of a full £100, equivalent to hundreds of grams of gold. But Miss Furs was completely bewildered. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Why was he practically forcing money on her? Oh, right. Before she could react, Ember continued, remember to give me an invoice, the £200 kind. Miss Furs' expression was strange. You're not trying to swindle the church's allowance, are you? How can this be considered swindling? Ember retorted, it's a matter of mutual consent. This is called fair trade. But £200 is too exaggerated. Zio couldn't stand it anymore either and questioned, won't the church really suspect anything? This amount of money is enough to rent a house in the West End. Where in Hillston District is there a house that expensive? That's true. Ember pondered for 2 seconds, decided to make a slight concession, and said casually, then let's write £150. Earning a little less is fine, blame it on my kind heart. Oh, right. Also, according to the market price in Backland, the average cost for a purification ritual to expel evil is about £20 per session. That price should be quite reasonable, right? Deducting £20, I still need to give you £80 as rent. Of course, future treatments will also be calculated according to this standard, £20 per session. Miss Furs was stunned for a while, then whispered, but didn't we agree before? I would become your informant among the wild extraordinary, and you would be responsible for curing my curse. That's right. Ember nodded, but quickly spoke calmly, but I regret it now. Because the rent is too expensive, I need to earn some extra money. The original transaction is void. I will charge a fee per session for providing treatment for you, and you can also propose charging me per session for providing information. You pay me £20 for each treatment, and I will also give you a certain reward based on the information you provide. After a pause, Ember continued, the prerequisite is that I consider the information valuable. Originally, it was treatment and information fees offsetting each other, but that would be equivalent to Ember paying the price himself to obtain information. However, Miss Lolota reminded him, the Church of the Night can reimburse the information fees that night watchers like them obtain from Wild Extraordinary. Since that's the case, why should he save money for the Church of the Night? Of course, each should be calculated separately. The former belongs to merits and demerits offsetting each other, while the latter belongs to win-win. Ember wins twice, he can get money, get information, and get reimbursed. As for why he insisted on paying rent, that's naturally because the money for renting is also reimbursable. Well, as special practitioners, having a tiny bit of privilege is also very normal. Are you treating the Church of the Night as a sheep to fleece? Miss Furs was completely dumbfounded. Even insurance fraud isn't done like this, right? This is practically outright robbery. How could the Church of the Night have such a talent like you? Miss Furs is a good person. Ember sighed inwardly, although he didn't care much about money. But pure monetary transactions still made him feel that it would save a lot of trouble. With Air and their earnest teachings, Ember already knew that the expenses for obtaining information from informants could be reimbursed. So no matter how much Miss Furs charged for information, he could report double the amount to the Church of the Night for reimbursement. Just like Miss Lolota said, don't miss any opportunity to fleece. No, any opportunity with the Church of the Night as a backing. Then, Zio took a deep breath, knowing she couldn't rely on Miss Furs, this pig, and took the initiative to speak. Since it's separate transactions, if I tell you information about gatherings among Wild Extraordinary, how much reward can you give? Ember made no secret of his intention to swindle allowances from the Church of the Night. Since that was the case, Zio naturally didn't mind cooperating with him. I'm not interested in that kind of information. Ember shook his head and admitted, however, I can help you report it to the Church. If the Church is interested, they might pay you a considerable reward. Not interested in Wild Extraordinary. Zio was a little surprised. Because for official extraordinary, Wild Extraordinary are hidden threats. After all, once Wild Extraordinary lose control, it is highly likely to lead to chaos and bloodshed. And gatherings of extraordinary often mean a concentration of multiple Wild Extraordinary. If Night Watchers can obtain relevant information, they can round up these Wild Extraordinary in one go. For official extraordinary, this is undoubtedly a very profitable deal. But Ember said he wasn't interested. Was he really a Night Watcher? Then what kind of information are you interested in? Zio wanted to help her friend with her worries, and at the same time, she couldn't suppress her curiosity, asking somewhat curiously, I know quite a few people, perhaps I can try to help you collect it. Information. Ember pondered for a moment and slowly asked, regarding the lawyer pathway, how much do you know? Lawyer. Miss Furs looked bewildered, she had clearly never heard of these. However, after Zio heard this sentence, her expression suddenly became complicated. If it's information in this area. Chapter 40 Obtuse Angle. I choose obtuse angle. If it's intelligence in this area, I do know some. Hugh's expression was complex, but she quickly recovered, only asking in a low voice, but I don't know if the intelligence I have overlaps with what you need. I don't know much. Ember admitted, I only know that the lawyer sequence pathway is one mastered by the royal family of the Solomon Empire in the fourth epic. Besides that, I know almost nothing about it. Then there shouldn't be any overlap. Hugh took a deep breath and asked, do you know what sequence pathway the Augustus family masters? Arbitrator. Ember nodded slightly and replied. The Augustus family is the royal family of the Ruined Kingdom, and the sequence pathway they master is Arbitrator. This intelligence was explained to him by the Hanged Man at a previous Tarot Club meeting. Yes. Hugh nodded lightly and explained, the sequence pathway the Augustus family masters is Arbitrator, so most of the extraordinary in the military and the royal family's intelligence agency, Military Intelligence 9, are on the Arbitrator pathway. After a pause, Hugh's voice lowered slightly, and she said softly, including me, and my father, are both on the Arbitrator pathway. But, Hugh Dilcha then changed the subject, my ancestors once held the title of Count of the Palace and were legitimate court nobles. My father also served as the commander of the royal family guard and the chief court attendant, so my family knows some hidden intelligence about the Augustus family. For example, besides Arbitrator, the sequence pathway mastered by the royal family also includes lawyer. The royal family masters the lawyer pathway. Ember seemed to suddenly realize something and pressed, are you sure? Yes. Hugh nodded lightly and said solemnly, the royal family masters both the Arbitrator and lawyer sequence pathways. I am absolutely sure of this, there is no mistake. So, it's still the royal family. Ember's eyes shifted slightly. From the first day he arrived in the royal capital, he instinctively cast suspicious glances towards the royal family. But all this time, he had no evidence. And now, Hugh's words had confirmed some of his suspicions. At least based on the currently known intelligence, the royal family is definitely inseparable from the Black Emperor. But this intelligence alone is far from enough. Where is your father? Ember pressed, if possible, I hope to meet him. He's dead. Hugh suddenly lowered her head and said in a low voice, 7 years ago, he was accused of participating in a rebellion, and was eventually sentenced to hanging and stripped of his title and fiefdom. My family fell into decline because of this, and many members even mysteriously disappeared. To survive, we changed our surname and left East Tak County. But I don't believe my father would rebel. He was so loyal to the royal family, even more so than his faith in the goddess. 4. Hugh. Sensing her friend's increasingly agitated emotions, Furs gently put her arm around Hugh's shoulder from behind and said in a low voice, it's okay, no matter what happens, I will support you. She and Hugh had known each other for a long time, but Hugh had never told her about this. And now, to help herself repay a debt, she had voluntarily revealed her past. Furs knew that this past experience must be very painful for Hugh. I'm sorry to hear that. Ember glanced at the two getting along very well and slowly said, however, the intelligence you provided is very valuable. What kind of reward do you need? No need. Hugh took a deep breath, patted Furz's arm around her, raised her head, and looked at Ember, but if possible, I hope you can provide several more treatments for Furz. Okay, how many times specifically? Ember nodded slightly and asked. How about 3 times? Hugh hesitated for a moment and said hesitantly. The intelligence she provided could be considered a certain kind of secret, but it wasn't an exclusive secret itself. Was 3 times a bit excessive? All right. Ember nodded calmly and slowly said, I can provide her with 3 free treatments, but to me, the value of the intelligence you provided is far greater than £60. I can offer some additional compensation, you can choose. First, another year of free treatment. Second, I can provide you with some useful intelligence. I choose the first, sob. Choose the second option. Hugh chose the first option without hesitation, but before she could finish speaking, Furz covered her mouth and then forcefully interjected, let's agree first, if the intelligence you provide is something we already know, or if the value is less than £300, it doesn't count. Okay. Ember pondered for 2 seconds and asked, do you know about the acting method? Acting method. The two exchanged glances, their eyes full of confusion. The acting method is among the 7 great churches. It is intelligence that only mid to high sequence extraordinary are qualified to grasp. Its key lies in, not grasping, but digesting. Not excavating, but acting. The name of the potion is not just a symbol, but also an image, and even the key to digestion. But while acting, you must also remember that you are only acting. Ember concisely explained the key points of the acting method to the two, and both Hugh and Furz immediately realized something. Although Ember didn't name names, they immediately realized that this acting method was aimed at potions. I think this intelligence should be worth £300, right? Quote. Facing Ember's question, Furz opened her mouth. She had originally planned to fish for some intelligence and then say they already knew it to get some intelligence for free. Who would have thought that Ember would actually provide such explosive intelligence? Furz lowered her head somewhat dejectedly. This left her completely unable to play dirty. Very good. Seeing that the two had no objections, Ember nodded in satisfaction and then said, besides this, I also have a commission. A commission? Furz asked curiously, what kind of commission? I've written a novel. Ember said, I hope Miss Furz can help me submit it to a publisher for sale, under the name of your apprentice. After thinking for a moment, he added, if possible, it would be best if you could promote this book in your own books. As compensation, half of the manuscript fees for this book will belong to you, how about that? This was an idea he had since the first time he met Furz. It's just that he hadn't had time to put it into practice yet. After all, writing a book takes time too. Even if it's copied from memory fragments. Under the name of my apprentice. Furz's expression was strange. Yes, you are an apprentice. Connecting this to the acting method Ember had just revealed, Furz couldn't help but ask. Didn't you know already? Ember glanced at her in surprise and asked back. I knew jack squat. Furz felt like crying without tears. At this moment, knowing the truth, her heart was collapsing. Chapter 41. You're a big man writing romance. Furz, of course, knew that Mr. Ember was an apprentice, but that was all she knew. Because she only knew that Mr. Ember was from the apprentice pathway and was an official extraordinary. But in her heart, she had originally thought that Mr. Ember should at least be a night watcher at sequence 8 or even sequence 7. After all, the sense of oppression he gave her when they first met was too strong. Although it was partly due to her guilty conscience as a wild extraordinary, Mr. Ember's subsequent revelation of his understanding of her curse made her completely mistakenly believe that Mr. Ember was a strong person above the sequence in the apprentice sequence. That's why she gave up resisting the moment she was caught up, and even obediently handed over her bracelet. Because she felt it would be difficult to escape from the hands of a mid-sequence strong person. But who knew, Mr. Ember was just an apprentice, and he was still in the stage of acting as an apprentice. Doesn't this mean he hasn't even fully digested the potion yet? And she had stayed in the apprentice stage for 2 years, and her mastery of the apprentice's abilities was definitely far beyond his. If she had known this earlier, wouldn't she have been able to just run away when they first met? Although if she had run away directly at that time, she probably wouldn't have been able to get in touch with Mr. Ember. And she wouldn't have been able to survive this full moon and lose control and mutate into a monster. Instead, being caught by Mr. Ember gave her a chance to live. But Furz's heart was still full of unwillingness. You Furs gritted her teeth and asked, "When did you become an apprentice?" "About 12 days ago." Mr. Ember was strange as to why Furs would ask such a question, but he still replied casually. 12 days. Furs's heart became even more broken. She, an old-timer, who had stayed in the apprentice stage for 2 years, was actually caught by a newcomer who had just become an apprentice 12 days ago. No, not 12 days. He caught her 5 days ago, which happened to be exactly 1 week after he had just become an extraordinary. I understand the reasoning. Compared to the collapsing Furs, Zio fell into thought instead, and asked strangely, "But, is your method really useful?" The key to the acting method lies in acting, which means Mr. Ember himself must act as an apprentice to digest the potion. But Mr. Ember's current method is more like taking a shortcut. He is just letting Furs publish Mr. Ember's works under her name as an apprentice. This means that Mr. Ember doesn't need to show his face at all from beginning to end. Can this really work? Why wouldn't it work? Mr. Ember said calmly, "Acting is for others to see. As long as others think I am an apprentice, that's enough. As for whether I am actually an apprentice and how I was mistaken for an apprentice, that process is not important." "Is that so?" Zio showed a thoughtful expression upon hearing this, although it felt a little strange. But since it was said by Mr. Ember who told them about the acting method, it should be reasonable. "No, I just made that up." Mr. Ember said calmly, "I just wanted to do an experiment." Zio was immediately choked. "You just casually made it up and you're so righteous about it. And you're just experimenting with yourself so casually, aren't you afraid of problems? HMPH, it's not that easy to make money by writing books." Furs had recovered a little at this time, and glanced at Mr. Ember with a slight arrogance. Not everyone can just write a few words and become a successful writer like her. However, since he was an apprentice, she didn't expect Mr. Ember to be very outstanding. But on second thought, Mr. Ember took half of the royalties from this book as payment. But if the book was written too badly and didn't make a single penny, wouldn't she be working for nothing and also ruin her reputation? "Tisk, where's the book?" Furs pouted and asked with some complaint. Mr. Ember casually took out a book and handed it to Furs. "Where do you get all this stuff from?" Zio couldn't help but complain in her heart. This wasn't the first time Mr. Ember had taken things out in front of them. And she hadn't seen how Mr. Ember did it at all. What's more, his clothes didn't look like they could hide so many things. Wuthering Heights. Furs looked at the title of the book on the title page, feeling a little like complaining in her heart. Even the title was directly copied from her Wuthering Heights, as if afraid that others wouldn't be able to tell. This was enough to show that this Mr. Ember was indeed a genuine apprentice. HMPH. Then let me, the author of the bestseller Wuthering Heights, teach you, this apprentice, how to write a book. Speaking of which, seeing Furs flipping through Mr. Ember's novel, Zio asked, "If you knew the acting method from the beginning, how long would it take for a person to fully digest the potion?" "At least 1 month, at most half a year." 1 month. Furs's proud expression instantly disintegrated. How long had she stayed in the apprentice stage? 2 years. A full 2 years. Do you know how she spent these 2 years? If only she had known the acting method earlier, she wouldn't have wasted 2 years as an apprentice. Wait a minute. Furs suddenly remembered something. "It seems like even if I digest the potion early, it's useless. After all, I don't have the Sequence 8 Trick Master's potion." "Oh, then it's fine." Furs deflated again and silently lowered her head to continue reading the novel. But she still felt a little resentful in her heart. Why did it take her 2 years to fully digest the potion, but others only needed 1 month? She had clearly thought she was a genius before this. "No, I can't just take this lying down." She was going to pick apart Mr. Ember's book fiercely and let him know who was the boss when it came to writing. However, after she finished reading Mr. Ember's book with a sullen mood, her expression suddenly became incredibly wonderful. "You." Furs suddenly raised her head to look for Mr. Ember's figure, but found nothing. She could only see her friend sitting on the sofa next to her, drinking coffee. "Where is Mr. Ember?" Furs asked. "He left a long time ago." Zio took a sip of coffee and said nonchalantly, "I saw you were enjoying reading the book, so I didn't disturb you." "How is it? Is what he wrote very bad?" "Bad." Furs showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said dejectedly, "It's more than just bad, it's much better than what I wrote." "Ah," Zio said in disbelief, "his romance written by a man is even better than yours." "It's not romance." Furs put her legs together on the sofa, wrapped her arms around her knees, and buried her head in them, saying in a muffled voice, "It's a suspense novel, with no romance elements at all." Seriously, what was he thinking? The title is exactly the same, but the content is completely different. To use Rosal the Great's words, they're completely unrelated. Zio's expression was a little strange. She had also read Furza's Wuthering Heights, in which the protagonist, Ms. Cece, was a detective disguised as a governess, so the novel had some suspense elements. However, there were only a few suspense elements. Even these few suspense elements were just paving the way for romance. Who is the protagonist of this book? Zio suddenly became interested and asked curiously. Protagonist. Furz raised her head and said in a very depressed tone, there is no protagonist in this book at all. Only 10 people appeared in total, and by the end, everyone died in that, Wuthering Heights. Compared to Wuthering Heights, I think this book should be called Open Double Angle Bracket and then there were none Close Double Angle Bracket. The more you say that, the more interested I become. Zio leaned over and took the book, reading it with great interest. It's so late, don't you need to sleep? Furz asked helplessly. I just drank coffee. Zio replied casually, but her consciousness quickly became engrossed in the story constructed by Wuthering Heights. Chapter 42. Sudden bad news, your wife is dead. Good day, Archbishop. In the early morning, as Mr. Ember was preparing to leave St. Samuel Cathedral, he encountered Archbishop Anthony, who had been waiting at the entrance at some point, and greeted him with his usual expression. Good day, Mr. Ember. Archbishop Anthony wore his usual gentle smile. Your room will always be kept for you. You are welcome to return anytime in the future if needed. Furthermore, even if you no longer live here, Mr. Ember can still come to the church often to pray to the goddess. As he spoke, Archbishop Anthony suddenly paused, his expression slightly odd. Because during the time Mr. Ember stayed here, he seemed to have never seen Mr. Ember pray to the goddess even once. However, the other party was a genuine benefactor, your grace, of the goddess, so perhaps he had a special way of praying. He couldn't deny his piety towards the goddess just because of minor differences in ritual. I will. Mr. Ember nodded slightly, but he wasn't in a hurry to leave and waited for a while longer. Only after confirming that Archbishop Anthony had no other instructions did he leave St. Samuel Cathedral and turn to head towards the Backland Detective Agency behind St. Samuel Cathedral. Subsequently, he unexpectedly saw Air Hansen's team in the detective agency hall. This time they were finally not playing cards, but playing chess. However, Mr. Ember guessed the reason was probably because Lolota wasn't there, and lacking one person, they could only play chess. And the moment they saw Mr. Ember, their expressions were shocked. Praise the goddess. Air pointed 4 times clockwise on his chest and said excitedly, you actually came to work on your own initiative, this is simply a miracle. This must be my prayer to the goddess receiving a response. Praise the goddess. No, I don't think so. Borgia retorted. How could the goddess respond to such a boring prayer from you? Where is Ms. Lolota? Mr. Ember inquired. She should be absorbing maid energy at the coffee shop right now. Borgia casually picked up a chess piece from the board and held it in his hand, explaining, she always says there are 3 essential things in life: coffee, desserts, and maids. Speaking of which, Mr. Ember looked at the 2 still leisurely playing chess, his expression also a bit strange. I've always wanted to ask, why are you either playing cards or playing chess every time I come? Is our team that idle? What nonsense are you talking about? Air, who had his back to Mr. Ember, turned around and glared at him. Do you think everyone is like you? It's been almost half a month since you joined the Night Watcher, but the total time you've reported for work is only 3 times, and the total time you've spent at headquarters is less than an hour. We are not like you. We have to go to work on time every morning, and we even eat and live at headquarters, only sleeping 2 or 3 hours a day. In the words of Rosal the Great, we get up earlier than chickens and go to bed later than dogs. Don't compare us to you, that's an insult to us. Actually, it's quite idle. Borgia glanced at Air and didn't give him face just because he was the captain, casually dismantling his argument. As the royal capital of the ruined kingdom, Backland naturally has a considerable number of extraordinary individuals owned by the major churches. Taking us Night Watchers as an example, just the Night Watchers I know of number at least over 100. However, it's impossible for all these extraordinary individuals to stay at headquarters. In fact, the Church of the Night basically has branches in all districts of the royal capital, and the Night Watchers usually disperse throughout the royal capital in teams to carry out missions, each performing their duties to protect this city. As for our team's mission, it is to stay at headquarters on standby. Once a sudden situation that other teams cannot handle in time occurs, we will step in. However, there are enough Night Watchers in the royal capital, and if it's a problem that other teams cannot handle, it will be handed over to the Red Gloves to deal with, so we generally don't need to be used. So most of the time, our mission is to carry sealed artifacts to support other nearby cities, just like the time we supported Tingan not long ago. However, this kind of sudden situation might not happen even once a month, so Borgia paused and said seriously, most of the time, we are really idle. So, do you understand? Understood. Mr. Ember nodded slightly. It's just a low-level red gloves, it's easy to understand. However, Mr. Ember still looked at Air Hansen with a strange expression. With your work status of basically slacking off every day, what right do you have to look at him with the eyes of a class enemy? Where is it idle? Air Hansen was immediately furious when he heard this. Isn't coming to work on time every day serious work? Where is work easy? How many people are there these days who stick to their posts like us and don't leave without permission? Tell me, where are we idle? Borgia didn't speak, quietly lowering his head to look at the chessboard. The captain seems to be in good spirits today, probably because there's no chance to steal another chess piece. But if he doesn't steal a chess piece, won't he be unable to win? And you? Air Hansen gave Borgia a scolding, then turned his gaze to Mr. Ember, looking at him vigilantly and suspiciously. Are you not planning to leave again? No. Mr. Ember shook his head slightly, walked over to the sofa and sat down. Under the strange gaze of the other two, he said in a deep voice, in fact, I've been seriously considering whether or not to come to work recently. Quote. Air Hansen's veins on his forehead bulged, his fists hardened. His fists hardened. What do you mean by seriously considering whether or not to come to work? If you don't come, then don't come. Anyway, no one can do anything about you, and you still get your salary every week. As a result, you actually ran here specifically to mock me again, didn't you? Do you think there is no one in our night watcher? Just as Mr. Ember was seriously considering whether or not to come to work, and Air Hansen was also seriously considering whether or not to give him a punch. A figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Air. The person looked at the three people in the hall and called out in a somewhat dry voice. Simon. Air looked at the person's slightly haggard expression, and his expression immediately became serious, saying in a deep voice, what happened? Simon is also a night watcher in Backland. Last time their team went on a business trip to Tingan, it was Simon's team that took over their duties and stayed on standby at the detective agency. But looking at Simon, something clearly happened. Eve is dead. Simon said in a hoarse voice, Air, I heard that Lolota from your team has been promoted to spirit medium. I hope you can help me out, consider it a favor I owe you. Eve is dead. Air and Borgia were both shocked at the same time. Simon Herbert, a Sequence 7 nightmare just like Air. And Eve was his teammate, an extraordinary from the Diviner Sequence who had just been promoted to Sequence 8 Feet Clown, not long ago. They had just met not long ago. As a result, Simon suddenly came to their door to tell them the bad news of Eve's death. That was an official extraordinary. Someone actually dared to lay a hand on an official extraordinary in Backland. Lolota should be at the coffee shop next door, I'll go call her. Borgia immediately stood up and said in a deep voice. Go quickly and come back quickly. Air nodded with a solemn expression. Simon was his friend, and the deceased Eve was Lolota's good friend, and also an official extraordinary. Both for public and private reasons, they had to help with this. Chapter 43, Demonic Ritual. 243 New Year Road, Hillston District. Standing at the entrance was a young man with messy brown hair, his expression clearly filled with gloom. Captain. The moment he saw Simon, Ash, and the others, a glimmer of hope seemed to appear on his originally gloomy face. Riley. Simon's voice was still hoarse. Open the door. Riley responded silently, grabbing the doorknob and opening the door for them. Before even entering the house, Ember and the others smelled a strong scent of blood. Through the open door, they saw the scene inside. On the living room floor lay a lady wearing a brightly colored long dress. Blood spread outwards from her abdomen, staining her long dress and the floor, creating a terrifying scene like hell. That was Eve, the extraordinary from Simon's team, Eve Fisher. Ember remembered her. Not long ago, he had seen her at the detective agency. He remembered she was a young girl with a delicate face and a slight smile on her lips. But now, the girl named Eve had become a stiff corpse. Her delicate face was twisted beyond recognition from pain, clearly having suffered immense torture before her death. There was a large, bloody wound on her abdomen, but the abdominal cavity inside the wound was empty. Blood had flowed all over the floor, congealing and sticking to the ground, but her internal organs had vanished without a trace. Lolota. Simon's voice was still hoarse, but his eyes held a trace of deep-seated hatred. He gritted his teeth and said, I hope you can commune with Eve and find the murderer who harmed her. To protect the scene and wait for Lolota, the true spirit medium, to arrive, they had tried not to touch anything, not even collecting Eve's body, hoping to find the murderer who killed Eve through spirit mediumship. I can't. Lolota stood by Eve's body and remained silent for a while, her face turning bitter. Her spirit is gone. I should say that the spirits that were originally here have all disappeared, and the new spirits know nothing. After obtaining the acting method from Ember, she had been actively acting during her days back in Backland. She worked during the day and acted at night, without even time to rest, which was why she successfully advanced to Sequence 7 Spirit Medium. At this stage, the Corpse Collector sequence pathway would undergo a qualitative change. A spirit medium can master various mystical rituals related to spirits and can directly communicate with the natural spirits of the real world and wandering souls. And this was precisely why Simon asked her for help. However, even the most skilled cook cannot make a meal without ingredients. Even a spirit medium. Without spirits, she was powerless. The spirits are gone. Simon and Air's expressions simultaneously sank. Although a night had passed, most of the spirits would have dissipated. But the remaining part could still allow them to obtain some superficial information. But now Lolota said the spirits had completely disappeared, which meant someone had interfered beforehand. The killer knew someone would come to investigate, so they cleaned up the scene in advance. Then we can only use the most traditional method, Borgia said. Simon closed his eyes in pain, but his rich experience still allowed him to begin analyzing the case. Although a diviner is not good at combat, Eve was already a Sequence 8 clown. Even if she had just advanced not long ago, she shouldn't have been completely defenseless. But there were almost no signs of a struggle at the scene, which means the person who killed her was at least a Sequence 7 or even a Sequence 6 extraordinary. What was the reason? Riley, another extraordinary in Simon's team, clenched his fists. Why did the killer kill Eve? The most common reasons for murder are nothing more than revenge or a crime of passion. Air frowned tightly, offering his guess. Could it be retaliation from a certain wild extraordinary who was being pursued? As official extraordinaries, they would inevitably offend some wild extraordinaries. Especially members of extreme cults like the Aurora Order, this seems like something they would do. Unfortunately, there are too few clues now to make any inferences. There is another clue. Lolota slowly said, although the smell is faint, there are scents of cloves and currants in the air, and the killer emptied Eve's internal organs. This is more like some kind of ritual. If it's a ritual, Air's expression became solemn, and he said in a deep voice, then it's either the Blood Sect or the Rose School. There are many extraordinaries from ancient organizations in Backland. Among these organizations, there are relatively harmless ones like Dawn of Elements and the Brotherhood of Light, and also extreme terrorists like the Aurora Order who believe in the true creator. And when it comes to rituals, there are only the Blood Sect who worship demons and the Rose School who like bloody sacrifices. Among them, the Blood Sect controls the prisoner sequence pathway, while the Rose School controls the prisoner sequence pathway. Just from the potion names, one can guess how high the crime rate of extraordinaries on these two sequence pathways is. Although they still don't know who the killer is. But at least the scope can be initially narrowed down. It was most likely done by the Blood Sect or the Rose School. And to further narrow down the scope, they can only find out the reason why the other party targeted Eve. And the biggest possible reason for a wild extraordinary killing an official extraordinary is still revenge. Simon, Air said in a deep voice, it's best to start with the wild extraordinaries you've been investigating recently. We will also help with the investigation. Okay. Simon responded hoarsely, but he didn't make any further movements, just stood blankly in front of the body without saying a word. Air fell silent until Borgia pulled him and gave him a look. Finally, Air's team of 4 and Riley all left the living room, leaving the space to Simon alone. Smoking. Air pulled out a pack of cigarettes from somewhere, silently took out a match, lit one for himself, and asked. Give me one. Borgia, who never smoked, said in a low voice. Air didn't hesitate, casually throwing a cigarette over. Simon and Eve were a couple. Lolota glanced at Ember on the side and explained softly, they had originally decided to get married next month, but now. As she spoke, Lolota's eyes also dimmed. Although they were all extraordinaries, and although she and Eve were not even on the same team. But as women, their friendship was very deep. The day before yesterday, they had even gone shopping together to celebrate her promotion to Spirit Medium. Who knew that only 2 days had passed and it would turn out like this? Ember remained silent and didn't say much. He had learned some information on the way here. When Eve first joined the Night Watcher 2 years ago, she was assigned to Simon's team. The team had a total of 3 people, Simon, Riley, and Eve, which was the standard configuration for the Backland Night Watcher. A team is generally composed of 3 to 4 people, usually with 2 extraordinaries from the Night Watcher sequence pathway and 1 extraordinary from a support profession, and the extraordinary from a support profession is usually a corpse collector or a diviner. Including Air's team, before Ember arrived, they also had this standard configuration. Eve had been promoted to Sequence 8 Feet Clown half a month ago and was about to step into the marriage hall with Simon. She should have been ushering in a bright future with both career and love, but now she had become a cold corpse. I can't do anything. LOTM closed her eyes, looking somewhat pained. Chapter 44, Your Sister. Simon collected Eve's body and went to the headquarters to report Eve's death. Ember and the other three also returned to the headquarters. Aaron Borgia sat back at the table, silently and mechanically continuing the unfinished game of chess. LOTM didn't go back to the cafe either, sitting on the sofa with her head lowered, looking a bit dejected. No one spoke first, causing the atmosphere in the detective agency to fall into a strange awkwardness. Until a middle-aged gentleman wearing a long tailcoat, shiny leather shoes, and impeccably dressed walked into the detective agency. He glanced at the few people in the living room and asked, "May I ask which one is Lord Ash Black?" "That's me, what is it?" Ember got up and walked forward, looking at the visitor with slight confusion. "Lord Black." The middle-aged gentleman took off his hat and placed it against his chest, bowing in the most standard posture. "I am a butler, here to invite you on behalf of my master." "Who is your master?" Ember frowned slightly and said, "Have I met him?" This butler's master is undoubtedly a noble. But the only noble Ember is familiar with is Gleelant Viscount. But as far as he knew, Gleelant Viscount's butler was not the person in front of him. "You and my master have not met." The butler showed a polite smile, "But you should be very familiar with my young lady." "Audrey." Ember immediately realized who he was talking about and asked back. The butler smiled and nodded. "I apologize." Ember was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "I still have work to deal with here." "It's no problem." The butler said without hesitation, "I will wait for you outside until your work is finished. Then, I will wait outside and will not disturb your work." The butler bowed respectfully again, turned around, and left the detective agency. Audrey. Air had come up behind Ember at some point, staring intently at him with a tone that sounded somewhat grinding his teeth. "That Miss Audrey you just mentioned, it couldn't be Audrey Hall, could it? You know her?" Ember looked at him with slight surprise. "Could it be that you are also a hidden noble?" Air mistook Ember's words for mockery, and immediately became agitated and angry. "What's wrong with commoners? Did commoners eat your rice? Can't commoners hear of noble names? I'm an extraordinary at least, all right." Captain's words make a lot of sense. Borgia also stared at him with a deep gaze. "After all, we are extraordinary, although we can't frequently attend noble banquets like you and have no chance to see Miss Hall. We have heard of Backland's most dazzling gem." "Backland's most dazzling gem." Ember stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "She actually has such a title." Air immediately shot him a hostile look, flames seemingly spurting from his eyes, his expression even appearing somewhat contorted. If before it was just the look of seeing a class enemy, now his gaze was like looking at a heretic. "You actually don't need to stay here with us." LOTM sighed softly and said, "Even if you want to investigate the case, it won't happen overnight, and the higher-ups might not even hand this case over to us to handle. There's no point in you staying here. On the contrary, that butler." LOTM paused, and said earnestly, "He represents Earl Hall. Although he said he can wait outside, if you really make him wait too long, it will definitely leave a bad impression on Earl Hall." "I see it that way too." Borgia nodded. "Then what about you, Captain?" Ember raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Air beside him. "Get lost quickly." Air glared at him and said angrily, "Don't let me see you for the entire day today." He suddenly felt that Ember coming to work was worse than not coming to work. "All right." Ember shrugged and turned to leave the detective agency. And on the street outside the detective agency, the butler was standing quietly waiting in front of a carriage. "Mr. I Shu, can we depart now?" The butler still wore a proper smile and asked politely. Ember nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward, and boarded the carriage. Then, under the coachman's cracking whip, the white horse slowly pulled the carriage towards the Queen's district. Finally, the carriage stopped in front of Earl Hall's family's luxurious villa. "Please follow me, Mr. I Shu." The butler respectfully made a gesture to invite, and after confirming that Ash had kept pace, walked ahead to lead the way. "Please wait a moment." The butler led Ember to a reception room and said respectfully, "The master will be here shortly. Would you like coffee or black tea?" "Black tea, thank you." Ember nodded, but instead of choosing to sit on the sofa, he walked to the window and looked at Earl Hall's family's garden through the glass. Until the sound of the door opening and approaching footsteps came from behind him. Click. Ember turned around, and a middle-aged gentleman appeared in his sight, wearing a dark brown vest and sporting a pair of handsome small mustaches. Undoubtedly, he was the owner of this villa, the one who truly invited Ember, Earl Hall. "Good morning, Lord Black." Earl Hall had a gentle smile on his face, walking forward while greeting Ember. Good morning, Earl Hall. Ember slightly bowed in response, and at this moment, the maid also knocked on the door, carrying black tea and pastries in her hands. I think we can sit down and have a good talk. Earl Hall waved for the maid to put down the pastries, then pointed to the sofa and smiled, inviting Ember. After Ember was seated, Earl Hall smiled and began, I heard that Lord Black is from Winter County. Yes. Ember nodded and said, because my family has declined, I plan to come to Backland to seek opportunities to make my family great again. He had read the information on Ash Black. This was a fallen noble from the northern Winter County, but his title wasn't high, only a viscount. To describe it in one sentence, he has a sister, a house, and his parents are deceased. Make the family great again. Earl Hall looked at Ember, his eyes showing a strange glint. For a young noble who was quite close to his daughter, he naturally investigated Ember's background. According to the information he obtained, this Viscount Black had just inherited his title this year and resolutely chose to come to Backland due to dissatisfaction with his family's continuous decline. Therefore, Earl Hall had no doubts about his words. However, an ordinary fallen noble clearly couldn't maintain a good relationship with the Church of the Night. Even if he came from Winter County, where the Church of the Night's headquarters is located, it was the same. This Viscount Black must be hiding a bigger secret. Although the information he saw was complete, there were some very obvious loopholes. For example, this Viscount Black, whose family members were almost all dead, leaving only a sister to depend on, why didn't he bring his sister with him when he came to Backland? Chapter 45, The Pillars in Winter County's Winter are Sweet. Viscount Black. After exchanging pleasantries with Ember for a while, Earl Hall suddenly smiled and said, in fact, I'm quite curious how you and Miss Audrey met. At the salon hosted by Gleeland Viscount. Ember was not surprised by Earl Hall's question and replied calmly. Ember knew very well. He and Earl Hall had no connection whatsoever, the only thing that brought them together was Audrey Hall. The other party inviting him over was undoubtedly to confirm his relationship with his daughter. The previous pleasantries were merely a prelude to this question, making his inquiry seem less aggressive and impolite. After all, he was an earl, wanting face was a common trait among nobles. He couldn't just aggressively question him, could he? Brilliant. Earl Hall frowned slightly and pressed, then, Miss Audrey's potion formula. I gave it to her. Ember said frankly, I obtained the formula through private channels. Miss Audrey paid me a total of £600 for it. He did not hide anything about this. After all, Earl Hall sending someone to stake out the Backland Detective Agency indicated that the other party was well aware of his apparent identity. Given this, he might as well be more honest. Is that so? Earl Hall sighed lightly, sounding both relieved and somewhat helpless. He was not surprised by Ember's answer, as he had always suspected it. Earl Hall naturally knew that his daughter had always been fascinated by mysticism. Consequently, the noble children in Miss Audrey's age group who were close to her were all just as eager to delve into the mystical world as Miss Audrey. And Gleeland Viscount was the one who was relatively close to Miss Audrey and most absorbed in it. In fact, he had already discovered something half a month ago when his daughter became an extraordinary. Although he was not an extraordinary and it was difficult for him to notice the changes in Miss Audrey. But as an earl, his family did have some powerful extraordinaries for protection, and Miss Audrey's changes could not escape their eyes. And the fact that Miss Audrey had become an extraordinary had been a constant source of worry for Earl Hall before this. Becoming an extraordinary in itself might not be a bad thing. After all, the support of the Hall family was enough to spare Miss Audrey a lot of trouble. But the source of Miss Audrey's formula made Earl Hall deeply concerned. He was afraid that someone was trying to use Miss Audrey to achieve some goal. Now that he had received Ember's confirmation, he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Although Ember was just a stranger before, as a legitimate night watcher, he naturally wouldn't have any ulterior motives. Especially since Ember deliberately pointed out the private channels and the £600, this meant that the formula had nothing to do with the Church of the Night. And Miss Audrey had already paid the price to obtain the formula, so she wouldn't be too closely involved with official extraordinaries. Firstly, while becoming an official extraordinary could provide some convenience, it also came with corresponding responsibilities. And this convenience was negligible for the Hall family, whereas those responsibilities would constrain Miss Audrey. Secondly, official extraordinaries were also far too dangerous. Others might not know, but Earl Hall was very aware of just how high the death rate of official extraordinaries was. Fortunately, none of this had developed into the worst-case scenario, and Ember's answer was exactly in line with Earl Hall's expectations. Let's not talk about these. Earl Hall mused for a long time, then suddenly smiled and said, Viscount Black, speaking of which, I've never actually been to Winter County. You've lived there for so long, so you must be very familiar with the environment there. Tell me, is winter in Winter County as cold as the rumors in the royal capital say? Weren't you the one who suddenly wanted to talk about these things? Ember grumbled in his heart, but his expression remained normal. He shrugged and said, it's cold, and it's not cold. Oh. Earl Hall seemed to have his curiosity piqued. Earl Hall. Meeting Earl Hall's curious gaze, Ember said without changing his expression, if you ever want to go to Winter County, the people there will enthusiastically tell you that the iron pillars in Winter County's winter are sweet. Really? Earl Hall looked surprised. Fake. Ember shook his head, the pillars in Winter County's winter are salty. There's such a magical thing. Earl Hall said in surprise, then I must try it if I get the chance. No, I'm joking. Ember's expression dropped slightly, and he said somewhat helplessly, if Earl Hall you really try to do that, you'll find your tongue will be firmly stuck to the pillar because they've frozen together. And if you forcefully tear your tongue off the pillar, it will only make you tear off your own tongue in excruciating pain. After a pause, Ember added, then you can taste the saltiness of blood, so if you lick the pillar, you can indeed taste saltiness. Quote. Earl Hall's cheek twitched slightly. Just listening to it, he knew it would be extremely painful. He couldn't help but press, then what if someone accidentally sticks their tongue to a pillar? If the situation allows, you can pour hot water on it little by little. Ember considered his words carefully and said with a strange expression, and if the situation doesn't allow, and you don't have hot water on hand, then you must act quickly, otherwise dragging it on for too long could lead to necrosis from freezing. At this time, you can only rely on liquids with inherent body heat. Saliva? Earl Hall asked tentatively. The amount is too small, and it's too slow to be effective. You need a larger amount. Well, I'm not talking about blood, and it's best not to try with blood. Then what? Seeing Ember being vague, Earl Hall subconsciously asked, and then quickly realized something, his expression stiffening. Urine. Ember nodded silently. All right. Earl Hall said with a wry smile, I think I'll never want to try something so dangerous in my life. Saying this, Earl Hall then curiously pressed, I now have some understanding of how cold Winter County is, but what about what you said about it not being cold? Is it because the people of Winter County are more resistant to cold? Mr. Earl, that's a very simple question. Ember sighed and pointed to the fireplace on the right side of the drawing room. All right. Earl Hall was speechless, shaking his head with a wry smile, it seems I asked a foolish question. Unconsciously, because of this teasing conversation, their relationship had actually become closer. And at the same time, Earl Hall confirmed one thing in his heart. Although Ember's information was somewhat hidden, at least the fact that he came from Winter County should be true. Otherwise, it would be difficult for an outsider to understand these local stories, or rather, incidents, in Winter County in such detail. Of course, what Earl Hall didn't know was that Ember himself didn't know if Winter County had these sad stories. He was just making them up based on the few fragmented memories in his mind. He also didn't know that Ember's so-called private channels referred to Archbishop Anthony of the Church of the Night. P.S. The progress in these chapters is a bit slow, to put it bluntly, it's padding. This is not because I'm deliberately padding during the free period, but because I had just published the book when I wrote these chapters during the National Day holiday. Firstly, there were too many things during the National Day holiday. Just visiting, I had to go to 6 different places in 7 days of National Day, 4 weddings, 1 full moon celebration, and 1 big birthday. It was really too busy. Secondly, it was my first time writing on Kedian and I didn't understand the rules. I didn't know Kedian required internal submission, so I just published it haphazardly. Then, because I saw that I still hadn't gotten a contract after writing 40 to 50,000 words, I thought it was over. The truth was that the Kedian editors were on holiday during the National Day. So, this led to some padding in the chapters written during those few days. I ask for the reader's understanding. However, you can rest assured that it will return to normal later. After all, I got a contract after the National Day ended, so I felt more confident and wrote more smoothly. Chapter 46, You Don't Need to Hide It, We All Understand. As time passed, Earl Hall's gaze towards Ember also became increasingly amiable. It was like a benevolent elder looking at a junior who was excellent in all aspects, excellent enough to earn his approval. In terms of status, although the title of Viscount was a bit lower, he had at least entered the ranks of the nobility. Furthermore, Ember was at least a genuine Viscount, not just an heir to a Viscount. In terms of ability, he was already a Night Watcher of the Church of the Night at such a young age. And judging from his concealed identity and experiences, he was clearly closely related to the middle or even upper echelons of the Church of the Night. Coming from Winter County to Backland also clearly had an undisclosed purpose. Earl Hall had no intention of probing what this purpose was, he just needed to know that Ember's identity was not ordinary. Therefore, whether it was Ember's knowledge, conversation, or ability, they all made Earl Hall nod repeatedly, showing approval. Although there was still some displeasure about Ember acting first and reporting later, his overall attitude had improved. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded from outside the door. Bang bang, come in. Ember subconsciously looked towards the door. A blonde, blue-eyed, beautiful and graceful noblewoman pushed the door open, with a proper smile on her face, and teased, "Gentlemen, I didn't mean to interrupt your conversation. But it's lunchtime now, I think you can have lunch first before continuing." "Sorry, Caitlin." Earl Hall gave a wry smile, then introduced Ember, "This is my wife, Caitlin, and this is Viscount Ash Black." "Ash, I'm very sorry to have kept you so long. As compensation, how about you stay and have lunch with us?" "It's my honor." Ember stood up and bowed slightly to the Countess, then smiled and accepted Earl Hall's invitation. He paused for a moment and added, "However, before that, I think I need to go to the washroom first." "Oh, look at my brain." Earl Hall patted his head in annoyance, while the Countess was a step faster and instructed, "Laura, take Viscount Black to the washroom." Laura, the Countess's personal maid wearing a maid's outfit with long brown hair and brown eyes, bowed respectfully and led Ember towards the washroom. Meanwhile, the Earl and the Countess walked towards the dining room. "How was he?" the Countess suddenly asked inexplicably. "He's an excellent young man." The Earl nodded slightly and praised, "The title of Viscount is not low, and he is also closely related to the Church of the Night." Although he didn't say it explicitly, the Countess could see her husband's regard for the young man. "He doesn't look bad either." The Countess frowned slightly and murmured, "It's just, this seems to differ somewhat from Annie's description." Could it be his disguise? Annie was Audrey's personal maid, and in her description, although her words were quite reserved and measured. But the Countess could still hear one thing. He was a gigolo who relied on women. However, her husband's words seemed to completely overturn this conjecture. "No." The Earl pointed to his eyes and said without hesitation, "If everything he showed was truly a disguise, it would be impossible to hide it from my eyes." "My dear, you have to believe my judgment." "Of course I believe you." The Countess sighed softly, still with some worry in her tone, "but you also know that Annie won't lie, especially about such things, and we've already had an extraordinary verify it, haven't we?" "This." The Earl frowned tightly, unable to figure out the key to this matter. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Perhaps it's a misunderstanding, or perhaps there are other hidden secrets. But you don't need to worry, I think we'll soon know the truth of all this." "That's true." The Countess nodded gently, her gaze looking forward. At the long table in the dining room, Audrey had already stood up when she saw the two of them. "Father, Mother." Audrey greeted them with a sweet smile and pulled out the chair next to her for the Countess. "No, dear," the Countess said with a smile, "not today." "Huh." Audrey was a little confused. Her mother's eyes held a clear look of teasing and mischief. It didn't seem like a bad thing. Could it be that someone important was going to sit next to her? Had her brother returned? Audrey's mind raced, beginning to guess who was coming. She even speculated it might be a certain prince. Perhaps this was a blind date her mother had arranged for her, even though she wasn't yet an adult. But soon, Audrey's mind stopped working. Because at the entrance of the dining room, she saw a familiar figure. "Earl Hall, Mrs. Caitlin." Ember greeted them one by one, finally looking at Audrey, and Miss Audrey. "Good day, Viscount Black." Audrey's expression froze for a moment, but then she quickly reacted and responded softly. She didn't know why Ash was here. Was he visiting on his own? Or was he invited? Audrey didn't know the reason, but she instinctively tried to create the illusion in front of her parents that, "I'm not familiar with him." However, her heart was in chaos, and she didn't notice that the Earl and the Countess's expressions became playful at the same moment they heard her address him. "Sit down, Ash." Earl Hall sat at the head of the table and greeted him with a smile. Ember didn't pretend, pulled out a chair, and prepared to sit down. "No, not there." Earl Hall shook his head and pointed to the seat next to him, "Sit here, closer." Ash's expression was slightly surprised, and he looked at Earl Hall strangely. But he didn't refuse. Adhering to the concept of the guest following the host's lead, he sat down at the spot Earl Hall indicated. And coincidentally, this seat was precisely next to Audrey. And the Countess, who should have been sitting here, did not sit on Audrey's other side, but chose to sit opposite Audrey. Even though Audrey was already an audience who was well versed in the acting method, her eyes still became dull. Conversely, the Earl's eyes held a hint of mischief, and the Countess could barely control her emotions, covering her mouth with a light chuckle. At this moment, they didn't look like nobles, or even Audrey's parents, but simply two people who were enjoying the gossip. What's going on? Audrey subconsciously turned her gaze towards Ember. Although she didn't speak, Ember could see the questioning look in the girl's eyes. Thank you for your invitation, Earl Hall. Ember noticed Audrey's gaze, stood up, and raised the wine glass on the table to toast Earl Hall. Don't worry about it, Earl Hall said with a chuckle. After all, you and Audrey are friends, aren't you? Ember shrugged, while Audrey instantly blushed, her heart filled with the shame of being teased by her parents. Chapter 47, Have I Been Exposed? Although Audrey's brain froze for a moment, as an audience, she quickly recovered and began to think about how to deal with the current situation. Fortunately, after racking her brain, she finally thought of a way to break the deadlock. There was only one method. Silence. As long as she remained silent, no one could obtain any useful information from her. And in fact, the Earl and Countess also saw through their daughter's little thoughts and exchanged a knowing glance. They chose not to expose her, but decided to find another angle. Ash. The Countess looked at Ember kindly and said with a smile, I wonder if today's lunch suits your taste. If you're not used to it, you can ask the kitchen to make something else. Although they haven't been to Winter County, their cooking skills are quite good. No, it's fine. Ember put down his knife and fork and praised, it tastes very good. That's good. The Countess smiled and nodded, then suddenly changed the subject and asked, by the way, I heard you haven't been in Backland for long. How is it? Have you found a decent job? I am currently a night watcher of the Church of the Night. Ember replied. Audrey looked up and glanced at Ember in surprise. She then looked at her parents, but the Earl and Countess's expressions were as usual. It was obvious. They already knew Ember was a night watcher. But even knowing this, was it really necessary to say it in front of her? After all, she was just a naive noble young lady. Or perhaps, Audrey suddenly thought of a possibility and quietly lowered her head. What about your weekly salary? £100 a week. £100. The Countess couldn't help but show surprise upon hearing this. She just felt this salary was slightly high. After all, even the Hall family only earned a few £100,000 a year. Most of this income came from the land rent of the Earl's territory and other business investments. To reach a fixed salary of £100 a week, this was already among the top earners in Backland. However, the Earl's expression was slightly different from the Countess's. Besides surprise, there was also some disbelief. Because he knew more than the Countess. He knew Ember was a night watcher of the Church of the Night. This kind of information could be found if one wanted to look. But regarding specific salary and benefits, it was difficult to obtain this information unless one was an insider. But with a weekly salary of £100, the annual salary was £5,200. More importantly, night watchers did not have to pay taxes, so these £5,200 would not have any deductions. Not to mention that as night watchers, they must have other legitimate ways to earn money. It's just, according to the Earl's understanding of the Church of the Night's night watchers, a night watcher's salary was usually related to three factors: length of service, contribution to the church, and their own sequence. Based on a combination of these three factors, the weekly salary for Sequence 9 was usually £4 to £10. The weekly salary for Sequence 8 was £10 to £20. The weekly salary for Sequence 7 was £20 to £40. As for a weekly salary of £100, that was a benefit only available to Extraordinary at least Sequence 6. Doesn't that mean he is a Sequence 6 Extraordinary? The Earl was startled by his own guess. Sequence 6 itself wasn't surprising, he had seen Sequence 6 Extraordinary before. But combined with Ember's age, this seemed somewhat alarming. After all, according to the intelligence, Ember was only 17 this year. By the kingdom's standard for adulthood, he wasn't even an adult yet. But according to the common knowledge the Earl knew, it took 2 to 3 years from Sequence 9 to Sequence 8, 3 to 5 years from Sequence 8 to Sequence 7, and at least 10 years from Sequence 7 to Sequence 6. No, it should only be Sequence 7. The Earl quickly dismissed his guess, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. The other party's identity was special, and the £100 weekly salary probably included extra subsidies or bonuses. But even so, a 17-year-old Sequence 7 was already incredible enough. £100, that's very good. The Countess didn't know what her husband was thinking, she just nodded slightly and continued to ask, is this job hard? Is there a lot of danger? It's not hard. Ember replied smoothly, my job has a flexible work schedule, and as for danger, it's naturally unavoidable. Just during the time I've been in Backland, there have already been 2 supernatural cases. The first time was half a month ago when I went on a business trip to Tingan. 2 whole teams, 7 night watchers, were almost wiped out. Goddess bless. The Countess drew the sign of the scarlet moon on her chest with some lingering fear, but then became a little curious. What about the other one? Just this morning. Ember was silent for a moment before slowly saying, to be precise, it was last night. A Sequence 8 Night Watcher was brutally murdered in the living room of her own house. There was a huge opening in her abdomen, but her internal organs and spirit were gone. Ember didn't hide it, because this case would be exposed sooner or later. Especially with the Earl's status, it would be easy for him to inquire about the details of this case. What's more, the other party was staking out the detective agency this morning, so they should be very clear about where he went. Even an extraordinary was brutally murdered. The Countess felt a chill down her spine upon hearing this. She suddenly regretted asking about these things. Also, Ember paused, then continued, if possible, Mrs. Caitlin and Miss Audrey should try to reduce going out recently. Huh. Audrey, who had been burying her head like an ostrich, looked up in surprise. You mean the criminal is likely to strike again? The Earl thought of a possibility and immediately pressed the question. Yes. Ember nodded slightly and explained, that criminal is likely a cultist, and at least a Sequence 7 extraordinary, otherwise it would be impossible to easily kill a Sequence 8 Night Watcher. And regardless of whether his motive for killing is revenge or something else, as long as he hasn't left Backland, he is very likely to commit another crime, because such people cannot resist their urge to kill. And if they truly strike again, the greatest possibility is someone with the same characteristics as the previous victim. Either a Night Watcher, or a young and beautiful woman. This analysis was not from Ember, but from Al Hansen and the others. The murderer has been identified as a member of the blood sector, the Rose School, and their pathway is likely the criminal pathway or the prisoner pathway. And whichever of these two pathways it is, it drives them to become a fanatical murderer. Where did the case happen? The Earl's heart sank, and he asked in a deep voice. Hillston District. Chapter 48. So you're a lawyer too. Hillston District. That's not too far from Queen's District. The Earl frowned deeply. Backland's safest area was undoubtedly North District, where the Church of the Night headquarters was located. Next were Queen's District and West End, areas where nobles and top merchants gathered. Most Night Watchers patrolled here, and the public safety was the best. For instance, Earl Hall's family even had a team of Night Watchers sent by the Church of the Night specifically to protect them. So generally, no criminal would be so audacious as to commit a crime here. If they really wanted to kill someone, going to East District was best. That was the area in Backland with the worst public safety and the most lax supervision. They could even kill someone there without being discovered. But a Sequence 7 criminal, especially a cultist who was clearly mentally unstable and dared to kill in Hillston District, no one could guarantee they wouldn't take risks and commit crimes in Queen's District as well. So now, the most dangerous ones, besides the Night Watchers, were young and beautiful noble ladies like Audrey. Audrey. Earl Hall looked at his daughter. I understand, father. Audrey's expression also turned a bit serious, and she said earnestly, I will try my best to avoid going out these days. That's for the best. Earl Hall said meaningfully, Audrey, although you are already an extraordinary, just being a Sequence 9 doesn't give you enough power to protect yourself. Indeed. Audrey had already guessed the answer with Ember's reminder, and her heart settled slightly. She just whispered, you already knew. You took so many magical materials from the treasury, did you naively think that your father and I wouldn't notice? The Countess covered her mouth and chuckled. Indeed, even after becoming an extraordinary, Audrey was still her naive and lovely little angel. Is that why you invited Mr. Lover? Audrey silently guessed in her heart. Because of her recent frequent contact with Mr. Lover, her parents mistakenly thought that Mr. Lover had given her the potion formula. So they invited Mr. Lover to their home to test if he had other intentions. At least from the current situation, their relationship seemed quite harmonious. Did this mean Mr. Lover had passed the test? Thinking this, Audrey secretly glanced at Ember out of the corner of her eye. Ember's expression was normal, without any abnormality. This made Audrey feel relieved. I'm sorry, Mr. Lover. Audrey thought silently in her heart. Her audience formula wasn't given by Ember, nor did Ember lure her onto the path of an extraordinary. But from the current situation, Earl Hall clearly misunderstood something. Earl Hall noticed Audrey's furtive glance at Ember and couldn't help but exchange a look with Mrs. Caitlin. Both saw understanding in the other's eyes. They had both confirmed a certain guess. Girls grow up and can't be kept at home. Earl Hall sighed softly in his heart. Was she worried that he would hold Ember accountable? If it was at the beginning, he did have this thought. But looking at the current situation, wouldn't doing so be like breaking up a pair of lovers? This wouldn't do. He didn't want to be hated by his precious daughter as if he were an enemy. You don't need to be too nervous. Earl Hall said with a smile, if you want to attend those banquets or salons, you can, but you can no longer go out alone. At the very least, you need to have other extraordinary accompanying you for protection. Audrey nodded silently. She wasn't actually going out alone before either, she also had a coachman and Annie. But they weren't extraordinary, so it was still, alone. But, bodyguards. Father. Audrey asked strangely, do we have many extraordinary bodyguards in our family? Not many. Earl Hall pondered for 2 seconds and replied, just over a dozen, I suppose. Among them, one team is extraordinary from the Church of the Night, a total of 3 people. Among the other extraordinary, some are extraordinary trained by the family, and the other part is simply an employment relationship. But, Audrey secretly glanced at Ember and whispered, these are all wild extraordinary, right? Is it really okay to say that you have over a dozen wild extraordinary in your family in front of an official extraordinary like this? Don't worry. Ember saw through the girl's thoughts, shook his head, and said, these are all tacitly allowed. Most nobles in Backland privately hire some extraordinary for self-protection, this is an unwritten rule tacitly allowed by the church. It's not exactly tacitly allowed. The Countess interjected, complaining a little, for these extraordinary, we have to donate quite a bit of gold pounds to the church every year. Audrey opened her mouth, and her expression became inexplicably strange. What about the promised irreconcilable relationship between official extraordinary and wild extraordinary? So there are actually unwritten rules for this as well. Earl Hall. Ember suddenly asked, may I ask which sequence pathway the Hall family uses to train extraordinary? Earl Hall was slightly taken aback, then nodded and said, there's nothing to hide about that. The Hall family has 2 extraordinary sequence pathways at hand, namely arbitrator and lawyer, but they only go up to sequence 6 at most. He paused, then said somewhat helplessly, it's a pity you have already chosen your own pathways. These 2 sequence pathways I have probably won't be of much help to you. Lawyer. Ember's eyes flickered slightly, and he subconsciously glanced at Audrey. And Miss Audrey also seemed to sense something at this moment, looking towards Ember as well. Father. Audrey carefully chose her words and asked, may I ask about the source of these 2 sequence pathways? The source is naturally the royal family. Earl Hall said as a matter of course, most nobles in the Ruined Kingdom hold these 2 sequence pathways, and they are all bought from the royal family. He paused, then smiled again, this is also part of the rules. Otherwise, even if the church tacitly allowed us to privately train extraordinary, the royal family wouldn't allow it. He originally didn't want Audrey to come into contact with these things. But since Audrey had already become an extraordinary, and they had already laid their cards on the table, then it was necessary to let Audrey understand more about the secrets of the mysterious world, so that she could avoid some detours. In order to privately train extraordinary without being held accountable by the church, they had to donate money to the church every year. At the same time, the church would also send a team of night watchers to their home. This was both to protect their safety and to supervise the extraordinary they trained. For example, to prevent them from losing control and so on. And in order to get the royal family's tacit approval as well, they needed to pay money to buy potion formulas and materials from the royal family. The royal family could use this to accumulate wealth and also to monopolize the potion formulas of mid to high sequences. Therefore, the potion formulas sold by the royal family only went up to sequence 6. And if nobles wanted the extraordinary they trained to continue advancing, they either had to pay a greater price, or they would let these extraordinary serve the royal family in exchange, contributions, for potions. So in the end, in fact, this was just a transaction from beginning to end. Chapter 49. A loyal official serves only one master, in my heart, there is only the sun. As expected, it's the royal family again. Ember understood inwardly, not overly surprised by this. However, although he had already guessed that the Black Emperor was within the royal family. But he couldn't determine the specific target, so he hadn't taken action until now. Although his primary suspect was the current King George III, he had also considered whether to first go to the palace to search, perhaps he could directly eliminate a boss. But for the sake of prudence, he had consulted Archbishop Anthony on this matter. And the Archbishop's answer was decisive. It's absolutely impossible for it to be George III. The 7 Orthodox Gods churches once signed the 3 great covenants with the royal families of various kingdoms in ancient times. Every king is bound by these 3 covenants and can only reach sequence 5 at most. In other words, the Black Emperor is some old relic of the royal family. Ember already had some guesses in his heart. It's just that he still couldn't confirm the target. To avoid alerting the enemy, he could only continue to gather information first. Because this isn't a game after all. A boss won't obediently stay in the boss room waiting for him to challenge it over and over again, unless there's a reason it has to stay there. But in most cases, if he charges in like a brute, the boss is very likely to run away directly because the enemy has been alerted. Don't ask him how he knows. Dad. Audrey saw that Ember's state was off, as if he was lost in thought. To avoid being noticed by Earl Hall, Audrey had to change the subject in time. Who is the guard you arranged for me? Is it someone I know? Audrey was actually a little curious in her heart. There were many servants in this villa, she basically knew all of them. But she didn't know who exactly were those hidden extraordinary. Isn't he sitting right next to you? Earl Hall couldn't help but laugh, joking, or are you saying you don't wish for him to protect you? Huh. Audrey immediately realized something. What? Ember also snapped back to attention at this moment, his eyes showing confusion. In fact, Earl Hall said seriously, I hope to hire Ash to be Audrey's guard. You don't need to protect her closely at all times, just accompany her when she goes out to attend banquets. Pausing, Earl Hall added, after all, you two happen to attend banquets together often, don't you? As Earl Hall spoke, he glanced teasingly at his daughter. It's not impossible. Ember pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded and said, I don't have any objections. Anyway, he had a flexible work schedule. How long he worked each week completely depended on his conscience. Taking advantage of the free time from the flexible work schedule, taking on an extra private job wasn't impossible. Then it's settled. Earl Hall said with a smile, as for the salary, it will be the same as your weekly salary. How about £100 per week? You didn't ask for my opinion at all. Audrey's little face turned red. She clenched her small fists, really wanting to argue a bit, but in the end, she couldn't say a single word. One reason was shame, and the other was a guilty conscience. Her parents seemed to have misunderstood her relationship with Ember, but she had no way to explain. Could she say that she and Ember met at the Tarot Club? Being misunderstood as two young people who have feelings for each other was actually more normal now and could conceal the existence of the Tarot Club. There's nothing wrong with this. Audrey could only constantly comfort herself in her heart, at least this way I can meet Mr. Lover openly without being suspected. As if, wouldn't this really become meeting the lover? I'm full. Audrey, unable to bear the looks from others, lowered her head, got up from the dining table, and fled the dining room as if escaping before she even finished speaking. I'll go check on her. The Countess looked at Audrey's retreating back with a mixture of helplessness and indulgence, whispered something to her husband, then gave Ember an apologetic smile, and turned to chase after the direction Audrey had left. Earl Hall, however, had a normal expression. Instead, he smiled and asked, Ash, how is it? Have you found a place to live yet? Although I am also a believer of night, living in the church is still somewhat inconvenient after all. My butler can't always go to the church to find you, can he? Earl Hall paused, then added with a smile, if you haven't found a place to live yet, you can temporarily stay at my house. My house is quite large, and you can sleep next to Audrey. No, that won't be necessary. Ember politely refused, I have already found a place to live. I'm living with a few friends. The address is 117 Bonningham Road, Hillston District. Hillston District. Earl Hall was silent inwardly. Is he living with his teammates? That's not strange. After all, with Ember's status as a Viscount, it's not to the extent that he can't even afford a house in Queen's District. Even if he couldn't afford to buy, he could definitely afford to rent. After all, his salary alone is £5,200 a year, which is definitely more than enough to pay rent. But besides being a noble, he is also a night watcher after all. Living alone in Queen's District would be too ostentatious, while an area like Hillston District, where the middle class gathers, is just right. Moreover, living with teammates is also convenient for daily missions. Just then, the butler suddenly walked over and whispered something to the Earl. Ash. The Earl waved the butler away, then showed an apologetic smile to Ember. I'm very sorry, there's a small matter at home that needs handling. I think you can go to the previous reception room and wait for me for a while. Okay, Earl Hall. Ember nodded slightly, without any suspicion about this, and turned to walk towards the reception room guided by a maid. But Earl Hall didn't leave, he kept watching Ember's back until it disappeared at the end of the corridor before retracting his gaze. The smile on his face also faded, becoming somewhat solemn and serious. So, your target is actually the royal family. What exactly did the royal family do that even the Church of the Night has to investigate in secret? And what does this have to do with these two sequence pathways? At this moment, Earl Hall's heart was already in turmoil. Even though his daughter deliberately changed the subject, his eyes, having mingled in noble circles for decades, were still sharp. After he mentioned that the arbitrator and lawyer pathways originated from the royal family. Both his daughter's and Ember's expressions changed. Although the change in expression was subtle, he still keenly caught this detail. He also realized that Ember's contact with Audrey might not be malicious, but he also had the purpose of secretly using her help to inquire about the royal family's information, and his daughter, blinded by love, would likely try every means to help her beloved. This gave Earl Hall quite a headache, so he deliberately didn't expose it. But since his daughter was already involved, he, as an earl, would inevitably be forced to take a side. Either actively expose it, or actively help Ember. Either pretend not to know anything, or actively sever Audrey's connection with Ember. The first two options were abandoned by Earl Hall without even thinking. The Hall family has been passed down to this day precisely because they never take sides casually. Of the latter two possibilities, the last one was also abandoned. He couldn't sever their connection. Not just because of his daughter, but more importantly, because of his faith. He was a loyal believer of the goddess of the night. Compared to the king, the goddess is more important. Earl Hall thought silently in his heart. A king is only on the throne for a few short decades, but a goddess is an immortal god. For the Hall family, and also for his faith, he still chose the goddess. But before Ember spoke up on his own, he would also just pretend not to know anything. Chapter 50. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hillston District, 117 Bonningham Road, evening. Ember returned to his residence from Queen's District and entered through the door. Can't you just open the door and come in? Furs, lying on the sofa, rolled her eyes. I don't have a key. Ember said calmly. Then knock. If you knocked, wouldn't I have opened the door for you? I live here, why would I knock? Ember retorted, then glanced at the girl lying on the sofa and said indifferently, with your personality, if I really knocked, you'd probably question why I made you come open the door when I could have just used my ability to get in. Quote. Furz's face flushed red. Annoyed, she pulled out a key and threw it at Ember. Next time, remember to open the door, or I'll report you for trespassing. Ember caught the key. The force wasn't small, but he didn't argue with her. Instead, he asked, where do I live? I live on the second floor with Zio, you live on the first floor. Understood. Ember nodded calmly, scanned the area, and then asked, where is Miss Zio? I don't know. Furz said matter-of-factly, she doesn't tell me everything, but I estimate she's probably upholding justice somewhere in the East District right now. Speaking of which, Furz couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, I've told her many times not to get herself involved just to help others. If she gets locked up in prison again, I can't help her. Oh right. After muttering for a while, Furz added, I've already given your manuscript to the publisher. Sir William at the publisher is very satisfied and has announced that it will be published within a week. However, Furz paused and couldn't help but ask again, is doing this really useful? As I said, this is an attempt. Ember was quite frank about this, saying calmly, it's best if it succeeds, and there's no loss if it fails. More than just no loss. Furz rolled her eyes at him, feeling suddenly a bit depressed. Having written Wuthering Heights, she could now be considered a well-known author, standing among the small group at the top of the writer community. Like the 1 penny newspaper, books and magazines in Backland usually cost 1 sol per copy. As of this month, the sales of Wuthering Heights have exceeded 150,000 copies. This means its sales revenue has surpassed £7,500. But Furz, as the author, only receives 10% of the profit, leaving less than £700 after tax. Even so, this amount of money is not small, equivalent to a common person's income for 30 years. However, compared to the cost in mysticism, it is still pitifully small. After all, just one sequence 8 potion requires at least £400, and it's still a price without a market. Wait, Furz seemed to suddenly think of something and subconsciously turned her gaze towards Ember. Something wrong. Ember sensed her gaze and turned back to look at her, a little surprised. You are an apprentice. Furz said word by word, so you are currently role-playing as an apprentice, the purpose being to digest the potion as quickly as possible. And you are also an official extraordinary, meaning you have the potion formula for the Apprentice Pathways Sequence 8 Feat Trick Master. After speaking, a light suddenly flashed in Furz's eyes, and she looked at Ember with anticipation. No. Ember shook his head. Quote. The light in Furz's eyes instantly vanished without a trace. Her mouth slightly agape, her expression stiff. Overall, she looked a bit hollow. However, Ember suddenly changed the subject, the Church of the Night has it, and I can indeed get the Trick Master potion formula. Then can you get me a copy after you get the potion formula? A glimmer of hope reappeared in Furz's eyes, and she looked at Ember with considerable hope and anticipation. Yes. Ember nodded, but quickly added, 400 pounds. Quote. Quote. Furz's expression froze on her face again. Ash. Furz sat up straight and said seriously, you are also an apprentice, and you also need the Trick Master Potion formula to complete your advancement, right? In that case, we should share the cost of this potion formula. Ember showed a thoughtful expression and nodded slightly under Furz's somewhat expectant gaze. Right. Furz smiled slightly and struck while the iron was hot, so we should each pay 200 pounds. What you said makes a lot of sense. Ember first agreed with Furz's words, but then suddenly changed the subject and said, but I refuse, because I can completely buy this potion formula myself and resell it. Why would I partner with you? Do I look like I'm easy to fool? 400 pounds, not a penny less. The smile on Furz's face froze, and soon she pouted slightly and glared at Ember with a touch of dissatisfaction. And just at this moment, the sound of a door opening came from the entrance. A small girl in a trainee knight uniform pushed the door open and entered. Click. I'm exhausted, what are you two doing? After closing the door, Zio habitually stretched, then saw the two people in the living room staring wide-eyed at each other and asked, quite strangely. Nothing. Ember withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, Furz just hopes I can buy her a Trick Master Potion formula. Potion formula. Zio's eyes flickered. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly asked in a low voice, can you get the Sequence 8 potion formula for the Arbitrator pathway? Yes. Ember nodded slightly, the Arbitrator pathway's Sequence 8 is Law Enforcer. I can buy it for you from the Church of the Night, 400 pounds. Okay. Zio was immediately overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Furz glared at Zio with a look of disappointment, thinking, how could you compromise so quickly? If you give the money so easily, won't I have no excuse to bargain? Zio didn't know about her friend's silent complaint. She walked quickly to the sofa and sat down, asking quite relaxed, Ash, is the Night Watcher's work very hard? Hard. Ember recalled today's experience, rubbed his chin and said, it's not really hard. For example, Zio asked curiously, what do you need to do every day? Well, take today as an example, what did you do today? Today, huh? Ember recalled for a moment and slowly said, reported to headquarters at 8 a.m., then received news that a night watcher had been murdered, went to the scene to assist with the investigation. Ember briefly described the situation at the scene to them, then added, oh right, the murderer is an extraordinary of at least Sequence 7, and most likely a cultist from the Blood Sector the Rose School. According to others' speculation, he is very likely to commit another crime, so you should try to avoid going out at night from now on. Where did the crime happen? Furz felt a chill and hugged herself in fear. Zio, however, asked calmly. Hillston District. Furz's body instantly stiffened, as if plunged into an ice cellar. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.